The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker. Pursuant to the order.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., June 13th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Jefferson Van Drew to act as Speaker Pro Tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House on January 9th, 2024, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for a morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the two parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 80th anniversary of the Allied D-Day invasion of France. Last week, we recognized this solemn anniversary and honored the bravery of our armed forces who served in that operation. On June 6, 80 years ago, thousands of America's bravest soldiers fought to protect the freedoms, liberties, and rights of those back home. Sadly, the United States lost more than 6,000 soldiers that day. Ultimately, we would lose thousands of brave servicemen members in the coming weeks and months, liberating the rest of Western Europe from German control. Marking a crucial turning point in World War II, the Allied forces joined together to storm the beaches of Normandy. These patriots conquered their fears of what lie ahead in battle, showcasing sheer bravery while facing the dangerous unknown. In an operation that would quickly turn the tide of the war and rally men across nations, American soldiers made sacrifices, leaving permanent marks on the war-torn terrain, on their families, and on our hearts. Mr. Speaker, in 2018, I had the privilege of attending the wreath-laying ceremony at Normandy American Cemetery in France. I'm forever humbled and grateful for the opportunity to travel to those beaches our brave men stormed so many years ago. Looking out and seeing the white crosses, brothers buried next to brothers, fathers buried next to sons, is a reminder that our freedom isn't free. The memorial serves as a constant reminder that the United States will fight and die to protect the freedoms of not just American citizens, but for those around the globe. And we are eternally grateful for this devotion to duty and devotion to country. I want to recognize members of the Pennsylvania 15th Congressional District who stormed the beaches of Normandy. Our community has a long history of strong military service across many years of service, and today I name just a few. From Bradford, McKean County, Elmer DeLucia, who served in the 81st Chemical Mortar Battalion. He landed on Omaha Beach on D-Day, June 6, 1944, and was involved in 4 more battles: Northern France, the Battle of the Bulge, the Rhineland, and Central Europe. Mr. DeLucia passed away at the age of 99 in 2022. He spent the years after returning home speaking often about his service, wanting to share his firsthand knowledge, especially with school children. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to remember the members of our community who gave their lives during the D-Day battle. There were 347 Pennsylvanians who were killed in action. They gave their lives defending our freedoms. Of those men, 31 grew up across the 15th Congressional District. May we always remember their sacrifices. Mr. Speaker, let us take a moment to remember and honor those who sacrificed so much for so many and celebrate the heroism of the service members nationwide. For the good of the many, so gave the few. It is these few we acknowledge today, and let us honor their heroism. Let us always speak with pride of D-Day, of our troops, and of our victory. God bless America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks. First, I'd like to thank the Chair Rogers and Mr. Smith and Rep. Bacon for the opportunity to work on this really important piece of legislation, which is the National Defense Authorization Act. Unlike any other piece of legislation that we have passed in Congress, we pass this bill every single year for over 6 decades. It's a testament to our enduring commitment to our brave men and women in uniform, and it is proof that that Republicans and Democrats can indeed continue to find common ground and provide for our collective defense. Since I arrived in 2019 in Congress, I've had the privilege of serving on the Armed Services Committee, which oversees this defense bill, and it's truly one of the highlights of my career to serve on such a bipartisan committee. This idea of bipartisanship, putting country before party, is not new to me. It's indeed how I was raised. As the daughter and granddaughter of naval aviators, it's not an exaggeration to say that my very earliest memories are on a military base. I was born at Pax River Naval Air Station, just a few hours from here. So when it was my turn to fulfill our commitment to our nation, I served in the Air Force, but that, of course, did not come without challenges. So now, as a member of the Armed Services Committee, I have shared not only my own challenges and those of my family who have been in uniform, but also those of my mother and my grandmother and countless other Pennsylvanians and Americans that I've been able to talk to along the way. Sharing these stories helps make our military the greatest on earth and make it even stronger. For nearly a year, I've now had the privilege of serving as ranking member on our Military Quality of Life panel alongside my very dear friend, Republican colleague Rep. Don Bacon from Nebraska. From inadequate pay to substandard housing conditions to long wait times for essential services, it's very clear that we have enormous work to do to ensure that our military families have the support and resources that they need to thrive. So that's why we proposed 31 different recommendations, and I will highlight just a few of them. First and foremost, pay. We want pay that is competitive with our civilian economy, including a significant additional pay raise for junior enlisted E1 through E4. Second, housing. Our recommendation is to reverse the 5% reduction in BAH that was passed nearly a decade ago. BAH would now cover 100% of the calculated rate for military housing. In a similar vein, third, we recommended funding facility budget requests at 100% of the maintenance and modernization requirements so that we are able to fully fund them. And finally, and next, child care. The bill that we passed out of committee would cover child care expenses for those who worked in our Child Care Development Center for their first child at a minimum. So this would get more staff on the books, more open and available child care slots, and reduce wait times. And finally, on health care. Service members won't need referrals any longer for physical therapy, for nutrition, for women's health, for audiology, for optometry, and podiatry specialties. And spousal employment. We will be supporting military spouses by expanding child care access for them from 90 to 100 days while they are able to look for a job, and permanently expanding our partnership with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. We have the greatest military in the world because of the people that wear the uniform and the families that support them. So we must take care of them. And at the very least, we owe our military community a bill that is free from political drama and theater. Unfortunately, we here on the floor are now seeing some very upsetting amendments being offered to a very bipartisan bill and potentially adding to this bill with many poison pills that will make it difficult for even me to vote for the final passage of the bill, even though there's so much goodness in it. Just a few ideas of what we will be voting on today. Banning pride flags in workplaces and public areas in the Department of Defense. This one particularly absurd. Banning content related to certain animals that change their sex, like clownfish, and a range of education materials. Thirdly, prohibiting the Secretary of Defense from paying or reimbursing expenses related to reproductive care, such as abortion services. Fourth, eliminating any DEI or diversity, equity, and inclusion within the military and laying off everyone who's in those offices. And finally, prohibiting all assistance to Ukraine, which of course would be a gift to Russia, China, Iran, and all of our adversaries. These are just some of the very unserious efforts that we are seeing here on the floor. Enormously frustrating to see these being added to this bill, which was such a bipartisan bill, voted out of committee 57-1. Regardless of which amendments do pass, these are attacks against women, against the LGBTQ community, against diversity initiatives, and more, and they will have a chilling effect on military recruitment and retention at a time when we are facing historic challenges to fill our all-volunteer ranks. We, the Congress, need to knock this off. I proudly served in uniform, as did generations of my family before me, and I will do everything in my power to send a truly bipartisan bill to the President for signature. I look very much forward to continuing to work with my colleagues in the House and Senate to do just that. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor Martin Escalante Ortiz on his 100th birthday. Martin is part of America's greatest generation. Born in 1924, Mr. Ortiz served in our nation's United States Army, World War II. And for his service, he received several medals for his service, including the Purple Heart and Bronze Star. And after the war, Martin returned home and cared for his younger siblings before he married his wife, Maria, in 1955. And together they raised 10 children, built a legacy that includes 21 grandchildren and 18 great-grandchildren. The late 1950s, Martin moved to Orange County and joined our community. Martin, happy birthday, and thank you for your service to our country and to our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Espirillon Castillo, known in our community as Speed. Speed was an Air Force veteran, cherished father, dedicated educator, and esteemed community leader. How did he get the nickname Speed? He ran the 400-meter in Flagstaff, Arizona in 50 seconds and covered 800 meters in 2 minutes. Speed dedicated over 30 years of his life to Anaheim Union High School District as a teacher, counselor, truant officer, principal, and director of federal project. He also spent almost 50 years as a high school sports referee. Speed often helped those in need, including students that couldn't afford the graduation expenses. He leaves behind a lasting legacy and is survived by his son Michael, daughters Michelle and Lisa, and 3 grandchildren. Speed, thank you for your service. We love you, and we will never forget you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the career of Anaheim Elementary School District Superintendent, Dr. Chris Downing. Dr. Downing dedicated the last 6 years of his career to leading the largest elementary school district in California, where he oversaw tremendous progress in science, arts, math, and music education. And notably, Dr. Downing expanded learning opportunities and created after-school programs for our children. And he made sure that our community was a leader in dual language programs like Spanish, Korean, and Mandarin for all of our students. During Dr. Downing's tenure, our elementary school district won many statewide recognitions, including the California Department of Education's Pivotal Practice Award for effectiveness during the pandemic. Dr. Downing's 35 years as an educator has demonstrated his commitment to education of our children. Doc, I wish you happy retirement, congratulations, and thank you. Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I yield.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan. Oh, hold on a second. Okay. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Cardenas, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor and remember the life of a remarkable and loving woman, Dominga Reyes Bustamante, who recently passed away on May 20th, 2024, at the age of 89. Dominga Reyes Bustamante led a life full of service and charity that touched so many lives and today is worthy of praise. Her story initiated in Dinuba, California, the place her family decided to migrate to and work in the Central Valley's agricultural fields. She was a proud alum of the local Dinuba schools. It was at Dinuba High School where she met her husband, Cruz Bustamante Jr. Their love and desire to start their family took them to San Joaquin, California, the place that saw Dominga blossom into a local social and cultural icon. Dominga was a public servant without having any official title. She saw the need in her community and was moved to action. She was a member of the Volunteers in Service to America, VISTA, program where she helped low-income families obtain their Social Security benefits. As a CSO organizer, she spent her days driving her community's elderly to nearby Fresno for their appointments, as well as interacted with local city and county officials and boards to ensure that the citizens of San Joaquin and the surrounding communities were given the fair and equitable rights they deserved. Dominga formed the San Joaquin Teen Club, where she served as an advisor and teen anxiety first responder. She was a law enforcement interdiction advocate, a bilingual instructional aide, a certificated healthcare provider, and social and political activist. A devout Catholic, Dominga wanted to share her faith with others, so she taught catechism for many years in San Joaquin and in Fresno. Dominga's kind spirit extended to newcomers as she served as the unofficial welcome host to her new Hindu and Sikh families moving into her community. Throughout her public service and acts of goodwill, she never demanded anything in return, but her community took notice of her works and honored her while she was with us. In 2001, Fresno State University celebrated Dominga and her husband Cruz during their 25th annual Latino commencement as they paid tribute to all parents who guide and encourage their children to succeed. In 2002, Dominga received the Lifetime Achievement Award from the California Latina Leaders in Action in recognition of her long-term involvement in community empowerment and advocacy. The Diocese of Fresno recognized her for more than 30 years of service as a faithful minister of God's Word and presented her with the Bishop's Catechist Appreciation Certificate. All these accomplishments and accolades served as a perfect example for her 6 children as they too were inspired to a life of service. Among them was Cruz Miguel Bustamante, who became the first Latino to serve as Speaker of the California State Assembly and California's 45th Lieutenant Governor. In her latter years, Dominga stayed active and involved in the community by volunteering for the Fresno Food Bank and continuing as a catechism teacher for members of her congregation. She took to caring for and maintaining her cactus garden, reading the latest Karen Kingsbury novel, and giving her time to friends and family. Her home served as the family gathering spot for holidays, birthdays, and tamale-making parties. She also became an accomplished seamstress and quilter and made sure each grandchild had their own special handmade blanket. Although she is no longer with us, her kindness, love, faith, wisdom, and legacy will live on with the entire Bustamante family as she is survived by her 6 children, Cruz, Belinda, Dorothy, Ron, Andrew, and Naomi, her 13 grandchildren, and her 24 great-grandchildren. With all my admiration, descansa en paz, rest in peace, Señora Dominga. This is a perfect example of a true American who gave of herself in her entire life and was selfless, not only for her community and her country, and once again, she will live on forever in the hearts of many of us that she touched. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair will receive a message.
Speaker, messages from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives messages in writing.
Very good. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Slotkin, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The annual National Defense Authorization Act is the Pentagon's budget. It's perhaps one of the most important tasks we fulfill here in Congress, protecting our national security, taking care of service members, their families, their housing. It's been one of the few places where we have bipartisan agreement, despite what you see on TV. And this year, the House Armed Services Committee again did their job and on a bipartisan basis passed the Defense Authorization Act out of committee 57-1. And that includes a bunch of investments for our quality of life of our military members and our military families. So the bill was good to go when it left committee. Unfortunately, once it left committee, it's transformed into a document that my colleagues have turned into a culture war document. Most disappointing, again, is despite what my colleagues say, that they were good with overturning Roe v. Wade, but then they'll leave it to the states to decide what to do. Beyond that, we are once again watching them try and strip away a basic right to provide reproductive health care to our women in uniform. It's dividing us at a time where we should be coming together on national security challenges, and it says specifically that uniformed women do not have the right to leave the state, get some time off to leave the state to get an abortion if they need it. So if you're forced to be based in Texas and you get pregnant and you don't want to be pregnant, they are trying to repeal that woman's right to take time off and travel to another state to get an abortion. They also are trying to repeal the right for a servicewoman to take time off to help her daughter get an abortion in another state, not even a woman in uniform. So I'm deeply disappointed in, again, my colleagues' constant attempts to repeal a woman's right to choose. Again, in public, they may say, well, we were good with Roe. We're thrilled that Roe was overturned, but now we're leaving it alone. In this Congress alone, in the past year and a half, we have voted 15 times to strip a woman of a right to choose in some form or fashion. Sometimes it's the right to travel. Sometimes it's the right to medication. Sometimes it's the right to understanding if a healthcare center is actually able to perform an abortion or not. It's misinformation. It's disinformation. So I'm deeply disappointed that we're again in this place where my colleagues won't stop attacking a woman's right to choose, and now a woman in uniform, someone who's putting her life on the line to serve her country. We have seen a ton of other divisive amendments come into the NDAA, something that, again, should never be a place where we do culture wars. I'm also very disappointed in the refusal of a very bipartisan amendment to be brought to the floor, preserving our National Guard tactical air capability that underwrites our national defense. We asked on a bipartisan basis that the Pentagon show us their plan to recapitalize their aircraft as they bring down the number of planes that they have in the U.S. Air Force. We said, what's your plan? If you're worried about conflicts with China, if you're worried about issues abroad, for every 2 planes we are retiring, we are creating and initiating only 1 new plane to replace that. So places like Selfridge Air Force Base, which are home to important fighter aircraft, don't know what the plan is after the A-10s depart. So we had a bipartisan agreement that just would say, hey, Pentagon, tell us what your plan is. We'd like to know what fighters are coming behind that. And unfortunately, it was ruled out of order when we weren't able to talk about it. Despite having 30 bipartisan co-sponsors, a tremendous show of support from the Air National Guard, this will not receive a vote on the floor. So as a CIA officer and Pentagon official and someone who has spent my entire life looking at national security issues, not through a political lens, but through a national security lens exclusively, it is hard to watch my colleagues across the aisle turn the Pentagon budget into a culture war buffet, particularly on the issue of choice, as we have the Supreme Court in real time making decisions about a woman's right to choose. Do not believe my colleagues when they say that they now are done pursuing a woman's right to choose. Look at what they do, not what they say. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Juneteenth is a day of joy, a celebration of freedom, and a reminder of the work that lies before us as we continue to fight for true equity and justice for our Black neighbors. On Juneteenth and every day in our community, we honor the trauma and acknowledge the pain and hurt of our Black Americans who fought tirelessly for their freedom, and we still aren't done. We celebrate this Independence Day with activists and organizers and community leaders who uplift Black history and carry on the enduring struggle for justice for all. Our country right now, that our own Black neighbors literally built, including this very building I'm standing in, the Capitol, Yet, systemic racism and discrimination continue to plague our institutions and our communities. We see it in disparities in healthcare, education, housing, access to basic necessities, racism in our legal system, and economic opportunities, and so much more. By providing reparations, the debt owed to our Black neighbors upon emancipation for centuries of enslavement and oppression, we can begin, Mr. Speaker, to address the injustices. I know the 12th Congressional District knows that reparations are a debt that our nation owes, a true acknowledgement of the pain and harm inflicted on generations of our Black families. Juneteenth is a reminder of how far we've come, but also how far we still need to go. This Juneteenth, please join me in honoring our Black neighbors as we commit to fighting for reparations, voting rights, ending police brutality, investing in Black maternal health, HBCUs, and so much more. Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court is not facing an ethics crisis, it's a corruption crisis. But it seems like that every single day there's new headlines about more corruption coming out of our U.S. Supreme Court. I know we need urgent action to hold these unhinged, corrupt extremists accountable. It is extremely disturbing that the United States Supreme Court, the highest court of our land, is the only court that does not have enforceable code of conduct. Justice Thomas, which my residents call corruption clearance, has received over $4 million in 193 gifts, including multiple vacations, flights on private jets, helicopter rides, Mr. Speaker, and yacht trips from Republican billionaire mega donors like Harlan Crow, who actually have cases before the court. And we are supposed to expect this court to hold itself accountable? Give me a break. One of these luxury trips actually cost $500,000. And it's not just corrupt clearance, it's Justice Alito, who has also been hit with numerous scandals recently, including accepting luxury trips and flying insurrectionists stop the steal flags outside of his home after the attack on our U.S. Capitol. And yet, here we go, the American people are supposed to trust him to decide the cases around January 6th. And these unelected justices are serving lifetime appointments, Mr. Speaker, continue, and again, to strip us of our rights, shred our voting rights, gut our environmental protections, our right to breathe clean air and drink clean water, and sell our democracy to the highest bidder. It's time to expand the Supreme Court. It's time for reforms. I know our residents in the 12th Congressional District are demanding that I move with urgency on this issue. We need to enact term limits to Supreme Court justices, enforce binding code of conduct, real reforms, and expedite impeachment proceedings. These reforms are long overdue. I know Justice Thomas should have never been confirmed in the first place. We should have listened to Anita Hill. But let me be clear, Thomas and Alito need to be impeached and removed from the bench now. Our country deserves a Supreme Court that's acting in the best interest of the American people, not a court that is accepting bribes and doing the bidding of right-wing extremists. Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize the Caribbean American Heritage Month as we celebrate the contributions of our Caribbean Americans in Michigan's 12th Congressional District and across our nation. I know the Caribbean American Heritage Month was first recognized in 2005, and this was a combination of tireless efforts of organizers that highlight the amazing contributions of our Caribbean Americans. I want to also uplift in our backyard, the Caribbean Community Service Center, an organization based right in our district that is proudly uplifting the history and continuing to celebrate that culture and our neighbors in southeastern Michigan beyond this month. So please join me in recognizing Caribbean American Heritage Month and the contributions of our Caribbean Americans across our nation and in the 12th Congressional District. I yield.
He yields back. Now, the chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Peters, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to commemorate the loss of one of San Diego's most accomplished Native sons and one of our most devoted citizens. On May 27th, Bill Walton passed away from colon cancer at just 71 years of age. Most people know Bill Walton as a successful basketball player, and that he certainly was. After winning titles at Helix High, he enrolled at UCLA, where he was a 3-time College Player of the Year, and he led the Bruins to 2 national championships in 3 years. In the NBA, despite a series of injuries, he won titles with the Portland Trail Blazers and the Boston Celtics, and he had an all-around game. His college coach, the great John Wooden, said, "Walton is the type of player who wouldn't have to score at all, yet he will dominate the game." Magic Johnson called Bill one of the smartest basketball players to ever live. And most count Bill as one of the two greatest college players ever, along with Lou Alcindor, later known as Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Bill was inducted to the National Basketball Hall of Fame in 1993, included in ESPN's ranking of the 50 greatest basketball players of all time. Bill retired from basketball almost 40 years ago, so his most famous accomplishments, those on the basketball court, have been history for a long time now. But his generosity, his gratitude, his determination, which set an example for me and so many, were present to the very end. We will miss those qualities very much at home. I understand when he was young, Bill may have been a bit cranky. Well, I never knew that, Bill Walton. By the time I met him, he wanted to make everyone happy. He wanted to volunteer, he wanted to help, he wanted to boost San Diego. Bill was a champion for the poor and for addressing homelessness through his work with the Lucky Duck Foundation, Champions for Health, Father Joe's Villages, Feeding San Diego. He supported the Brad Fowler Memorial Scholarship, which used sports to help teens overcome substance abuse. And he helped the Challenge Athletes Foundation equip disabled people to participate in sports. He helped San Diego State become a national basketball power. He cared deeply about the environment and joined the activists and organizations working to protect San Diego's natural resources. And he never just raised money, although he was willing to do that. He was there personally to thank, to encourage, to congratulate, always with a big smile, and never intending to be the center of attention, but inevitably always the center of attention. Bill also faced hard times. The injuries he'd suffered in sports led to such intolerable pain that Bill actually considered ending his own life. Fortunately, medical innovations in spine surgery helped him have close to a normal life, though he often brought his own tall chair with him so that he could have a more comfortable spot for his 7-foot frame to sit. Given the physical pain he suffered, I guess it's a little ironic that when you encountered Bill, what you noticed was his joy. You could feel that joy when he did a basketball broadcast, or when he talked about the Grateful Dead, or when he told basketball stories about Coach Wooden or about Larry Bird. And thankfully, he found joy in riding his bicycle. When I rode the Beta bike with him once, he told me that even though that was really important to him, and that even though this amazingly accomplished world-class competitor was notoriously slower on a bike than his friends, he would regularly proclaim himself the luckiest man in the world. Just being healthy enough to ride was the win. To Bill's wife, Lori, to his sons, Adam, Nate, Luke, and Chris, and his grandchildren, Olivia, Avery, Rose, and Chris, we extend our condolences. Bill Walton was a great San Diegan and a great American, and while we will miss him so much, he will live on through the thousands he served as a philanthropist, as a citizen, and as an example. I yield back.
Yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa, for 5 minutes. Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Dia de Portugal. It's a national Portuguese holiday celebrating the anniversary of Portugal as a nation. It's the equivalent of their 4th of July. The story of the Portuguese Americans, I think, is also part of the American story. Why? Because the American story is one of immigrants past and immigrants present. I think it's the secret sauce of America. Every generation of immigrants coming to this country for over 200 years, adding value to our country. My district in California is home to generations of the Portuguese diaspora, the majority of them coming from the Azores Islands off the coast of Portugal, actually out in the middle of the Atlantic. As the co-chair of the Portuguese Caucus and a proud descendant of Portuguese immigrants, the traditions and values that my family took from the Azores have always been a part of who I am. This year, it is particularly meaningful to celebrate Dia de Portugal because it's the 50th anniversary of what they call the Carnation Revolution. That is the revolution that occurred in Portugal in the mid-70s when they transitioned from a dictatorship to a full-fledged democracy. Now a contributing member of the European Union. Portugal is one of America's longest and strongest allies. It was one of the first to recognize the United States as an independent nation after the Revolutionary War, and it is also original member of NATO. Join me in celebrating this special occasion and the strong bond between Portugal and the United States and the Portuguese people and people from our country. So, Feliz Dia de Portugal. Mr. Speaker, millions of families continue to struggle to put dinner on their table every night. And that's why I want to speak about the America Safety Net, known as SNAP, which is providing food for people who are insecure, 41 million Americans. Fresno and Tulare counties that I represent are among the top agricultural producing counties in the country. And it's a real dichotomy because we produce so much of plenty, over 300 commodities, 20% of America's milk production, almost half of the fruits and vegetables, 75% of the almonds in the world, and 50% of the pistachios. The list goes on and on. But in my district, I have a significant amount of food insecurity. 42 million Americans are food insecure. Our 12.5% of our nation's populations rely throughout the year on SNAP, this food supplement. In my district, out of 52 congressional districts in California, 28% rely on this SNAP. They are food insecure, whether it be young or old, or people with disabilities, or working people, a lot of them seasonal workers in our fields that live on $20,000 a year or maybe a little bit more, but have a family of 4 or 5 that they have to feed every night. So when we think about the Farm Bill and the reauthorization, it is not only the safety net to American farmers, ranchers, dairymen, and women, but it's also the safety net to 42 million Americans who are food insecure. So what we need to understand is that 4 out of 5 SNAP households include a child, an elderly individual, or a person with a disability. I know because my district ranks among the highest in California and the 6th highest in the nation. So SNAP is more than a lifeline. Why? Because it also benefits local economies and cuts hunger by 30%. Every dollar spent on SNAP generates economic activity and support for our farmers and small businesses, and obviously puts food in those families' dinner table. Nothing is more challenging than to educate a child. And for many of our children, the food, the breakfast and lunch program in our schools is the best meal they get during the day. So I don't look at it as a burden on taxpayers. I look at it as an investment in our nation's health and well-being. So as we debate the importance of reauthorizing the Farm Bill, let's address the income inequality that makes people food insecure. And let's sit together to try to find a bipartisan agreement to reauthorize the Farm Bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Glusenkamp-Perez, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes.
Without objection.
Today I rise to recognize the El Waco Fire Department, which was recently recognized as the Firehouse of the Year by the Washington State Firefighters Association. First responders and firefighters are on the front lines of keeping our community safe, and many of them are doing this as volunteers because they're committed to serving their community. At the El Waco Fire Department, the ambulance component is entirely run by and operated by their volunteers. Whether it's a wildfire or a house flood, our first responders are constantly prepared for the emergencies throughout our community. In this last year, the El Waco Fire Department was responsible for transporting more than 200 patients and traveling over 23,000 miles. The crucial role they play can't be done without proper funding, which is why I will always fight to bring back the federal dollars they deserve. I'm honored to have such a hardworking and outstanding fire department in my district. Thank you to all of the brave members of the Ilwaco Fire Department, and a special thanks to Sparky the fire dog for keeping everyone's spirits high. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Andrew Okerlund, a young mountain climber in my district. Last summer, Andrew became the 91st person to summit the 100 highest peaks in Washington state, which he accomplished in just 85 days. This list of summits is known as the Bulger List or the Bulger 100. Okerlund turned 21 this past March, making him the youngest person ever to complete the Bulger List. He started his climbing journey just 2 years prior when he became inspired by the stories of other young people who had competed in the 100 summits. Andrew's meticulous planning and grit was evident throughout his trek, from precise meal planning to his high standards for climbing partners. Each decision made in the 85 days was deliberate. Andrew Okerlund's accomplishment is a testimony to his dedication and strength, and I applaud him for such an impressive feat. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Angelina Rodriguez Caldwell, a freshman at Kelso High School. Angelina was just named Southwest Washington STEM Rising Star in recognition of her work as an active member in her school's medical club known as Club Med. Her time in Club Med has allowed her to participate as well as lead a variety of events and conferences. This upcoming school year, Angelina will serve as the Club Med president, allowing her educational opportunities to continue to grow in the medical field. Her teachers have shared that she excels in communication, work ethic, and spirit, rising to the challenges above her grade level. Caldwell has made her teachers and community extremely proud, and I have no doubt that this is just the beginning. Her success with Club Med shows how much students can accomplish when they are given the tools to work on issues they're interested. Congratulations, Angelina. I can't wait to see what you accomplish next. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a recent harmful spike in paralytic shellfish poisoning, known as PSP, that has partially shut down shellfish fishing in Willapa Bay. The PSP biotoxin is caused by a harmful microorganism that can spread in coastal waters. This spike was the first to cause commercial closures in Willapa Bay since 1997. The shellfish industry plays a critical role in Southwest Washington economy and ecosystem. However, due to this outbreak, most commercial shellfish farming was halted for over 10 days, costing growers, their families, and employees financial hardship and challenges. Testing requirements has put constraints on growers, and shutting down harvesting operations has threatened the jobs of hundreds of Southwest Washingtonians. Imagine what 10 days of lost pay would do to your ability to pay rent or make a payment on your car. I stand by the shellfish farmers during this difficult time. Local farmers are a staple in Southwest Washington, and it is essential that they get the support they need to be able to continue their operations. My staff and I are closely monitoring the situation as more information is discovered. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Mayor Rob Gordon of Bucota, who recently passed away after battling stomach cancer. Mayor Gordon was born in Centralia and remained a lifelong resident of Southwest Washington. Before and during his tenure as mayor, Gordon was the assistant chief of the Bucota Fire Department and has been serving as a firefighter since the age of 16. In addition to serving the public, Mayor Gordon also worked for his family's company that he co-owned with his brother, where he drove dump and log trucks. Outside of work, he enjoyed raising cattle on his family farm, collecting old international tractors, and teaching these skills and values to his children and son Jacob and Ann. Mayor Gordon was the epitome of a servant leader, and the impact he had on our community cannot be understated. He was old school, he was tough, he was fair-minded, at times reserved, but he always gave people the chance to be the best version of themselves. This loss will be felt by many, and his life of service and dedication to Bucota will echo forever. My thoughts are with his family, Miriam, Jacob, and Anna, and loved ones grieving this devastating loss. Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kamlager Dove, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life of Reverend James Lawson, a pioneering civil rights activist whose enduring commitment to unity and nonviolence shaped our nation, and he was a beloved constituent of the 37th Congressional District. As a young missionary, Reverend Lawson traveled to India, where he studied under Mahatma Gandhi. It was during this trip that he developed his guiding philosophy of civil disobedience, one that would inspire a generation of activists. In the 60s and 70s, Reverend Lawson led nonviolent workshops with the Southern Christian Leadership Conference as the organization worked to desegregate the South. In 1974, he moved to Los Angeles and was named senior pastor of Holman United Methodist Church, also in my district, a largely black congregation of 2,700. He preached for 25 years, leaving an enormous impact on the South LA community. Reverend Lawson's visionary leadership changed the course of American history. At a time when tensions are escalating at home and abroad, his guidance will be deeply missed. He was a mentor to so many and a blessing to so many more. Please join me in honoring his legacy and the values that he championed during his lifetime. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the legacies of two LA basketball legends, Jerry West and Bill Walton, who both changed the game in their own rights. Jerry West was a man of many names: the Logo, Mr. Clutch, Mr. Outside, and Zeke from Cabin Creek. He was also a man of many titles: player, coach, scout, and general manager, all for my Los Angeles Lakers. After a stellar college career at his home state, West Virginia University, West was drafted second overall to the Lakers, beginning a career that would span over 40 years. As a player, West dominated the backcourt, garnering all-star honors in each of his 14 playing seasons and bringing home a championship in 1972. Upon his retirement, he came back to the Lakers as a head coach, then scout, and finally as an executive where he truly thrived. West constructed the Lakers' 1980s Showtime dynasty, which helped bring the NBA into the mainstream and won 5 championships. Towards the end of his tenure as general manager, he orchestrated the trade for Kobe and signed Shaq, leading to a championship in his final season with the Lakers and setting them up to complete a three-peat with 2 more in the following 2 seasons. While West later pursued other opportunities in the NBA, he will forever be a Los Angeles legend for his fierce loyalty and contributions to the team and our city. A California native, Bill Walton was recruited to UCLA by the illustrious John Wooden, where he went on to lead the Bruins to 2 consecutive 30-0 seasons and 2 NCAA championships, earning the honor of Naismith College Player of the Year 3 times. So while I'm a Trojan for life, I gotta respect that. Walton then went on to have an equally impressive career in the NBA, leading the Portland Trailblazers to their first title in 1977 and following up that season by taking home the NBA MVP. I won't go into further detail, but he did later win another title with a certain team from Massachusetts in 1986. Walton's entire career is a story of perseverance. Throughout his basketball career, he battled injuries to support his teams the best he could, and following his playing career, Walton overcame a stutter to become a celebrated broadcaster. After living all across the U.S., he never let the California free spirit in him wane. He was a committed anti-war advocate, devoted deadhead, and he fought to preserve the Pac-12 until the end. Please join me in honoring the legacies of these 2 L.A. legends. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Major League Baseball's tribute to the Negro Leagues, which will take place at the historic Rick Wood Fields in Birmingham, Alabama, beginning Tuesday, June 18th, 2024, and culminating with an MLB game, the Giants versus the Cardinals, on Thursday, June 20th. Built in 1910, Birmingham's historic Rick Wood Field is the oldest professional baseball field in the United States. For 36 years, it served as the official home to the Birmingham Black Barons of the Negro Leagues. And to this day, it continues to stand as a living monument of baseball history. For decades, the Black Barons were a beacon of excellence in Birmingham's community. Between 1943 and 1948, they racked up a win percentage of more than 60% and captured 3 Negro League pennants. At the height of Jim Crow segregation, the success of the Black Barons at Rickwood Field galvanized and united Birmingham's Black community. The stands were always overflowing with fans eager to cheer on their favorite team. Over the years, Rickwood Field has hosted a number of baseball giants, including Willie Mays from Fairfield, Alabama, Satchel Paige, Jackie Robinson, Hank Aaron, Josh Gibson, and of course, Birmingham's own Black Baron, Reverend William Greason, who at the age of 99 continues to give back to his Birmingham community as pastor of Bethel Baptist Church, Bernie Points. With the help of the Major League Baseball, Rickwood Field has undergone major renovations. Beginning on Tuesday, June 18th, it will host a series of events to pay tribute to the Negro Leagues and to recognize the contributions of African Americans to baseball history. On June 18th, Rickwood Field will host a minor league contest between the Birmingham Barons and the Montgomery Biscuits. On Wednesday, June 19th, to commemorate Juneteenth, I will honor the Negro Leagues by hosting a tribute to William Greason, our 99-year-old constituent who played for the Birmingham Black Barons from 1948 to 1951 at 1 p.m. at the Bethel Baptist Church, Bernie Point. Later that day, the Birmingham community will join together with MLB for a celebrity softball game in celebration of Juneteenth. The events will culminate with a special regular season game between the St. Louis Cardinals and the San Francisco Giants on Thursday, June 20th. It will be the first MLB game played at a Negro League stadium in America's history. As we gather to celebrate Juneteenth, I can think of no more befitting time to honor the Negro Leagues. I look forward to welcoming the Major League Baseball and my colleagues of the Congressional Black Caucus to Birmingham, Alabama, for a time of reflection and celebration. I ask my colleagues to join me in recognizing Major League Baseball for their tribute to the Negro Leagues at Rickwood Field. Thank you, and let's play ball.
The gentlewoman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, Citizens Against Government Waste has released its 2024 Pig Book, documenting the fiscal rot that is taking place with congressional earmarks. CAGW documents 8,222 congressional earmarks in last year's appropriations bills. That's up more than 11% in a single year, costing taxpayers $22.7 billion, the fifth highest amount of earmark spending since CAGW began tracking it in 1991. I want to thank Tom Schatz and his staff for continuing to shine the light on one of Congress's most tawdry and wasteful practices, in which individual congressmen bypass merit-driven competition and instead personally direct spending to pet projects in their own districts or to favored supporters. CAGW notes that, quote, earmarks continue to provide the most benefit to the most powerful legislators. In fiscal year 2024, the 90 members of the House and Senate Appropriations Committees, making up only 17% of the Congress, were responsible for 42% of the earmarks and 35% of the money. One House Appropriations member grabbed 13 earmarks costing taxpayers $250 million. Now, although all spending bills start in the House, and the voters elected a Republican House for that reason, Democrats received 3/4 of the earmarks, 8,571 to the Republicans, 2,931. But they're all bad. Since Magna Carta, it's been a settled principle of good governance that the power to spend money should be separate from the power to appropriate it. That's at the heart of our constitutional separation of powers. The president spends money but cannot appropriate it, and Congress appropriates money but cannot spend it. Earmarks combine these two powers, and the inevitable result is waste, log rolling, pork barrel spending, and ultimately corruption. It's no coincidence that so many of the congressional scandals involving political corruption or laughably absurd projects are the result of earmarks. Worthy projects in open competitive bidding don't need earmarks. They rise or fall on their own merits. And if there is such a thing as a good earmark, the price to be paid is all of the bad ones, and that's a high price indeed. Members can and should advocate for their districts and make the case for projects they deem worthy of the money that Congress has appropriated. The problem with earmarks is blurring these two roles and having individual members both advocate and decide. Now, many say they don't trust this president and his deputies to administer these funds appropriately and even-handedly, and I share that sentiment. But if you don't trust the president to administer the funds that we appropriate, then don't give him the money. We hear that earmarks simply assure that local governments get a fair break. No, what they actually do is turn the federal budget into a grab bag for local pork spending by the most powerful members of Congress. And they undermine the central tenet of federalism, that local projects should be financed by local communities and federal spending reserved for the nation's general welfare. When a local government proposes an earmark, what's it saying? It's saying the project is so low on its priority list that they don't dare spend their own taxpayers' money, but they're perfectly happy to have taxpayers in other communities foot the bill. And the result is a long list of dubious projects that rob St. Petersburg to pay St. Paul for projects that St. Petersburg doesn't benefit from and that St. Paul doesn't deem worthy enough to spend its own money on. Finally, it said that earmarks can grease legislation by buying off the votes of individual members. Add a few local projects for that member, and suddenly a bill he'd never vote for on its merits becomes a local imperative overriding his sound judgment. Okay, but explain to me exactly how that's a good thing. Paying interest on the national debt now exceeds our entire defense spending for the first time in our history. And history warns us that countries that bankrupt themselves aren't around very long. If we are going to avoid the terrible fate of so many nations before ours, we have to end congressional profligacy, and earmarks are the most glaring example of that waste. So thanks to Citizens Against Government Waste for continuing to expose the excesses and inequities of earmarks and to hold accountable those politicians from both parties who are responsible for it. Yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask the House to address the House for 5 minutes.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, in recognition of Pride Month, I rise today to honor Lisa Isadora Cruz, a passionate and committed advocate for the trans community in my district and beyond. Born in Puerto Rico, Lisa, like many of our trans neighbors, faced systemic and social challenges that motivated her to create and strengthen networks of community care, of solidarity, and support. She eventually moved to Chicago, where she has committed herself to support marginalized communities, especially the LGBTQ+ community of color, through her work in health services, mental health care, and housing. In addition to the gratitude of her community, Lisa's advocacy has earned numerous awards, including the Transgender Leadership Award, the Rosa Parks Equality Award, and inclusion in Chicago's LGBT Hall of Fame. On behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, I am proud to commend Lisa Isadora Cruz for courageously inspiring us to live our truth and our courage to support and celebrate communities. Gracias, Lisa. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Erica L. Sanchez, a writer rooted in the Illinois Three whose work has profoundly impacted literature and culture in our district and beyond. The daughter of Mexican immigrants, Erica's works of poetry, of fiction, and nonfiction have moved so many eager readers. Her young adult novel, I Am Not Your Perfect Mexican Daughter, shares Julia's story, a story shared by many children of immigrants as she navigates family expectations, mental health, struggles, and cultural stereotypes. Her beautiful story will now find a new life as a film directed by America Ferrera and screenwritten by Linda Yvette Chavez. This Immigrant Heritage Month, I am grateful for storytellers like Erika, who invite us into deeper understanding of our immigrant experiences and who encourage young people throughout art and literature. On behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, I commend Erica Sanchez for her skill, for her creativity, and her commitment to tell our stories. Thank you, Erika. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the one and only Elise Edwards, a leader bringing diverse communities together in our shared struggle for justice and freedom. From West Humboldt Park, Elise is the founder and executive director of Drown Out Ministries, a nonprofit providing hope and transitional housing for women returning community from prison. She's also a member of the Westside Rising Chicagoland United in Prayer and Westside Community Leadership Fellows, and she's a council member for the 11th Police District, where she works to redefine community safety and hold the Chicago Police Department accountable to the people. As we observe Juneteenth, I appreciate Elise's leadership in the 1865 Fest Coalition, bringing critical awareness to the day's significance and the struggle for Black liberation. On behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, I commend Elise Edwards for her dedication to community and her relentless fight for our collective leadership. Congratulations, Elise. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Binghamton Black Bears on winning this year's Commissioner's Cup Championship. Not only is this the team's first title in franchise history, but it is also the first time a professional team has brought back a championship to Binghamton since 2011. Binghamton, New York is a hockey town, and we are grateful to the Black Bears for choosing our city to plant their roots in 2021. We're even more proud to call ourselves champions. Now, earlier this year, I had the opportunity to attend a game that ended in a thrilling overtime victory, and I have to say that my wife, Corinne, kids Abigail, Elias, and Theo still haven't stopped talking about that game. This team is gritty like the city of Binghamton. It is resilient and reflective of our city, and it was clear to me then and even more apparent watching their incredible playoff run. And Mr. Speaker, I ask that my colleagues in the House join me in congratulating the Black Bears and its ownership group led by Andreas Johansson, head coach Brant Sherwood, and the entire staff on the ice and in the back office. And of course, we extend our appreciation and congratulations to the Binghamton Black Bears players, led by Captain Tyson Kirkby. Congratulations to our Binghamton Black Bears, and congratulations to the city of Binghamton. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. Sherrill, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to share my deep disappointment in what my colleagues on the far right have done with this year's National Defense Authorization Act. Instead of building on the bipartisan work we achieved in the Armed Services Committee, they've loaded up the bill with MAGA culture war amendments and refused to allow a vote on amendments that would improve the quality of life for service members, their families, and the American people. For centuries, a cornerstone of the American people's trust in our military has been reinforced by laws like the Posse Comitatus Act, which provides a guarantee that our armed forces are there to protect them, not police them. But there are dangerous gaps in the laws that govern National Guard deployment.
Every year since the former president first abused these laws to suppress protests in Washington, D.C., I've introduced an amendment to make sure that any future president cannot skirt these important laws. If elected to another term, Donald Trump has promised to be a dictator on day one and has outlined his intent to weaponize the military and law enforcement to go after his political opponents. So I can't say I'm surprised that this year the House is refusing to even debate this amendment. I'm also deeply concerned by the turn this bill took when it comes to our servicewomen. When I was first commissioned 30 years ago at the Naval Academy, there were many who argued against women serving in leadership positions. People circulated James Webb's op-ed titled, "Women Can't Fight." They said women couldn't withstand the G-force of F-15s like men could. In fact, the chief of naval operations at the time said women wouldn't be serving on submarines in his lifetime and received a standing ovation from the Brigade of Midshipmen. But by the time I graduated, things were changing. My class of 1994 was the first eligible to serve in most combat roles. So I got my wings. I became a helicopter pilot and a helicopter commander, and I flew missions across the globe. It's that opportunity that allowed me to eventually become a member of Congress. The fact that I was given the opportunity to lead, to serve, and to climb the ranks in pursuit of a shared mission. It's because of that progress that we finally have the first woman chief of naval operations and member of the Joint Chiefs. We have the first female commander of an aircraft carrier, my classmate, and the first woman superintendent of the Naval Academy. But today I see my Republican colleagues trying to take us backwards, offering amendments to strip women's ability to serve in combat roles, to make our military less inclusive for Black, brown, and LGBTQ service members, and to repeal the Pentagon's policy that allows servicewomen to be reimbursed for travel to get an abortion. Frankly, it's like we're living in the upside down. These policies will not make our military stronger. It'll make it harder to recruit and retain talented Americans who simply want to serve our country, just like I did. So today, after the fall of Roe, we are sending servicewomen and their families to serve in states with draconian abortion laws. States like Texas, which has the 49th worst reproductive care in the nation. And these are orders. They don't have a choice where they want to serve. So if we're going to tell them to serve in Texas or Florida, we should, at a bare minimum, ensure that they have the baseline reproductive care and rights that they deserve. We send servicewomen overseas to risk their lives for their country. We should not be sending them to Texas or Florida or Idaho to risk their lives giving birth. That's why I offer an amendment to codify the DoD's travel policy, an amendment to ensure that military service providers know the care they are legally obligated to provide servicewomen and their families, an amendment to ensure that servicewomen know the care they are entitled to regardless of where they're stationed, an amendment to ensure that the military can provide emergency care to servicewomen, including medically necessary abortions. And it's why I offered an amendment to lift restrictions on the DoD so military facilities have the freedom to perform abortions. But guess what? All of these amendments were ruled out of order by my far-right MAGA colleagues on the Rules Committee. In the greatest deliberative body in the world, my Republican colleagues wouldn't even bring these up for a debate or a vote. They'd rather tuck their plans away in Trump's Project 2025 or a speech to the Susan B. Anthony's list rather than debate them on the merits or go on the record with their votes. Mr. Speaker, I know as a veteran that we must do better for service members and military families. But today's bill has once again been hijacked by the far right, not to improve our military or national security, but to drive an agenda that makes America look small, attacks women, and ultimately will be detrimental to the greatest fighting force in the world. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Michael McKee on being the recipient of the 2024 John Van Hengel Fellowship Award. Feeding America presents this award to an executive of a partner food bank for excellence in leadership, local impact, national influence, and entrepreneurial spirit in the area of hunger relief. For over a decade, Michael has served as the CEO of the Blue Ridge Area Food Bank, which distributes food to one of the largest regions in Virginia. He's overseen the food bank's tremendous growth, including expanded warehouse capacity, thousands of people served each month, and millions of pounds of food distributed each year. During COVID, Michael ensured that vulnerable populations such as children, seniors, and immigrants continue to have access to nutritious food. More recently, his innovative partnerships include collaborating with Centera RMH to launch a new online directory of food assistance resources, and with the National Association of Letter Carriers in a successful Stamp Out Hunger campaign. Mr. Speaker, I once again want to congratulate Michael for the national recognition of his efforts and tireless advocacy to end hunger in our part of Virginia. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Debbie Martin of Frederick County Middle School for being named the Discovery Education Educator of the Year. This distinguished award recognizes educators who demonstrate unwavering commitment to student achievement, innovative teaching practices, and unique contributions to learning. Debbie Martin exemplifies all these qualities and more. Discovery Education offers digital classroom resources, including podcasts, science experiments, videos, and articles, which Debbie Martin has utilized in her own classroom to shape the next generation of Virginians. After 28 years of teaching in Frederick County, including 21 years at Frederick County Middle School, Debbie announced her retirement at the end of the school year. Mr. Speaker, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Debbie Martin for her well-deserved recognition and thank her for her years of devotion to the students of Frederick County. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the George Washington Hotel in Winchester, Virginia, as it celebrates its remarkable 100th anniversary. Since its opening in 1924, the GW has stood as a beacon of hospitality and splendor. Located at the intersection of East Piccadilly and North Cameron Streets, it was once the tallest building in Winchester. For half a century, the GW flourished as a premier luxury destination. By 1978, it had transformed into an assisted living facility before closing its doors in 1993. But in 2003, the George Washington Hotel was purchased and underwent a meticulous restoration. By 2008, the hotel once again opened its doors, rejuvenating its historic grandeur. Today, we honor the George Washington Hotel's first century, celebrating its enduring legacy of resilience and charm. Congratulations to the GW on reaching this significant milestone. Here's to another 100 years of exceptional hospitality and profound success. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the extraordinary achievement of the Clark County 4-H poultry judging junior team. For the third consecutive year, these outstanding young Virginians won first place at the state level. Among this talented group of 4th to 8th graders were Samuel Sinclair, Josiah Sinclair, Molly Solich, Brendan Whalen, and Finn Whalen. The team won the 2024 State 4-H FFA Poultry Evaluation Contest in Harrisonburg, which consisted of evaluating eggs, patties, live birds, and ready-to-cook birds. Under the guidance of their coach, Brian Cather of Clark County, these students have been practicing since February, preparing rigorously for the statewide competition. Their hard work and commitment are truly commendable. Please join me in congratulating these remarkable 4-H members and their coach for this extraordinary accomplishment. Mr. Speaker, last week the Biden administration rolled out another ineffective executive order supposedly aimed at securing our border. This executive order claimed that the U.S.-Mexico border was shut down once illegal crossings hit 2,500 per day. That would result in nearly 1 million additional illegals crossing over the border over the next year. The American people deserve more than an election year stunt that won't actually secure our borders. For the past 3.5 years, Biden has failed his responsibility to the American people to secure our borders and safeguard our national security. Instead, Biden and his administration have taken over 60 executive actions to open our borders and completely dismantle one of the most secure borders our country has ever had. The chaos unleashed by Biden's policies has turned every community into a border community, whether in the form of rising crime, the fentanyl crisis, or massive strains on our hospitals, schools, and other community services. Mr. Speaker, it's far past time that we hold the Biden administration accountable for its complete dereliction of duty to secure our borders. The executive order is nothing but a desperate ploy to boost Biden's poll numbers ahead of November. The American people deserve an administration that will put their safety and concern first by implementing actual solutions to this border crisis, not political theatrics. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair now. This is the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Vesey, for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, 2 basketball legends were lost. One of those basketball legends was from Fort Worth, Texas, better known as the mayor of Stop Six, and that was Coach Robert Hughes. Coach Robert Hughes was the most winningest boys high school basketball coach in the country. There are only 4 coaches with over 1,000 wins, and Coach Hughes is one of those with 1,333 wins, making him the winningest coach of all time for boys. He grew up in Oklahoma, played basketball at Texas Southern, and was drafted by the Boston Celtics, and an injury landed him in the Fort Worth Independent School District, where he coached during the times of segregation for I.M. Terrell. After segregation ended, Coach Hughes moved to Dunbar High School, where he put on quite a show. There were no accidents with Coach Hughes. All of his kids followed the rules. They were well disciplined. They followed through pinpoint execution. And Coach Hughes didn't play any games in his coaching of these young men. He would have his coat unbuttoned, and if someone came down and took a shot that he knew wasn't right, Coach Hughes would put his hands on his hips, look down at the bench and point, and have the other person come in. And it was just amazing that decade after decade, Coach Hughes produced so many outstanding players, so many state championships, and was a role model for so many of these young men, a father figure for many of these young men. You should see the comments on Facebook about Coach Hughes. Coach Hughes and now Coach Rambo that you see there to his right, they're both gone now, but the memories of what he's done for the city of Fort Worth, what he's done for basketball in Texas and the school known for Friday Night Lights, this man literally was the show, and we will miss Coach Hughes. Also, Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Fort Worth's own Lake Como community, where I'm from.
With apologies, the gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the legacy of one of my constituents, Joe Coates, who passed away late last month after a hard-fought battle with cancer. He was a true public servant. As the director of the Charleston County Emergency Management Department, Joe dedicated his life to ensuring the safety and well-being of our community. Joe's commitment to public service goes far beyond that. For nearly 2 decades, he served Charleston County in various roles, including as a coordinator for the Sheriff's Rural Search and Rescue Team and as a secretary for the Disaster Recovery Network following the devastating floods of 2015. His leadership as the planning section chief under the Low Country Incident Management Team was instrumental in guiding our community through times of crisis. On May 16, 2024, during a special meeting of County Council, attended by Joe and his family, friends, and colleagues, members of Council voted unanimously to rename the Emergency Operations Center the Joe Coates Emergency Operations Center. My team and I extend our deepest condolences to Coates' family, friends, and colleagues. May we all strive to embody the selflessness, compassion, and leadership that Joe exemplified throughout his life. His legacy and his impact on Charleston County will be remembered forever. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the unveiling of the Harriet Tubman Monument in Beaufort County and to highlight Beaufort's rich history in the fight for freedom and equality. This monument stands as a powerful tribute to a remarkable woman whose courage and dedication to liberty continue to inspire all of us today. Harriet Tubman's legacy is deeply woven into the fabric of our nation's history and even in Beaufort County. She led countless enslaved individuals to freedom through the Underground Railroad, embodying the very essence of bravery and resilience. Beaufort County is steeped in history, from the establishment of the Penn Center, one of the first schools for freed slaves, to its strategic importance during the Union occupation. This area became a sanctuary for those seeking freedom and education, and it continues to be a symbol of resilience and progress. The monument in Beaufort County not only honors Harriet Tubman's extraordinary achievements, but also serves as a reminder of their enduring fight for justice and freedom. I commend the efforts of the local community, historians, artists, activists who have worked tirelessly to bring this project to fruition. Their dedication ensures that future generations will learn about Harriet Tubman's incredible contributions and profound impact she had on our country. And in fact, one night during the Civil War, Harriet Tubman rescued over 700 slaves in Beaufort County. And so she's had an extraordinary impact on South Carolina. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Dorchester County Dispatch Center on its remarkable strides to improving 911 response times amid our community's rapid growth, particularly this week when we had a tornado hit Dorchester County. This state-of-the-art facility is a testament to the dedication and hard work of our local officials and emergency services personnel who tirelessly strive to ensure the safety and well-being of all of our residents. I would like to extend a special recognition to Tristan Proctor, Director of Dorchester County Emergency Management, and Mario Formisano, Deputy Administrator for Public Safety for Dorchester County. Their leadership and vision has been instrumental in addressing the challenges faced with the old facility, which was not built to withstand significant tropical storm force winds or seismic activities and lacked adequate space. I commend the leadership of Dorchester County for their vision and their commitment to public safety. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to honor the life and legacy of Johnny Wachter, who has sadly passed away. Johnny was a beloved actor known for his compelling performances on General Hospital, where he touched the lives of many with his talent and his dedication. Johnny's portrayal of Brando Corbin resonated deeply with fans and brought joy, drama, and depth to the show. His ability to convey complex emotions and connect with audiences was truly remarkable, making him a cherished figure in the world of daytime television. Beyond his on-screen presence, Johnny was known for his kindness and generosity off the set. He was a friend to many, always willing to lend a hand or a listening ear. His passing is a profound loss to all who knew him and to the countless fans who admired his work. Today, we remember Johnny Wachter. We are also reminded of the incredible talent that emerges from the Low Country in South Carolina. Johnny's success story is a testament to the creativity and dedication that thrive in our region. His journey from the Low Country to the national stage serves as an inspiration to many aspiring artists in our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Lord, the God of our ancestors, the eternal one who saw our forebears through times of global unrest and the devastations of war, are you not still the God who is in heaven? Do you not still rule over all the kingdoms? Are you not sovereign over all the nations? Power and might are in your hands, and we call upon your strength in our day. As nations war against nations and people have risen up against peoples, use your sway to intervene in the conflicts between Israel and Hamas, Ukraine and Russia. Intervene in the disputes where we have resorted to violence in our hatred for each other. And we dare ask that you judge both the righteous and the unrighteous. Weigh every deed on your scale, that justice would prevail. Exact fitting punishment on the evildoers, and may your mercy be a source of joy to the blameless. In you alone do we find hope. Only when you intervene and bring an end to our warring madness, as you have done in the past, will we find peace. O God in heaven, establish your rule over all the kingdoms. Reveal again your sovereignty over all nations. Once more, let your justice roll like a river and your righteousness like an ever-flowing stream. In the power and might, the justice and mercy, the peace and love found only in your name do we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Wenstrup.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. Purpose, does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, there are things that we do in our lives each and every day that become so routine. There are things that become so rote as we go about them, and often that includes our Pledge of Allegiance. Tomorrow is Flag Day. As we pledge our loyalty to this flag, think about what she has stood for. Think about where she has been. From the home of Betsy Ross to the streets of Concord, to the fields of Gettysburg, to the rocks of Iwo Jima, to the tundra of Korea, to the jungles of Vietnam and the deserts of the Middle East. She has stood in our front yards. She has stood on the moon. She's been sadly placed over coffins and proudly raised at the Olympics. She is posted on the sides of humanitarian aid packages. She flies through the air. She sails across the seas. She marches over the land. She has stood for freedom in places around the world until freedom could stand on its own 2 feet. Evildoers have feared her. Those in need have prayed for her arrival. And she has always stood for exceptionalism, and for that, we do not apologize. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today during National Gun Violence Awareness Month. I am proud to represent Virginia's 7th District, and in the Commonwealth, we know far too well the horrors of gun violence that impact our communities. From our universities, to our Walmarts, to our playgrounds, to our walking paths, to our elementary schools. People across our Commonwealth and the rest of the country have been impacted by acts of gun violence that forever change lives. I'm a former federal agent. I used to carry a gun every single day. I know what it is to be a responsible gun owner. And I also know that background checks are proven to help law enforcement keep guns out of the hands of those who pose a danger to themselves and others. And we must ensure that we have background checks on all firearms purchases. And I know that Congress must reinstate a ban on the manufacturing, sale, and transfer of military-style weapons and high-capacity magazines. And I urge Speaker
The gentlelady's
Johnson
time has expired.
to bring these measures forward. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Chris and Jenny McCracken from Clinton County as their business, Pine Creek Seed Farm, was honored as the Eastern Pennsylvania Family-Owned Small Business of the Year for 2024 by the U.S. Small Business Administration's Eastern Pennsylvania District Office. Pine Creek Seed Farm stands out with its comprehensive range of seed processing, mixing and blending, and distribution services. These services are uniquely tailored to customer specifications to ensure the delivery of high-quality seed at every stage in the distribution chain. Family-owned small businesses like Pine Creek Seed Farm are the cornerstone of communities throughout Pennsylvania's 15th Congressional District and play a central role in building a strong community, commonwealth, and country. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate Pine Creek Seed Farm on receiving this well-deserved award and thank them for their contribution to our community and to rural America. It is my honor to represent family-owned small businesses such as Pine Creek Seed Farm in the halls of Congress as the chairman of the House Committee on Agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Fort Worth's own Lake Como community for winning the celebrated Neighborhood of the Year award. This is the neighborhood that I know well because this is the neighborhood that my family was raised in. And this recognition is given out by the nonprofit Neighborhoods USA, is an organization that awards neighborhoods and communities that love where they live. And the Lake Como community is an amazing, amazing community that's been a part of Fort Worth for decades and decades now. A community with attorneys, with retired teachers, with service people, a variety of different professions that really make this West Fort Worth community amazing. We do an annual 4th of July parade that is attended by thousands, and sometimes you can be sitting on your porch, like I would sit on my grandmother's porch, and somebody may come by on horseback in the middle of one of the nation's largest cities. That's the type of community it is. It is a community with dozens of churches and other civic organizations that make them worthy of this award, and I congratulate Lake Como for getting this award because it is well deserved. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Troy Whiteside, Jr., who just graduated from Cornell Law School. Troy graduated from Webb School in Knoxville in 2015 and went on to Cornell University, where he played basketball all 4 years and was a 4-year letterman. And he graduated with a degree in hospitality. He took his skills to Las Vegas to work in hospitality and gaming industry, and he was a champion there. He then decided to go back to Cornell Law School. He got a JD MBA, which is a dual degree in law and MBA. So he has a total of 3 degrees from Cornell University, Mr. Speaker. While he was an undergrad, Troy Jr. founded IvyUntold.com, a social media platform where Ivy League students can tell their stories, since many of them have overcome a lot of challenges to get where they are, and Troy Jr. was no different. The Whitesides have been dear friends of mine, my family, for years. Troy Jr.'s parents, Troy and Jackie, they took care of me when my daddy died and then when my mama died. They've just been wonderful friends, and they are a great family. Troy and Jackie have been successful entrepreneurs. Troy Jr.'s brother, Donovan, as you can see on this picture on the far end, D-Man, he used to work with us up here in my first year in Congress, and I can't tell you how proud I am of this family. Donovan is now a daddy, and Troy Jr. and his latest achievements, on top of the many others, he is going on to greater things, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to seeing the bright future he has ahead of him, and I appreciate Troy, Jackie, Troy Jr., and Donovan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what? Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and advise to extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Children's Week, celebrated by First Focus on Children, a bipartisan group dedicated to serving children here in the United States and abroad. Every decision that we make on the floor of the House has an impact on our children, from education to healthcare to the economy. When we pass legislation to expand the child tax credit, we drastically reduce child poverty. When we pass our bill to cap the cost of insulin for children, we keep hundreds of thousands of children healthy without their families going broke. And when we continue our work on bills to make childcare, housing, and food more affordable, we're making life just a little bit easier for our children and families. Giving our children a voice in legislation means taking responsibility for their success. And what could be more important? We must do more. Every week should be Children's Week. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today, my heart and the heart of my colleague here are broken, and especially the hearts of the citizens in Southwest Missouri and Oklahoma, as we ache and we mourn the devastating loss of Natalie and Davy Lloyd. Last month, their lives were tragically cut short by gang violence in Haiti while they were serving as missionaries at an orphanage. Natalie and Davy were too good for this earth. They were steadfast disciples of Christ, walking in his footsteps and spreading his love to all that they encountered. Their faith was a guiding force that shaped every aspect of their lives. And as we struggle with the pain of their loss, let's draw strength from the knowledge that they are now reunited with their Heavenly Father for all eternity. Rest in peace, Natalie and Davy. Your faith-filled lives will continue to inspire us forever. You will be dearly missed.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge and celebrate June as National Home Ownership Month. We know the vital role that home ownership plays in building strong, sustainable, inclusive communities. It's critical that our shared goal is making quality, affordable homes available in every corner of the American experience. In 2017, my home of the Virgin Islands was devastated by 2 Category 5 hurricanes, Irma and Maria. 7 years later, the housing stock of the Virgin Islands is only just recovering to pre-storm levels. Home ownership remains difficult to achieve as demand dramatically outstrips supply, distorting the market. I'm heartened by the Department of Housing and Urban Development's efforts to expand access to home ownership nationwide, reversing the effects of decades of redlining and other forms of discrimination or keeping individuals out. We know that home ownership is the greatest means for families to build wealth. I stand in celebration and thank the former Secretary of HUD, Marcia Fudge, and the continued work of the acting HUD Secretary, Adrian Todman, a fellow Virgin Islander. I urge continued congressional support for home building programs in any corner of the American experience. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently, 21 students from schools across Medina County, in the heart of my district in Ohio, raised their right hands at Brunswick High School and solemnly swore to defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. They took the oath of enlistment in the military. It is the same oath I took over 11 years ago proudly in the United States Marine Corps. Few people ever serve in the military. These days, even fewer do. The American culture used to revere those who joined to put their lives on the line for this country. While that sentiment may have dwindled in recent years, students from my district promised to serve. These young men and women will gain leadership experience at 18 years old that most people will never have. They will gain the confidence to move through this world and the discipline to know the difference between right and wrong, and that will last a lifetime. They are brave, they are noble, and they are future leaders of our country. It is honorable what they did, and I'm honored that they are my constituents. I thank them for their future service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address this body and to revise for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Invest Nebraska and their work fostering a new generation of entrepreneurs. Since the early 2000s, Invest Nebraska has supported startups by backing high-potential businesses across the Cornhusker State. In the decades since their founding, they've provided millions of dollars in capital to startups in industries ranging from software to agriculture to healthcare. Over the years, Invest Nebraska has assisted 155 companies and supported the creation of more than 1,200 jobs across the state. Under the leadership of Invest Nebraska CEO Dan Hoffman, our state went from dead last in the nation in venture capital investment to 29th. Thanks in part to their vision and success, Invest Nebraska has earned the moniker the Silicon Prairie, with tech startups popping up across the Cornhusker State. Invest Nebraska does outstanding work, growing businesses that provide great jobs in Nebraska. Thank you. Keep up the good work. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and advise to extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to the recent Labor Department report, since Biden, prices have risen nearly 20%. The costs families now have are $12,800 more annually than compared to the basics under President Donald Trump. Gasoline is up 56%, eggs up 44%, baby food and formula up 30%, electricity is 29%. Corrupt Judge Merchan's unintended re-election of Donald Trump was confirmed today as I had breakfast with President Trump. Members of Congress from virtually every state and territory were enthusiastically united as we saw the judge earning my invitation to be attending the Trump inauguration by uniting Republicans and Democrats. President Trump explained today the judge is indicting Trump to the White House. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism moves from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. We don't need new border laws. We need to enforce existing laws. Biden shamefully opens the borders for dictators as more 9/11 attacks across America are imminent, as repeatedly warned by the FBI.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Service Members Quality of Life Improvement and National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2025. This legislation equips our military with the tools and resources needed to protect our nation from the growing threats abroad now and in the future. It also prioritizes the military's #1 resource, our service members. It would provide junior enlisted service members with a 19.5% pay raise. This would help offset the crippling inflation of the last 3.5 years and improve military recruitment. It would provide employment support for their spouses, and this bill calls for more funding for their housing, child care, and health care. Importantly, the NDAA will work to deter further aggression from the Communist Chinese Party by strengthening and modernizing our defenses. This NDAA also supports greater oversight, cutting waste, fraud, and abuse, and ultimately saving taxpayers billions of dollars. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States. Section 202D of the National Emergency Act, 50 U.S.C. 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. The existence and risk of proliferation of weapons, usable fissile material on the Korean Peninsula, the actions and policies of the government of North Korea that destabilizes the Korean Peninsula and imperil United States Armed Forces, allies, and trading partners in the region, including its pursuit of nuclear and missile programs and other provocative, destabilizing, and repressive actions and policies of the government of North Korea continue to constitute an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. For this reason, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13466 with respect to North Korea. Signed sincerely, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, June 13th, 2024.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergency Act, 50 U.S.C. 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to the Western Balkans that was declared in Executive Order 13219 of June 26, 2001, under which additional steps were taken in Executive Order 13304 of May 28, 2003, and which was expanded in scope in Executive Order 14033 of June 8, 2021, is to continue in effect beyond June 26, 2024. The acts of extremists, violence, and obstructionist activity, and the situation in the Western Balkans, which stymies progress towards effective and democratic governance and full integration into transatlantic institutions outlined in these executive orders, continue to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13219 with respect to the Western Balkans. Signed sincerely, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, June 13th, 2024.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergency Act, 50 U.S.C. 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to Belarus that was declared in Executive Order 13405 of June 16, 2006, which was expanded in scope, and Executive Order 14038 of August 9, 2021, is to continue in effect beyond June 16, 2024. The actions and policies of certain members of the government of Belarus and other persons and the Belarusian regime's harmful activities and long-standing abuses continue to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13405 with respect to Belarus. Signed sincerely, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, June 13, 2024.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. Pursuant to House Resolution 1287 and Rule 18, the chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 8070. Will the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 8070, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2025 for military activities of the Department of Defense, for military construction, and for defense activities of the Department of Energy to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose on Wednesday, June 12, 2024, Amendment Number 36, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551, offered by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, had been disposed of. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 37, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition? Gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do believe in two genders. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 37, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment would say that none of the funds available in the NDAA may be used for assistance to Ukraine. I think this is an important amendment because I strongly support the NDAA. This is a great military funding bill that has many things involved that our military needs. It even contains a much needed pay raise for our troops, and that's something I greatly believe in right now while many of our military members are suffering under this inflation caused by the Biden administration. But I think it's extremely important for members of Congress to be able to vote separately for funding for foreign wars, and I do not believe that funding for Ukraine should be a part of the NDAA. The mission statement on the Department of Defense website says that its purpose and mission is two things: to deter war and to ensure our nation's security. Funding a war in Ukraine does not deter war, it funds it. Funding a war in Ukraine does not ensure our nation's security. It actually puts us at risk at possible further military engagement with another nuclear-armed nation, and that is Russia. Americans do not support this, and neither does the majority of the majority here in Congress, which have voted against funding the war in Ukraine. To date, Congress has appropriated $174.2 billion in emergency supplemental funding. That's a lot of Americans' hard-earned tax dollars to go to support security for another country's border while our border is being invaded every single day. Not only is our border being invaded every single day by millions and millions of people from over 160 countries, it's also a war declared on our own country with human trafficking and drugs that is killing Americans every day, while 300 Americans on average are dying from fentanyl overdoses. I believe that should be our focus as United States Congress. It's also a war in Ukraine that is not defending democracy. Zelensky has canceled elections. He is now a dictator. Zelensky canceled free speech. Zelensky canceled freedom of religion, and Zelensky canceled free press. That's not defending democracy. That's actually attacking democracy. Americans do not support sending their hard-earned tax dollars to Ukraine. They support paying our military and funding our military, but not funding a war in a foreign country. Over half of Americans think the United States has already spent too much money in Ukraine, and over 60% of Republicans do not support sending additional money to Ukraine. Even 1 in 4 Democrats don't support it anymore, according to recent polling. But most importantly, the corruption in Ukraine is something that cannot be ignored. There's been report after report after report of money missing. The Pentagon cannot track over $1 billion. And there have been reports of much corruption, and that's involving our hard-earned tax dollars. At this time, I'd like to reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentlewoman reserves. Does the gentleman from Alabama rise?
No, over here first.
Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington rise?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to claim the time in opposition, and I yield 30 seconds to the chairman of the committee, gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers.
Chairman from Alabama is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you. My colleague from Georgia will be pleased to learn that there is nothing in this year's NDAA that authorizes assistance to Ukraine. That money is provided through the supplemental appropriations bills. The problem with this amendment is it would cut off funds to maintain the deployment of Marines to secure our embassy in Kyiv. It would also cut off the DoD's ability to conduct and use monitoring of weapon systems the U.S. already has provided to Ukraine. We don't want them to fall into bad hands. We need to ensure those weapons stay in our hands. I urge members to oppose this amendment.
Third gentleman from Washington is recognized. Washington reserves.
She reserved, correct.
Washington reserves. Gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Georgia reserved. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm now pleased to yield 45 seconds to the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan.
Gentlewoman for Virginia is recognized for 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last week, we saw that the Allied effort to repeal the Russian invasion of Ukraine is an extension of the battle for freedom in Europe that unfolded on the beaches of Normandy 80 years ago. And this was really crystallized when an American World War II veteran, Melvin Hurwitz, embraced President Zelensky and said, "You're the savior of the people. You bring tears to my eyes. You're our hero." And as Speaker Johnson himself has said, just like Hitler continued marching when he was not repelled, Vladimir Putin will continue to march through Europe if not repelled. That's one thing the Speaker and I agree on. And any efforts to undermine our support of our allies in Ukraine should be opposed.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to the bill text in the NDAA, the Defense Security Cooperation Agency, the DSCA, is the account in the NDAA that funds Ukraine. The Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, USAI, which annually appropriates $300 million in Ukraine, would receive the standard $300 million authorization again this year. So the funding is in there. That USAI funding is part of the DSCA line item. DSCA is receiving $2.389 billion in this NDAA, of which the $300 million for Ukraine is a part. So the money's definitely in there. It has not been taken out. I would like to also inform Congress and the American people that a Ukrainian group called Texty recently published a list of Ukrainian enemies that includes almost 400 Americans, including Republican lawmakers, I'm on that list, conservative influencers and media groups, and anti-war activists. The group receives money from the U.S. State Department through a program called Tech Camp. While that's not part of the NDAA, our money is going to fund NGOs in Ukraine that have declared U.S. lawmakers and Americans enemies. That's extremely dangerous. None of our hard-earned tax dollars should go to funding any sort of group that thinks that we are the enemies while we're funding them. We also have no idea how many Ukrainians have been killed in this war. We've asked for that number and have
Gentlewoman's
not heard
time
it.
has expired.
I urge Congress to pass my amendment.
Gentleman from Washington, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm now pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from South Carolina, member of the House Armed Services Committee, Mr. Wilson.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Mr. Speaker, continuing to support the courageous people of Ukraine is not only the morally right thing to do, but it's also best for the American families. War criminal Putin's invasion is a prelude to a conflict which is death to Ukraine, death to Israel, and death to America. We are in a conflict we didn't choose, with dictators of rule of gun imposing democracies with rule of law. The war began with war criminal Putin invading Ukraine on February 24, 2022, and Iranian puppets invading Israel on October 7, 2023. We should always remember, and I was grateful to be at Normandy last week, that it was President Ronald Reagan in 1984 who stated, quote, "Isolationism was and never will be an acceptable response to tyrannical governments with an expansionist intent." And with that, we know that Putin has claimed that he wants to restore the Soviet Union. He already has invaded Georgia. He's invaded Moldova. He has Russian troops in Armenia. He's threatened Estonia and Poland. We know that he will not stop. We must be successful in
Gentleman's
Ukraine.
time has expired.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I inquire as to how much time we have left?
Gentleman has 2 3/4 time left.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise with the strongest possible opposition to this amendment prohibiting assistance to Ukraine. This represents the most extreme and short-sighted position of some of the members of the House of Representatives, particularly Republicans, with respect to global security. Too many have tried to stop or strip funding from Ukraine whenever they literally have the chance to, and here is yet another example. This amendment, like others that were considered and failed last year and this year, is misguided and against the will of the American people, and thus against the will of the legislative body. Indeed, in April, we overwhelmingly voted to support Ukraine, 311 to 112 to 1, not even close, which further proves the very unseriousness and waste of time of this amendment. What some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle fail to recognize and to appreciate is that not only does the American public support Ukraine, but that supporting Ukraine actually indeed helps the American public by avoiding further instability in Europe, just miles from NATO. It indeed deters war. This amendment would irreversibly hurt our posture on the world stage.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm now pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. Sherrill.
Gentlewoman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Ranking Member Smith. Mr. Speaker, many of my colleagues across the aisle are not content with delaying necessary aid to Ukraine for months at the cost of countless innocent lives, but are once again playing right into Putin's hands and attempting to block all American assistance to Ukraine. The rest of the world, literally all of our allies, understand that a Ukrainian victory is necessary to prevent further Russian aggression, deter an invasion of Taiwan, and preserve the global democratic order. Republican national security leaders, including the chairs of the Armed Services, Intelligence, and Defense Appropriations Committees, understand that this funding is critical to our own defense industrial base. But instead of working to strengthen our national security, we're once again having an argument that my colleague across the aisle has lost over and over and over again. My colleague is comfortable handing over Ukraine and the rest of Europe to Putin. The rest of this House, the rest of Congress, and the rest of the world reject it. Enough. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself the balance of our time just to say we need to support Ukraine. Ukraine was brutally invaded by Putin. The only way to make this war stop is to make Ukraine strong enough so that Putin realizes he cannot succeed. Please defeat this amendment and continue to support Ukraine. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia. This is the question. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia rise?
I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia will be postponed. The chair understands that the amendment number 38 will not be offered. The chair understands that amendment number 39 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 40, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 40, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Gates of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment creates a prohibition on the transfer of cluster munitions. I'd like to begin by thanking my co-lead on this measure, Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs, and many of the members who have been fighting to get rid of cluster munitions as part of modern warfare, including Representative Titus, Representative Omar, Representative McGovern. And I would simply observe that if there's an amendment that is supported from Omar to Gates with Jacobs and McGovern and Titus in it, must be a great idea, and we ought to probably adopt it. According to the New York Times, since World War II, cluster munitions have killed an estimated 86,500 civilians. Additionally, Human Rights Watch and the UN have reported that cluster munitions in Ukraine have killed or wounded 890 people in 2022, 95% of whom were civilians. If Congress continues to flood the battlefield in Ukraine with indiscriminate killing instruments like cluster munitions, the blood of everyone impacted, including children harmed, will indeed be on our hands. We should halt the transfer of cluster munitions to any country. We stand rarely isolated in the modern world by still sending these things. And I mean, we're still demining cluster munitions in Laos, for goodness sakes. I hate the notion that American taxpayers are going to have to pay for cluster munitions. A bunch of civilians are going to die, and then years from now, we'll be back here paying to demine the very cluster munitions we sent out. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. What purpose does the gentleman from?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to claim time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to begin by yielding 30 seconds to my friend, the chairman of the committee, Mr. Rogers from Alabama.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you. I thank my colleague. This amendment would have serious consequences to our allies and partners in the Indo-Pacific as they face down China and North Korea. Former Indo-PACOM Commander Admiral Harris highlighted the cluster munitions are essential in a potential conflict with North Korea. And I would point out China and Russia have not banned cluster munitions. We also should not wait until the fighting starts to transfer these weapons. Deterrence depends on getting real and effective weapons like cluster munitions in place before a potential fight. I urge a no on this amendment.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized. Florida. Gentleman from Florida.
Thank you. Florida man here. I would simply observe that the North Koreans have nuclear weapons. And so if we're relying on cluster munitions as the deterrent, it seems to be pretty nonsensical. I would yield such time as she may consume to the co-lead on this measure, Ms. Jacobs.
Where's she from? Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment with Congressman Gates to prohibit the transfer of cluster munitions. Most U.S. allies, including almost every NATO member, have joined the Convention on Cluster Munitions, but not the United States. That is a grave mistake because these weapons maim and kill civilians indiscriminately and can be lethal indefinitely. It's reported that up to 40% of these weapons don't explode on impact. And if they don't explode, they become literal ticking time bombs, scattering tiny bomblets that are more like landmines. And even if the dud rate is far lower than 40%, the risk to civilians, to children, to our moral authority is too great. In 2021, the Landmine and Cluster Munitions Monitor found that over 97% of casualties from cluster bomb remnants were civilians, and 2/3 of those were children. And that's because these deadly weapons don't look dangerous. In fact, they look interesting to kids. They look like toys. So when kids find these weapons in trees, in the water, or on the ground, they often try and pick them up and can end up losing a limb or their life. No amount of guardrails for cluster munitions is enough. No amount of so-called tactical advantage is enough. It isn't enough to say the other side is doing it, so we might as well too. It's not worth it when civilian lives are at stake. It's not worth it when our reputation is at stake. Our commitment to our core democratic values, like protecting civilians, abiding by international humanitarian law, and upholding human rights, is the foundation of our reputation on the world stage, and it's what allows us to build and maintain international coalitions to make the world a better place and advance our national security goals. That's why we need to ban the transfer of these weapons, so I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to point out that we all care about Ukrainian kids, but you know who cares about Ukrainian kids the most? Ukrainians. Ukrainians care about Ukrainian kids. And they're the ones asking for these munitions to use on their own territory. They understand the consequences. They understand the dud rates. They understand the danger. But most of all, they understand the danger of losing this war to Russia, having their kids kidnapped, taken away, or killed. That's why the Ukrainians want these munitions, and that's why we're giving them to them. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserved. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I would object to the proposition that the House of Representatives has to outsource our thinking on the cluster munitions questions to Ukraine. Like, when did we substitute their judgment for ours? And I think that this notion that they're essential to warfighting is belied by the actual casualty numbers. If you believe that 95% of the people killed were children, not enemy combatants, which is what the New York Times is telling us, then I think that adoption of the amendment is appropriate. And yeah, we should not be in a race to the bottom for the weapon systems that are the least discriminate and are the most harmful to people who are not engaged in warfare. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman, my friend from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Congressman Walton. I oppose this amendment. Prohibiting the transfer of cluster munitions, specifically in the context of Ukraine, would have disastrous impacts on the Ukrainian ability to push back war criminal Putin's barbaric invasion of Ukraine. Russia is currently using every weapon in their arsenal, including cluster munitions, to murder civilians and hit civilian infrastructure. I have seen firsthand in Bucha, Ukraine, where families were forced from their home, their hands were tied behind their back, and then the Putin troops shot the members of the family in the head and buried them in the yard. We must fight back. Additionally, in the Indo-Pacific, it has been reported by Admiral Harry Harris that this is a deterrent to the dictatorship of Kim Jong-un of North Korea, and that is that we know the largest artillery complex in the world is facing the people of Seoul, Korea. We're in a conflict we did not choose of dictators with rule of gun invading democracies with rule of law, threatening civilians. And it's always been clear that Ukraine is the first invasion of this current conflict, and with further promises by Putin to restore the Soviet Union by invading Georgia and Moldova, threatening Armenia, Estonia, and Poland, we know that we must support Ukraine as essential for Ukraine, as essential for the United States. We can see that today, as Putin has sent nuclear warships to Cuba, 90 miles away from our border. We must stand together with the people of Ukraine and provide them the best equipment to stop the war criminal Putin. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I sure hope we don't have to rely on cluster munitions to deter submarines off the coast of Florida, because not being a munitions expert, I would suggest that probably wouldn't be too effective, because I think the submarines are in the water. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to close. May I inquire how much time I have left?
Gentleman from
prepared to close.
Florida is prepared to close. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized to close. The gentleman has the right to close. The gentleman has the right to close from Florida.
How much time do I have remaining, Mr. Speaker?
You have how much time? You have 45 seconds.
Just great appreciation of the bipartisan consensus around this. I really miss when the Democratic Party was the anti-war party. Now we're going to see probably a majority of Democrats on this vote for cluster munitions that are killing civilians, that will cost taxpayer money, and they're not even the best deterrent. There's just defense contractors that make them and a country that wants them, and so we're willing to accommodate that death. And I think that I hope this debate illuminates the foolishness of the United States exporting cluster munitions, then we'll have a more responsible consciousness moving forward. I urge the adoption of the amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized to close.
Mr. Chairman, how much time do I have?
You have 2.5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, we support this bill. We are opposed to this amendment because we want this war to end. We want to bring this war to a conclusion. And the Ukrainians need these munitions to fight for their freedom. No one wants to be in this position of having to argue in favor of cluster munitions. But this is the reality on the ground for Ukraine today. It's also the reality on the ground that the Russians are using far more cluster munitions with far higher dud rates. So don't think for a second that Ukraine doesn't understand they're going to have cluster munitions on the ground that need to be cleaned up. They're mostly going to be Russian munitions. And the longer this war goes on, the longer it takes to push Russia back in this criminal war started by war criminal Vladimir Putin, the more cluster munitions, the more unexploded cluster munitions from Russia are going to be on the ground. We have to stand by Ukraine so that Putin doesn't continue this war, not only to take over Ukraine, but to take over Europe. We have to stand by Ukraine to prevent American boys and girls from going to fight. That's why we're in the position we are today. Let's defeat this amendment and let's end this war. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
I seek a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 41, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I rise to offer Amendment 41 as the designee of Mr. Banks.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 41, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume. This amendment would prevent the Secretary of Defense from creating any new DEI positions or filling any vacant DEI positions within the Department of Defense. Over the last few years, the DEI bureaucracy across the Department of Defense has infiltrated every unit, command, and school, even as much of the country recognizes that the ideology of DEI is opposed to a society based on merit. The Department of Defense has dug in its heels, from transgender pride patches on military uniforms to DEI steering committees at DODEA schools, and a record $162 million dedicated to DEI activities in the President's fiscal year 25 budget, activities that continue to indoctrinate and divide. Elevating immutable characteristics like race and color over all other factors is blatantly discriminatory. It harms public confidence in our military and makes us a less lethal fighting force. For our national security, we must uphold the ideals of our country and put merit, hard work, dedication, and service above all. And to do this, we must eliminate the DEI apparatus. I urge all members to support this amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia rise?
I rise to claim the time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion works to ensure that the Department of Defense and our armed forces reflect the face of the nation that they defend, which they have not always done. The office promotes a DoD culture of dignity and respect that values diversity and inclusion as a readiness imperative, because the character of warfare is changing, and with the rapidly evolving threat landscape and unprecedented times facing unique challenges from global pandemics to escalating climate crisis, the DoD and our armed forces need diverse perspectives, experience, and skill sets to remain a global leader, to deter war, and keep our nation safe. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is prepared to close. Gentlewoman from Virginia.
I yield 2.5 minutes to the ranking member of the Armed Services Committee, Mr. Smith of Washington.
Gentleman from Washington is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an incredibly important issue in the bill this year. We have several amendments that go after diversity, equity, and inclusion in the military, and it could not be more misguided. We need a diverse military. We need to recruit from all across the country, regardless of race, creed, color, religion, gender. We need to make sure that we're taking advantage of the talent of all in America. And sadly, we haven't really historically done that. We still have a major challenge. Just to give one example, when you look at the promotions within the military, the statistics have come out, and this is from 2023, not 20 years ago. Every single ethnicity, gender, is promoted at a lower rate than white men. Now, is it the case that white men are just naturally better at this than anybody else? Absolutely not. So why? Why do we have this disproportionate level of promotion? I don't know for sure, okay? But I think it is worth it to have somebody at the Pentagon trying to answer that question. Because if you are a black person, if you are a woman, if you are a Hispanic person, if you are a gay or trans person, and you're looking at this and saying, should I sign up for the military? One central question you're going to have is, am I going to get a fair shot? And historically, all of those groups that I just mentioned have not gotten a fair shot. I challenge anybody on the floor to dispute that fundamental fact. So let's have at least some people at the Pentagon who are trying to make sure that they do, and we were able to recruit a diverse population and bring them in. Now, two final points on this. One, there is such a thing as bad diversity, equity, and inclusion. I have seen it. I have witnessed it. I have seen efforts that throw out actual standards in favor of a rather narrow-minded racial agenda. That's wrong and shouldn't happen. That is not what is happening in the United States military. And if the folks on the other side of the aisle wanted to go after that, I'd be happy to work with them. But that's not what they're doing. They are eliminating all diversity, equity, and inclusion in the military, an enormous mistake that will cost us an enormous amount of talent. The second point is the only way this makes any sense is if you buy into this argument, we're past all of that, okay? Racism doesn't happen anymore, okay? It's just not out there. It's not something we need to worry about. And I may need an additional 30 seconds, but I want to read you something from David French, who is a conservative columnist who adopted a 2-year-old Ethiopian. I need 30 more seconds.
I yield 30 seconds.
Gentleman is recognized for another 30 seconds.
And conservative, but he happened to adopt a 2-year-old Ethiopian, and he's not a fan of Trump. So people started turning on him in his own church, in his own community. And he said the racism was grotesque. One church member asked my wife why we couldn't adopt from Norway rather than Ethiopia. Shout out to the former president for that one. A teacher at the school asked my son if we had purchased his sister for a loaf of bread. We later learned that there were coaches and teachers who used racial slurs to describe the few black students at the school. There were terrible incidents of pure racism, including a student telling my daughter that slavery was good.
Gentleman's time has
15
expired.
seconds.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
15
Yield
seconds.
15 seconds.
Gentleman is
Slavery was good for
15
black people because it taught them how to live in America. Another told her that she couldn't come to our house to play because my dad said black people are dangerous. Let's deal with this rationally and intelligently, not just throw everything out. Please preserve diversity and inclusion in our military and oppose this amendment.
The gentlewoman from Virginia has 1 minute remaining. Would you like to yield to another member, or are you prepared to close?
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized to close.
This amendment, first of all, I find it amazing that people feel your viewpoint in life is based on where your ancestors came from 100 years ago or 200 years ago. But this amendment ensures the Department of Defense can uphold our nation's values, that no matter your race, color, sex, political beliefs, or ethnicity, you may excel. This amendment sends not just a message to the department that this form of racism is intolerable, it also stops the excessive growth of an industry within the DoD that has wasted resources and which has no benefits for our national security. I urge all members to support and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized. Do you wish to close?
Yes, I do.
Gentlewoman is recognized to close. You have 1 minute remaining.
Diversity recognizes that a wide variety of opinions and people that reflect the diversity of the country that our armed forces defends is important. Equity ensures that 400 years of the impact of slavery and Jim Crow that didn't go away with a magic wand when laws changes are addressed. Inclusion ensures that everyone in our armed forces is treated with the dignity and respect that they deserve given the sacrifice they are making. These efforts to undermine DEI in our armed forces are counterproductive, dangerous, and will not help with readiness, preparedness, recruitment, or retention. And that is why this amendment, as well as the next series of amendments that we will debate, must be defeated. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. What purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia rise?
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin will be postponed.
It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 42, printed in Part B of House Report 118-511. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 42, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-551, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the numbers of those willing to serve in the military are now down over 30%. The military's sole purpose is to provide for the defense of our great nation. Our military's focus should be the protection of the American people and our freedoms, not liberals' feelings. Therefore, my amendment would eliminate any offices of DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion in the armed forces and in the DOD. We should focus on diversity of ideas and opinions, not races and genders. DEI programs tend to be ineffective and cost the taxpayers more money, and it's been a very real detriment to our recruitment of our military. In short order, a woke military is a weak military. Woke ideology undermines military readiness in various ways. It undermines the cohesiveness by emphasizing differences based on race, ethnicity, and sex. It undermines leadership authority by introducing questions about whether a promotion is based on merit or quota requirements. It leads to military personnel serving in specialties and areas for which they are not qualified, nor are they ready. And it takes time and resources away from training activities and weapons development that contribute to readiness. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia rise?
I rise to claim the time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
And I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Alabama, member of the Armed Services Committee, Ms. Sewell.
The gentlelady from Alabama is recognized for 2 minutes.
As a proud member of the House Armed Services Committee, I take seriously my responsibility to ensure that our service members get the support they need to keep our nation safe. But once again, Republicans are pushing poison pill amendments into our bipartisan defense bill, focusing more on culture wars and division than on our national security. This radical amendment would eliminate diversity, equity, and inclusion offices at the Department of Defense and all personnel in those offices. I shouldn't have to remind my Republican colleagues, diversity is our strength as a nation. Inclusion is proven to be beneficial for military effectiveness, military readiness, and ultimately our national security. Yet my colleagues continue to fight our military leadership as they work to strengthen our armed forces. In the midst of our military recruitment shortfalls, Republicans are focused on the wrong thing. They're busy telling our service members and potential recruits that Congress does not value their background or lived experiences than recruiting the best and brightest to defend our country. This is not only harmful, but it's also hurtful. Hurtful that our military recruitment, preparedness, and cohesiveness is at jeopardy and at stake. Our national security and our national defense deserves better. Again this year, I'm disappointed that we are considering amendments that poison legislation which would otherwise be bipartisan. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and let's get back to the business of being truly bipartisan when it comes to our National Defense Authorization Act. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves.
I reserve.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with my friend across the aisle, we shouldn't even be dealing with this, to be honest with you. The fact that money is going to fund this, you know, if you take a car to a mechanic, you don't go to politicians to find out what's wrong with your car. You go to the mechanic. I'm in the real estate business. We build houses. If I have a trouble with a house, I go to my carpenters. I would advise my friends from the other side of the aisle that last year, 160 retired flag officers wrote a letter to the Armed Services Committee, Chairman Rogers, about the dangers of DEI and their opposition to it in the military. 160, and I'm sure it would be far more than this, if you talk to the people that are serving, will point out why this is so detrimental. The officers wrote this: we respectfully request that Congress take legislative action to remove all diversity, equity, and inclusion programs from the DoD. Secondly, our military must be laser focused on one mission: readiness, undiminished by culture war engulfing our country. Thirdly, the domestic cultural threat has an innocuous name of diversity, equity, and inclusion, but in reality, DEI is dividing. It's not uniting our military service nor our society. DEI principles derive from critical race theory, which is rooted in cultural Marxism, where people are grouped into identity classes, typically by race, labeled as oppressed or oppressors and victims, and pitted against each other. Under the guise of DEI, some people are selected for career-enhancing opportunities and advancement based on preferences given to identity group, based on race, gender, ethnic background, sexual orientation. It's unbelievable we're even talking about this or funding it. I reserve.
Reserves. Gentlelady from Virginia is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to Mr. Smith of Washington.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I do talk to people in the military all the time, and our military is doing just fine. Now, there will always be people who are opposed to greater inclusion. We have seen this throughout the military in a wide variety of areas. Way back when, it was opposition to black people serving in the military. Then there was a lot of opposition to gay people serving in the military. And every single time, you had some people in the military saying, this is going to destroy us. Unit cohesion will fall apart. We can't possibly treat people fairly and function. And they've all been proven wrong every single time. The people I talk to in the military say things are going just fine, that they are in fact being more inclusive, and the military is as strong as it has ever been. It is completely wrong for a right-wing political agenda to denigrate our military to try to make the point that there's some kind of excessive wokeism going on. That is not what the overwhelming majority of people in the military are telling me and others. What they are saying is that inclusion does matter. People need to be treated fairly. And the idea that if the military goes like this and says, we don't see color, we don't see gender, we don't see any of this, that it'll all just go away and everything will be fine, is absurd. Reasonable diversity, equity, and inclusion works. That's what the military is doing. Please let them continue to do it.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina has 1 minute remaining. The gentlelady minutes remaining. The gentlelady from Virginia has 2.5 minutes remaining. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
I'll just add that I think if you took a real diverse group and got opinions on the military, if it were doing so well, why are they 30% down in recruitment? Why are people not coming into it? Less than a month after the appointment by President Biden, the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, he directed commanding officers and supervisors at all levels to schedule a day to discuss extremism. What do you think our foreign adversaries are doing at this? They're laughing their heads off. I would just say that we need to support this amendment, get it out of the military. Let's focus on building ships, focus on building airplanes, let's focus on building missions, not DEI and extremism that my friends on the other aisle want to try to continue to highlight. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Virginia is recognized.
I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Washington.
Gentleman from Washington is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To respond to the issue of why recruitment is down, there's actually 3 reasons why recruitment is down. Number one, the pandemic. when they were restricted in their ability to recruit for a year and a half. Number two, because we have very low unemployment. Recruitment is always down when we have low unemployment. And number three is because the right wing has decided to demonize the military as some sort of woke place that no one should serve in. And yes, some people do listen to that message. And I've spoken to members and others who are pushing that message who say, it's not really a problem. They say, well, it's out there. It's out there because you all are putting it out there and creating this level of division that doesn't need to be created. Recruitment can be just fine with diversity. In fact, it would be better.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
How much time do I have?
The gentleman has 45 seconds. Are you prepared to close?
I am prepared to close.
The gentleman's recognized.
I would just add that I don't know how long my friends from the other side of the aisle are going to keep mentioning the pandemic, COVID. It's over with, and the shortage is still existing. The fact that, again, we're funding this, having a day to discuss it, we ought to be having a day of how to fight and arming our brave men and women who are serving in the military. I urge adoption of this amendment.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady from Virginia is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our strength of our military is the people. And the people bring with them the sum of their life experiences and perspectives and what they know. In my family, I had several uncles born between 1918 and 1938 who served during World War II in the Navy in a segregated unit where they were not allowed to fight. They were only allowed to cook because of the color of their skin. And the stories that they told their children about the indignity they suffered from their fellow service members and superior officers, do you think any of their children wanted to serve the military? There are countless stories like that. Because as we see people who did not live under Jim Crow dying off and those stories are not being told, people don't understand that a legacy of 300 years of slavery and Jim Crow did not go away with the wave of a magic wand. When people show up and see people from different backgrounds, different colors, different religions for the first time in the military, which does still happen, they bring their life experiences and what they know, and sometimes have trouble understanding and respecting the different life experiences of other people. And DEI programs are designed to help bridge that gap, to help increase recruitment by making the descendants of people who were discriminated against when they served in the military actually want to join. It makes sure that everyone who does join is treated with the dignity and respect they deserve as people who are putting their lives on the line for every American. This amendment should be defeated.
Gentlelady yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Mr. Norman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. All opposed? The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Ms. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from, the gentleman from South Carolina will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 43, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Speaker.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 43, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Higgins of Louisiana.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The gentleman is now recognized by the chair. Mr. Higgins, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a hearing earlier this year for the Oversight Committee, we had a young American, squared away young man, a former Army Ranger. He spoke on what it truly means to become a soldier. he told us, and I quote, "Training in the United States Army is meant to melt away the effects of civilian life and forge Americans into soldiers." I concur with that young man, Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues. Our military was never intended to be and should not be a platform to advance social agendas. Our nation's military prowess not only keeps our homeland safe, but a strong American military projects strength worldwide, deterring conflicts and pushing back against human suffering across the world. While we remain the strongest fighting force in the world, this is true, we are waning. And the distractions that we experience within our own ranks must be addressed. My amendment would eliminate the position of Chief Diversity Officer in the Department of Defense or any substantially similar position. I appreciate my colleagues Jeff Duncan and Claudia Tenney and Jim Baird for co-sponsoring my amendment. The adoption of this provision would be a strong step in advancing a military that focuses on lethality and elevates excellence and performance, the values that made our armed forces great and indomitable worldwide. This strength in that position worldwide, Mr. Speaker, is indeed threatened by this cultural, perhaps driven by good intentions, let me say, reflective of our journey as a nation, as we have learned and evolved, grown into a better and stronger nation with regards to diversity, equity, and inclusion. No doubt, my colleagues' intention to force that agenda within the parameters of our Department of Defense was well-intentioned. But it's injuring our military. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Virginia rises. For what purpose do you seek recognition?
I rise to claim the time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
And I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Once again, diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives are not designed to force a social agenda down anybody's throat. What they are designed to do is to recognize that people are imperfect, that the people that make up our military bring with them the sum total of their life experiences and what they know. And that from the beginning of our military, the right to serve was limited to a very few people. Our Army turns 249 years old this week. My ancestors weren't allowed to join. A year after, when the Declaration of Independence was written and said all men were created equal, they didn't include the men in my family, and they certainly didn't include me. When the Constitution was written, creating a government by, of, and for we the people, it didn't include me. My ancestors were 3/5 of a person. And yet, many tried to fight anyway. Many who were allowed in foreign wars and on this soil, when they came home, faced violence and discrimination because of the color of their skin. Those stories were told in my family, but they weren't taught in the history books. And when I came as a state legislator in Virginia, I recognized that there are a lot of people who those stories weren't told. And therefore, they may not understand why something they say or something they do or a policy they put in place perpetuates 400 years of the impact of 400 years of slavery and Jim Crow. And DEI is designed to do three things. Recognize now our military is open to more than just the limited few people that could join 249 years ago. And maybe we need to make sure that everybody that serves together respects one another and can be cohesive. That's what it's designed to do. This amendment should be defeated. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 1988, I joined the Army, went through boot camp and AIT in 1989. I was Private Higgins, an enlisted man, going through Military Police Academy in 1989. It was quite grueling. We lost a lot of people. We excluded many young soldiers, men and women. We excluded them because they couldn't perform. The United States military requires exclusion based upon performance. That's all we ever cared about. We never had problems with recruiting in the United States Army. We missed about 40% last year. You know why? Because families like mine that historically have served, we're not advising our young men and women to join the military now because of this insanity they got to go through and because of this weakness that has become embedded, woven within our DOD, forced upon our young soldiers. Is you're injuring, you're setting your sons and daughters up for slaughter because war is brutal. And nobody in uniform cares about the gender or the sexual orientation or the skin color of the soldier next to them. All we care about is that they can perform. This is the brotherhood that we forge. It requires discrimination. We discriminate against those young Americans that cannot make it. They can't make the cut to earn a slot in our unit. We exclude them from our unit. They go do something else in life. That's fine. But they can't be in the military. So, good Lord, please support my amendment.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentlelady time has expired. Gentlelady from Virginia is recognized.
I reserve my time.
The lady has the only time remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's actually not true that people were only excluded in the military because of performance. I've already recounted some of that history, and if you think it's just history, I invite you to speak to some of the men and women of color and the women in general who are serving now and ask them about some of the discrimination they continue to face. You've already heard today some of the reasons why recruitment is down, and I do talk to some of the service members that I represent, including in my family. Part of it is pay. Part of it is the inability to afford childcare and housing. Part of it is a question about whether they are respected as individuals. But I'm not going to focus just on our fighting men and women. The Department of Defense is one of the largest employers in the country. And having a diverse workforce that are not out in battle is also important, so that they can work together to keep our armed forces ready. And when our service members go overseas, they're going to meet and see people from different backgrounds and work with people of different backgrounds and colors and races and religions. And they probably need some help in bridging those divides. That's part of what DEI does. In an effort to say, we're just going to pretend racism doesn't exist, sexism doesn't exist, homophobia doesn't exist, Islamophobia doesn't exist, anti-Semitism doesn't exist, we're going to ignore it, and maybe it'll go away. It won't. We're going to ignore the fact that a disproportionate number of officers are one sex and one race. That's not based on merit. That's not based on performance. This amendment should be defeated.
Gentlelady yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Louisiana. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Gentlelady has requested a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Virginia will be the gentleman from Louisiana will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 44, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 44, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Clyde of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today in support of my amendment, which relocates the Reconciliation Monument, sometimes referred to as the Reconciliation Memorial, back to its original location in Arlington National Cemetery. And I'm very grateful for the support of Chairman Rogers on this amendment. Under the direction of President Biden, the Reconciliation Memorial was removed on December 18, 2023. This monument in Arlington was a powerful symbol of the healing and unification of our nation after the deep divisions of the Civil War. American leaders like President Abraham Lincoln and Union General Ulysses Grant knew that a divided nation could not stand, and they tirelessly worked on promoting reconciliation. In 1898, following the end of the Mexican-American War, President McKinley undertook a process to create greater national unity. In 1906, President McKinley authorized the construction of the Reconciliation Memorial. Unveiled in 1914 by President Woodrow Wilson, this monument, designed by a Jewish-American sculptor, features a woman crowned with an olive wreath, symbolizing peace. For over a century, presidents of both parties have understood the purpose of this memorial of reconciliation and have honored it by sending wreaths to the monument. This tradition, showing national unity and respect, has been carried on regardless of the party or politics of the sitting president. Even President Obama understood the Reconciliation Monument in the context of what it stands for. Unity, not division, when he continued on the presidential tradition of sending a wreath to the monument. In doing so, presidents have continued to emphasize the message of this monument: reconciliation and unity, not division. Former Democrat Senator Jim Webb, a highly decorated Marine Corps officer and former Secretary of the Navy, has strongly supported the preservation of the Reconciliation Memorial because the monument is one of the most potent symbols of healing in our nation and across the globe. Democrat Senator Webb has said that the statue's removal would signify the desire of, and I quote, a deteriorating society to erase the generosity of its past in favor of bitterness and misunderstanding conjured by those who do not understand the history they seem bent on destroying. That's his quote. And now I'd like to share a little of this monument's history. When this monument was originally dedicated back in 1914, Reverend Dr. McKim pronounced these words within his invocation: "And as the blue and the gray mingle their dust on this consecrated hill, may the men of the North and the men of the South join hands and hearts in the labors and sacrifices which must be undertaken in the years to come for the honor, the happiness, and the glory of our country. Grant also, O Lord, that this monument may stand as a perpetual memorial of the reconciliation between the people of the states once arrayed against each other in deadly conflict. Men who once met in wrath on the field of battle meet here today as friends and brothers in the great enterprises of peace. Henceforth, we pray the labor for the good and the glory of our reunited country. We have beat our swords into plowshares and our spears into pruning hooks. Ours it shall be to strive in fraternal emulation with our northern brothers, in all undertakings for the common weal, meaning the common prosperity. President Woodrow Wilson, a Democrat, had these words to say at the ceremony. I assure you that I am profoundly aware of the solemn significance of the thing that has now taken place, meaning the dedication of the Reconciliation Monument. It was suggested by a President of the United States who himself had been a distinguished officer of the Union Army. It was authorized by an act of Congress of the United States. The cornerstone of the monument was laid by a President of the United States, elevated to his position by the votes of the party which had chiefly prided itself upon sustaining the war for the Union, and who, while Secretary of War, had himself given authority to erect it. And now it has fallen to my lot to accept in the name of the great government, which I am privileged for the time to represent, this emblem of a reunited people. Again, I say, this emblem of a reunited people. Last year, I led a similar amendment which passed the House floor by voice with no opposition prior to the removal of the monument. So I ask that all members support the adoption of my amendment to return the Reconciliation Memorial to the grounds of Arlington National Cemetery. In doing so, we can maintain a critical piece of our national unity and fill the empty spot that now exists in Arlington. Let us unite against the destruction of our history, and let us fight for the principles of healing and unity, which is exactly what this memorial was created to accomplish. Thank you, and I reserve.
Time has expired. Gentlelady from Virginia is recognized.
I rise to claim the time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise in firm opposition to this retrograde, revanchist amendment. Today is not the 1920s, is not the 1950s, so it's so disheartening to see a lost cause amendment come before the House in the year 2024. Mr. Clyde is proposing that we return a monument to treason to our national cemetery without any accompanying context or education. The monument in question is a basic ode to the Confederacy, to romanticize the lost cause. It is not, more troubling than that is that it also glorifies slavery. It is not an emblem of a reconciled people. An enslaved woman is depicted as a mammy. She's holding the infant child of a white officer, and an enslaved man is following his owner to war. It's very difficult to see how the humiliating betrayal of a slave woman and a slave man represents reconciliation. The Arlington National Cemetery, on Congress's orders, not President Biden's orders, removed this monument on December 22nd, 2023. This amendment is 4, if not 4 years too late. The NDAA for 2021 required that Arlington National Cemetery remove the Confederate States of America monument. I think it's important to remember why we removed the memorial in the first place, because treason in defense of slavery is no virtue. This is a monument to a cause that killed hundreds of thousands of American servicemen in a doomed attempt to tear this country asunder to preserve the practice of keeping our fellow humans in bondage. The cause of the Confederacy is no more honorable today than when Lee surrendered at Appomattox. Let it lose today as it did then, with a whimper. The monument has been handled responsibly and respectfully according to the National Historic Preservation Act. This would also be a horrible waste of taxpayer money, and in no way does it support our national defense. It would only make the families and visitors to the Arlington National Cemetery, including our current service members, rightfully uncomfortable or hurt by the association of the monument. This NDAA should be focused on supporting the service members currently dedicating their lives to this country, not those who came closest to destroying it. I urge you to vote no if you believe you represent the United States of America, not the Confederate States of America, and if you oppose glorifying slavery and treason. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you.
I reserve the balance.
And the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia.
I reserve the balance of my time.
You have the only remaining time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to oppose this amendment as well. After the Civil War ended, Robert E. Lee himself argued against the erection of monuments to the Confederacy because he recognized that those monuments, rather than, I invite you to read what he said about proposed monuments in Gettysburg, proposed monuments to Stonewall Jackson. He said they would more likely retard the reunion and binding and reconciliation of the North and South than help it. But many of these monuments, including this one, weren't put up right after the Civil War. They were put up after Reconstruction ended. And during Reconstruction, formerly enslaved people for the first time began to gain social, political, and economic power. And when Reconstruction ended and the old Confederate power structure came back in the South, three things happened. Through the use of voter suppression, racial terror, and propaganda, efforts were made to say to Black Americans who finally started to gain in the promise of our founding documents, stay in your place. The lost cause narrative was part of that. Many of these monuments were a part of that. And they were put up in response to Reconstruction, in response to the gains of the Civil Rights Movement, and we're in that backlash, frankly, right now. When this monument was placed, the gentleman said it was for reconciliation, but for who? Not for the Black Americans who saw that monument then and even today and see the images of a mammy and a loyal slave following his master into battle. And they know what that means. It conjures up the stereotypes that were used to help build the lie of white supremacy. The stereotypes that were used to help convince Black people to stay in their place. And that is part of why the commission said this monument should come down and why this amendment should be defeated.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Madam Chair, we request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 45, printed in Part B of the House Report 118 through 551. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 45, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Williams of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Madam Chair, I rise today in support of amendment number 45. Small businesses are the lifeblood of America. Their contribution to the success and security of the country cannot be overstated. Simply put, they are the driving force behind America's dominance in the world. The men and women that start small businesses take calculating risks to compete in the marketplace. It is one of that is supposed to allow the best products and services to rise to the top through a spirited competition free from government influence. Now, at least this is how it's supposed to be here in America. That is why it's appalling that an investigation led by the Committee on Small Business uncovered that the federal government is actively silencing entrepreneurs and driving them out of business simply because they exercise their right to free speech. Under the guise of misinformation and disinformation, The Biden administration is funding third-party entities such as NewsGuard to label entrepreneurs' free speech as dangerous and prevent them from doing business online. In a country that was founded on the free flow of ideas, it is unconscionable that the government would seek to interfere with an individual's ability to make a living over the internet because of their beliefs. NewsGuard and similar companies received funds from the Department of Defense, the State Department's Global Engagement Center, and other federal agencies to actively suppress and demonize small businesses by labeling certain speech as untrustworthy, using partisan tactics and skewed determinations of fact. This has resulted in massive revenue losses and businesses having to completely change their operations, including downsizing. Worst of all, these efforts have been paid for by the American taxpayer dollars. Make no mistake, this is a direct effort by the government to skirt the Constitution and force a single viewpoint on America. Some will have you believe that government-forced censorship and demonization of small businesses who spread supposed misinformation is the only way to protect America. The reality is that those same people simply label speech they dislike as misinformation. That is why one of America's founding principles is that more information, not the suppression of it, brings out the truth. My amendment is just the first step in cutting off the head of the snake that threatens the God-given rights afforded to all Americans. This amendment would prevent any federal funds from going to any organization that looks to demonize businesses based on lawful speech. Too often we have seen the self-proclaimed fact checkers get it wrong, and these determinations should not be deciding which businesses survive online. That is why this amendment is so critical to open marketplace where small businesses can compete. The government should never seek to demonize or censor American businesses, whether directly or indirectly, that it is done through NewsGuard and similar entities. No small business owner should ever fear that their government will actively fund efforts to threaten their livelihoods and put them out of business. Unfortunately, if we continue exporting, which is considered true to outside organizations, this will not be the case. I urge all of my colleagues on both sides to support this amendment so that we can preserve free speech, free enterprise, and put the end to this attack on small business. I reserve the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
To claim the time in opposition to this amendment, Madam Chair, and to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. DeLuzio.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized for 5 minutes, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the ranking member for yielding time. I rise in opposition to this amendment. Put simply, I think it does some pretty bad things, among them making it impossible for the Department of Defense to contract with any organization that might try to identify propaganda from our adversaries. For instance, if a nonprofit wants to say and identify something as communist Chinese propaganda, under this amendment, the Department of Defense cannot work with that organization, identifying something as propaganda from our adversary. I cannot imagine that as the purpose of this amendment, yet that is exactly what the legislative text does. It goes on to apply beyond the organizations the gentleman from Texas recognized or acknowledged, to include any entity, any nonprofit that does any of these categories listed in the amendment. It includes fact-checking, rating the credibility of that entity, and again, not banning it, not silencing it, identifying it. The mere fact of an adversary of ours having propaganda in this country and an organization identifying that propaganda under this amendment would bar the Pentagon from working with it. Now, if my colleagues on the other side want to offer a soft on communist China amendment, have at it. We're not going to support it. I can't imagine that's the purpose of this amendment, yet that is exactly what it does. I'd urge withdrawal and redraft this thing more narrowly, but as it's drafted, it makes it very difficult to even do something as simple as identifying propaganda from our adversaries. This is foolish, it is not drafted appropriately, and they ought to withdraw it. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Washington reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I would like to inquire on how much time I have left.
The gentleman has 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining.
Okay, I would yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Florida.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to speak on this amendment in support real quick. The Department of Defense should not be giving money to propaganda machines. In fact, the only money that should be going from the Department of Defense anywhere is to lethality, not organizations ticked off that a conservative from Ohio might be calling out different branches for their focus on DEI or CRT, or a movement that is basically alienating conservatives and pushing conservatives outside of its ranks. I think that there are a lot of members who speak on these bills that are not service members or have no experience with the Department of Defense. And honestly, we in this governing body are not going to allow a wokeification of the Department of Defense. And frankly, with the near-peer threat that we have in the future, I think that it is increasingly important that we are focusing again on lethality and not woke nonsense that has no business in the NDAA. Thank you, Chairwoman. I yield my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself 2 minutes. What is that dispute here is fact-checking. And it is not true that businesses or anyone in America could say whatever they want. Facts do matter. I mean, if the U.S. government is doing business with a company that says that their product will let you live to 200 years and cure cancer, okay, you don't have the freedom to do that. And I would hope that someone within the administration would check that and say, yeah, that's not somebody we want to do business with. This amendment basically is saying facts do not matter. And basically saying that they don't exist, that everyone just says what they want to say and we just go along with it. And that's completely wrong. You should do fact-checking. Now, I will completely agree with the gentleman that facts are not as black and white as a lot of times people say they are, and we should have robust disputes about that. What actually happened? What is the information out there? But this amendment doesn't allow for that. This amendment says anything goes. Any effort whatsoever to check the accuracy of what is being said and done by people we are doing business with is going to be strictly prohibited. And I understand where this is coming from. A lot of this is coming from disputes that conservatives have. But you can't just say whatever you want to say. The people who tried to overturn the 2020 election are learning that. We have heard about the attack on this Capitol on January 6th. We have heard people say, oh, it didn't happen. It was Antifa. It was an inside job. It was government. All of these things are wrong, okay? Not, you say this, I say that. Wrong. Facts do exist, even if some of them turn out to be wrong. This amendment says, nah, we're giving up. We're not even trying to figure out what's true. Anything goes. Have fun with it. I don't think that's a good idea in general, but it is a particularly bad idea in our national security environment that we are in right now, because Russia and China love that approach. They regularly feed the disinformation battles in the U.S. on both the right and left. I yield myself an additional 30 seconds. They find stories that have agitated people on the right or agitated people on the left, and they amplify them. We're seeing this all over the place on the Ukraine war as Russia has spread story after story after story that is picked up by people here. It is in our national security interest to check those facts and not spread propaganda damaging to this country. Dispute it, and sometimes they get it wrong. Let's have that debate. But please, let's not pass this amendment that basically says there are no facts, whatever you say is true just because you said it. That is not correct. Please defeat this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Here's the bottom line. We can have all this dialogue, but it's not DOD's job to police speech. I reserve.
Thank you. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I am prepared to close and believe I have a right to close in this amendment, so I reserve the rest of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment will prevent the government from funding organizations who tip the scales against certain businesses from seceding online. Competition is what makes this country great. A business should try to gain market share by having the best product, lower prices, or better service than other businesses, and I personally deal with that every single day. And when the government gives money to third parties to decide which entities are allowed to take part in this exercise, it is simply un-American. So I urge all my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What this amendment says, as the gentleman just said, it's not the government's job to figure out what's true. Okay? That is a shocking statement. Now, what would be accurate is the government needs to be careful when they're trying to figure out what's true. I don't disagree with that. If they mess that up, if they get something wrong, let's talk about it. But please, let's not have the United States Congress say that the government should have no interest whatsoever in what's true or what's not true. You all just go have fun, say whatever you want to say, and we'll keep giving you money for whatever. Let's try to get to an accurate picture of what's going on. As difficult and challenging as that can be at times, the alternative of saying, facts don't exist, truth doesn't exist, say whatever you want, is not an alternative we should embrace. Please defeat this amendment. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
The yeas and nays.
Does the gentleman request a recorded vote?
I do.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. Order to consider amendment number 46 printed in Part B of the House Report 118 through 551. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 46, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Stubbe of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today in support of my amendment that would restrict radical gender ideology and pornographic content from entering the libraries and classrooms of school operated by the Department of Defense. These morally corrupting materials have no place in an educational setting and could seriously harm the educational and psychological development of school children belonging to our service members. Oftentimes, DoD schools are the only option the service members have to educate their children, and we must ensure they have the resources to prepare them for success in their future careers in society. Yet radical leftists desire to use schools as a tool to indoctrinate our children as soon as they enter kindergarten. I wish they were all just theoretical, but there exists a litany of examples of inappropriate and pornographic material that is available in DoD schools. Much of the material is far too graphic for me to read verbatim here on the House floor, but one example includes the book Gender Queer, which includes explicit imagery of sexual acts. In some DoD middle schools, young children are able to access a book called Middle School's A-Drag, which is a story about a 12-year-old boy who starts a talent agency for child drag queen performers. In elementary school libraries, students can read many books about radical gender ideology, like When Aiden Became a Brother, which tells the story of a girl who believes she's a transgender boy. This material has no place in our schools, and Congress has the power to put a stop to it in DoD schools. The DoD school system serves over 66,000 children across the world, and we owe it to our service members to provide their children with a top-notch education. That education should include lessons about reading, writing, and arithmetic, not explicit pornography and radical transgender propaganda. I encourage my colleagues to join me in protecting the children entrusted to DoD schools by our men and women in uniform. I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you. Does any member seek time in opposition? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I claim time in opposition. I yield
the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Madam Chair, as the mother of 2 teenage boys in public schools, I understand and can appreciate the need for age-appropriate content to ensure our schools remain nurturing environments for our kids. But the kinds of content that make it into these curricula and classrooms are decisions best left to professional educators working together with parents to determine what is best for our students. And as a mom, it is important our children see themselves and the situations they face in the books they read and the curriculum they are taught. This amendment is yet another attempt to broadly ban entire categories of books, forcing educators to second-guess and censor themselves. Engaging with novel and challenging topics is essential to how kids grow as students and individuals. They need to be able to confront ideas and topics that may not always be comfortable to them. This amendment is simply terrible policy in terms of providing our kids with the education they need to succeed in a complex and rapidly evolving world. Ultimately, at its core, this is discriminatory and offensive amendment in its targeting of our LGBTQ+ people. It separates military children attending DODEA schools, some of whom may identify as LGBTQ+ themselves, from their peers in other school systems in the United States, isolating them and depriving their education of perspectives critical to their own self-identification, growth, and development. This amendment makes it harder for DODEA teachers and counselors to support students with the materials they need if they question their gender identities or sexual orientations. This is an unwelcome intrusion on the trust between students and their teachers and counselors who can play important roles for military children often moving from place to place at formative times in their life. Eliminating the ability for educators to provide resources and guides to help our military youth with complicated decisions and feelings that they have. This is absolutely unacceptable. I have had conversations with young people back at home who shared serious concerns about the impact of censorship of LGBTQ+ content in their schools on the mental health of themselves and their peers. This amendment would further that sense of isolation and lead to increased rates of depression and, tragically, as we have seen, suicidal ideation. This amendment also sends a deeply hurtful and wrong message to LGBTQ+ service members, some of whom may have children attending DODEA schools, about what this Congress and our government thinks about them and their loved ones. This amendment dishonors their service and commitment to our country. We know that the people most hurt by book bans are ultimately students and kids, and this amendment undermines the quality of education and experience that military children receive at our DODEA schools. It is reckless, discriminatory, and it's an attack on our LGBTQ+ students and their service members. As a mom, I think of all of our children who deserve to feel supported and included, seen in our educational system. For these reasons, I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. These decisions are not best left to educators, in my opinion. It's best left to the parents to decide how they want to teach their kids. Our schools should be about teaching the success of our children in mathematics and arithmetic and writing, not in gender ideology and pornography. And what's an unwelcome intrusion is teaching our kids pornography and transgender ideology. I yield. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Hawaii is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Jacobs.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As Americans, we pride ourselves on freedom. Freedom to receive information and ideas from anyone and anywhere, to think freely, to speak freely. But this amendment is nothing more than a censorship and a violation of our First Amendment rights, all in an effort to erase the existence of transgender and intersex people. This amendment would reinforce the negativity, hostility, discrimination, and misunderstanding that many transgender and intersex youth already experience. In 2021, 68% of all LGBTQ+ students surveyed by GLSEN reported feeling unsafe in their school environment due to their perceived sexual orientation, gender identity, or expression. And more than 3/4 of LGBTQ+ students report experiencing in-person verbal harassment based on their sexual orientation, gender expression, or gender at some point in the past year. Here's the fact. Attempts to erase transgender and intersex people from schools will exacerbate these challenges and increase their isolation. But it won't erase the existence of transgender and intersex people, much to some of my colleagues' dismay. Parents across the country want their children to learn in safe and affirming environments, but this amendment is an answer to a problem we don't have. It would set a dangerous precedent that politicians can censor a range of school content based on a politician's political ideologies. And it's so broad that it would ban schools from teaching about a range of animals, including, for instance, clownfish, which can change their sex. So no more Finding Nemo in DODEA schools, I guess. Schools should be focused on creating environments that support all students, including transgender and intersex students, not censoring content. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The gentlelady from Hawaii is recognized.
Madam Chair, I reserve the remainder of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Hawaii is
Madam
recognized.
Chair, how much time do I have remaining?
Gentlelady has 15 seconds remaining.
15 seconds. That's all right. I reserve. Madam Chair, how much time does...
You have the right to close.
The gentleman has 2.5 minutes remaining.
Reserve my time, please.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I just think that the purpose, especially having been a military service member and been on bases that have schools for our children, one of which was actually in Hawaii when I served at Schofield Barracks in Hawaii, the purpose of our DoD institutions and the education that our kids are getting there should not involve gender ideology, transgender propaganda, and radical sexual ideology that just quite frankly shouldn't be taught to elementary school kids, middle school kids. Middle school children are having access to some of these things that are very explicit pornography in these types of books. And in my belief, our education system should be focused on teaching our children not sexual content, but the types of things to make them successful as students. And I yield back.
Gentlewoman from Hawaii is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield the remainder of the time to the gentleman from Washington State, Mr. Smith.
Gentleman from Washington State is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The problem with this is that many think that a radical gender ideology is that trans and gay people exist. We heard a member of the floor today, earlier on the Republican side of the aisle, say trans people don't exist. So that is not a radical ideology. This would ban that. We've seen this happen. You're not allowed to acknowledge that gay or transgender people exist. That is deeply damaging. It is not a radical ideology. That shouldn't be banned. I urge defeat of this amendment. I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those in favor say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr.
The
Chair,
amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chair.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington State?
I seek a recorded vote.
Recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Washington State will be postponed. For what purpose is the gentlewoman from... It is now in order to consider amendment number 47, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
I yield as much time as I may consume.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 47, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mrs. Luna of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 12-1287, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Luna, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida.
My amendment would prohibit CRT training for employees of the Department of Defense or members of the Air Force. The primary focus of our military should be mission readiness and lethality. Unfortunately, many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have continued to push for diversity, equity, and inclusion to the deficit of our servicemen and women. Divisive ideologies like CRT have no place in our military. Our service members should be learning the critical and often life-saving skills that help them and their fellow service members stay alive when they are deployed, rather than having training hours diverted to force CRT and race-based training. As a veteran, I know firsthand that our service members are not concerned about CRT training or DEI in the military. In fact, our service members care about the skills and qualifications that prepare them for war. When service members are wounded, they do not care about how diverse their medics are. They care that the medics responding to them in their time of need are qualified and trained with the skills to keep them alive. It is beyond time that we prioritize CRT and other divisive ideologies that are weakening our military and putting our nation's security at risk. We will gut CRT from our nation's military with this NDAA. We are one nation, one people, and this majority body believes in unity over division and merit over identity. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
To claim the time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself 2 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. There's actually quite a bit in this amendment that I do agree with. I think ideologies that are explicitly racist are problematic, and I certainly have seen that done. There are examples of the teaching of critical race theory and promotion of critical race theory that I personally disagree with. But there's 2 reasons to oppose this amendment. Number one, that is not happening in the United States military. We had a great debate earlier about why recruitment is down. Part of it is because of the fundamental dishonesty that the right wing is saying about the military in terms of what is going on. They are not promoting critical race theory. It is a theory that they do talk about, just like they talked about communism and fascism and a whole wide variety of other things that they don't agree with. So to suggest, as this amendment does, that our military is promoting any of this ideology is completely wrong. The second problem I have with this amendment is it does sort of push in the other direction, to want to sort of suggest, as we have seen in Florida and other states, that racism isn't really a thing. There was the famous example where what we ought to be teaching people is that, in fact, slavery had its upsides, okay? So there are problems with taking that approach. In particular, there's something in here about whether or not the Declaration of Independence is a racist document. And that's a debate I think certainly we should have, but a document that basically enshrines, well, actually it's the Declaration of Independence. I guess it's, well, the Constitution's in there too. It enshrines the fact that, if you are a black person, you cannot vote and you count for as 3/5 of a person. I think it would kind of be interesting to debate whether or not that was racist, because I think it kind of was. To ignore the history of our country, both good or bad, is a mistake. This amendment pushes us towards ignoring any of the history that is racist, that has promoted white supremacy, that has promoted slavery and Jim Crow. And to say that the people being educated in our military schools should ignore that history, I think is a great weakness. So the military does not promote CRT. They should have a robust discussion about various ideologies and also about the history of racism in this country. Ignoring it will do a disservice to the men and women who serve in the military and to the country. So I will oppose this amendment. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman of Florida is recognized.
To say that the military isn't actively doing this is, I think, misleading. In fact, I personally have seen training that our service members, to include my husband, have had to go through. To put it in perspective, my husband, before he was actually, he got out of the military, was made to write down the top 5 people he associated with, writing down their race, sexual orientation, and gender. And if those people were not diverse enough, he was then racist. Well, I have news for my colleagues across the aisle. When you have men and women deploying around the country, serving with black and brown people, since that's apparently what we are going to talk in regards to color, around the world, and you are telling them that they are racist even though they have laid down their lives for these people, I think that just shows how out of touch this governing body is. And so to say that our military is not being forced to do that is misleading. They absolutely are. And when I talk to men and women, both enlisted and at the officer level, I can tell you that they are more concerned about what's happening in the Pacific and what's happening in Russia than the fighting and the constant name calling and also the wokeification of our military. I yield the rest of my time.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan. No, sorry. Sorry, she was over there for a while. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Hawaii, Ms. Takuda.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've gone from Virginia to Hawaii in a few seconds. Mr. Chair, once again, it appears my colleagues fail to understand what critical race theory is. Critical race theory helps us understand the past, while DEI, as they've often been against, helps us chart the path forward to acknowledge and rectify the systemic racism that still shapes the present. But let's not conflate or confuse the two. So let me reiterate, critical race theory is simply an academic and legal framework to recognize that systemic racism is part of our nation's history. Yes, that is hard to hear, but sadly, that is absolutely the fact and the case. And that this systemic racism continues, quite frankly, to affect our society and individuals in it to this very day. These are hard truths for my colleagues that cannot bear to hear it. But there is no other way to explain the compromise enshrined for almost 80 years in our Constitution that counted slaves as 3/5 of a person to determine matters like the number of seats allotted to states for this very body, the House of Representatives. There's no other way to explain the Chinese Exclusion Act and the Asian Exclusion Act, which banned immigration of Asian people to this country for decades. Nor is there any other way to justify the grave historical injustices of Executive Order 9066 that interned over 100,000 Japanese Americans during the Second World War, including my great-grandfather, who was locked up against his will in Santa Fe, New Mexico, while my grandfather, his son, served in the military intelligence service for a country who saw and treated him and his loved ones as the enemy. Systemic racism is a part of the history of our military, the Department of Defense, and this country. There's no other way to explain the fact that even though they served bravely in the Revolutionary War, black men were formally excluded from military service after the war until the Civil War. Meanwhile, Filipino veterans of World War II waited for over 4 decades for the citizenship and benefits promised to them for their service under our flag and are still waiting till this day. If my Republican colleagues believe we can compete with our adversaries across the globe by avoiding these truths, they are sadly wrong. While our adversaries will seek to whitewash and erase histories like that of the Ukrainians, the Tibetans, the Uyghurs, we must do better. We should be better, because this speaks to who we are as a union. Having our service members learn about...
I yield the gentlelady an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you. Having our service members learn about systemic racism and think critically about the role it continues to play in our society may make some of them uncomfortable, but it is not going to make them hate America. It will, however, help them understand why inequities persist in our country, including in the ranks of our military. I hope it will remind them how far we've come and how much further we must go towards a more equitable future, one in which they, regardless of their background, can achieve their fullest potential. We need to understand critical race theory for what it is, an opportunity for us to confront our past and work towards a better future. For that reason, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time back.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. What purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to reclaim my time.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
I'd like to yield 1 minute of my time to my colleague from Florida Representative Corey Mills.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you so much. I want to start out by saying that I really admire and I love my colleague from Hawaii. We've had many conversations together on the strengthening of our military, especially when it comes to Schofield Barracks and the rest. Same with my ranking member, my colleague, Adam Smith. I will say, however, for the record, I served in the United States military as an Army combat veteran. I proudly served with people from Hawaii, people from Puerto Rico, people from the Virgin Islands. I've seen the diversity which exists, and I think that the utilization of DEI and CRT is what has been led to the creation of the 41,000 recruitment deficit that we see today. Our military is not supposed to be prioritizing the ideas of critical race theory or diversity, equity, inclusion. It should be about increased lethality, readiness, and being properly equipped. This is how we defeat our enemies. It is not through the ideas of trying to create division, and it is not through the ideas of pronoun training, where I can guarantee you that we can out-pronoun all of our enemies, but the he, him, they, them, she, her is not going to make us a stronger military. So I urge my colleagues to support Ms. Anna Paulina Luna's amendment, and I ask that we understand that we are here to strengthen our military, not to divide it. With that, I yield.
Gentlelady from Florida reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves.
I yield.
Gentlelady yields back.
I'm prepared to close.
Gentlelady's prepared. Does the gentlelady yield?
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves.
If I could, I think we are prepared to close. I have the right to close as defending the, so I will yield her to use the remainder of her time to close her arguments, and then I will close the debate. Thank you.
Gentleman's correct. Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
I'd like to close.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I'd like to close. I yield back.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Just as a point of clarification, so you're done. All right, great, thank you. Then I think we've concluded our remarks as well. Oppose the amendment for all the reasons stated. I urge opposition. I yield back the balance of my time.
The questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida, those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chair.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, for the proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 48, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 48, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Ms. Bober of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Bober, and a member of opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in favor of my amendment, which would prohibit federal funding for the Countering Group Extremist Activity working or implement any recommendations from the group. In 2021, Democrats and the Biden regime unjustly used January 6th to prop up this woke working group to provide cover for unjustly targeting members of our military. The so-called Countering Group Extremist Activity working has been weaponized and implemented to almost exclusively target Republicans, conservatives, and libertarians serving in the military. And yet, by its own metrics, it has been a massive waste of money and time. The Defense Department continues to spend large amounts of time and money to combat extremism, yet its own analysis of the situation shows that it's entirely unnecessary. In fact, fewer than 100 service members have been subject to the discipline due to engagement in extremist activities. That's only 0.005% of the approximately 2.1 million active and reserve personnel. Clearly, extremism is not the problem that my colleagues on the left and media outlets made it out to be. The United States military is tasked with one mission: maintaining mission critical readiness to protect the American homeland. Sowing our armed forces with divisive rhetoric designed to pit races and genders against one another is not only morally wrong, it poses a very real threat to our national security. Under the Biden regime, DEI instruction and management has reached new heights that threaten to weaken the bond between America's armed forces and its civilian leadership, and undermine our military effectiveness and readiness. All of our men and women in uniform deserve to have the best tools needed to carry out their mission to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. Unfortunately, liberal ideology undermines this mission. In order to stand up to China, Russia, terrorists, our military needs to project strength, not cultural wokeness. My amendment does exactly that. I urge the adoption of this amendment. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Colorado reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I claim time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Chair, to be clear, January 6th was an attack on America, our democracy, and this institution which we have all taken an oath to serve. This shouldn't be controversial, but service members who swear an oath to the Constitution should not try to overthrow the United States government. Yet the latest report from the Department of Defense Inspector General found that 78 service members were alleged to have advocated for the overthrow of the government in the past year alone. That is likely an undercount given reported challenges in gathering and compiling data across the military departments. Clearly, extremism in the military remains a persistent and serious issue, one that we should not take lightly, again, given the January 6th insurrection in which we know some service members and veterans participated. This fact alone should be deeply concerning to every single one of us in this chamber. Instead of taking this problem seriously, this amendment prohibits the Department of Defense from implementing recommendations designed to counter extremist activity in our military. This undermines unit cohesion, the readiness of our forces, and ultimately public trust in our military. My colleagues allege that the department's efforts to counter extremist activities unfairly targets conservatives. There's nothing in the Countering Extremist Activity Working Group's final report to substantiate that allegation, because violent extremism, regardless of its political or partisan leaning, is a danger to all of us and to this democracy. But there can be no denial that far-right extremism is surging across the country at a much higher level than that of left-wing extremism. A recent study showed that violent extremist acts in the United States were far more likely to be associated with far-right ideologies like white supremacy than for any far-left alternative. In fact, the level of violence perpetrated by right-wing extremists in this country is on par with, if not higher than, that of Islamist extremists. In our country, where service members have access to critical national security information and assets, individuals motivated by extremist ideologies can pose an outside threat to our national security when they move beyond fair and legal expression of contentious issues and into subversive or even violent actions. Tackling extremism in our military is not about promoting wokeness, which my colleagues continue to be obsessed about. It's about protecting our people and our country. And that, sadly, also means preventing domestic terrorism and addressing the serious and persistent threat to our homeland. And it's also about restoring public confidence and trust in one of the most important institutions in our history and society. I urge my colleagues to reject this dangerous amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to reiterate quickly that this is fewer than 100 service members who have been targeted here, and that's only 0.005% of the approximately 2.1 million active and reserve personnel serving. Ultimately, wokeness, it weakens our military. Violent left-wing extremists stormed the field yesterday at the congressional baseball game. And in 2020, they burned down our cities. They say that we're obsessed with wokeness. They're obsessed with January 6th, which their speaker admitted that she did not have our facility properly secured. And Mr. Chair, I would like to yield the remainder of my time to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Corey Mills.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I just want to point out once again, as a United States Army combat veteran, I had served with people from different race, creeds, genders. None of that mattered. We all bled green. When we went to Iraq, we went to Afghanistan, we were sitting in Kosovo. Not once did we talk about who did you vote for, what religion do you follow, what gender do you identify as. We were a cohesive unit that believed in service. And I think that the DEI, which was actually passed in last year's NDAA in the House, should actually show that we're ready to close this because it's caused division, not inclusion. I think that we were a much stronger military with the greater recruitment efforts when you talk about the 41,000 deficit that we're seeing today, when we were prioritizing the ideas of coming together, fighting a common enemy, training as one. This is what mattered to our United States military when we strengthened ourselves, not the ideas of trying to identify ourselves as being something different, but as being one. That's what the military that I served in, that's what the military I believe in, and we need to stop allowing our militaries to only think about serving political agendas and get back to what they're supposed to do, which is serving our country. I've seen nothing but division through DEI. And one of those examples that we talk about is that we want to try and make sure everyone has a right to their own opinions. But the reality is that Tyler Boyer had a turning point event where military members attended and were actually refused to go because of being conservatives.
Gentleman's time has expired.
We need to be a stronger military. I support this amendment. I ask our colleagues to do the same.
I yield.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentlelady from Hawaii is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself as much time as is remaining.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. As we previously heard, first of all, let's be clear here. We are not talking about DEI, which once again, this is an obsession of the far right in this particular body. And I would agree with you, though, in that same context of that conversation. I think we are in agreement. This is about how we should serve as one united nation. How do we serve as the United States of America? as a whole. The bottom line is when we take a look at the kinds of extremist activity that is happening within our military that was found by the Countering Extremist Activity Working Group, this is not bringing our country together. This is not allowing us to stand under one common flag. A 2020 Military Times poll found that more than half of minority service members of color, say they have personally witnessed examples of white nationalism or ideologically driven racism within the ranks. And as we can recall, in June 2020, a service member of the 173rd Airborne Brigade with white supremacist leanings lead classified troop movements to facilitate an attack on his own unit while deployed to Turkey. Let's be clear here, the recommendations of the Countering Extremist Activity Working Group are not controversial. They include enhancing insider threat analysis and response, developing comprehensive training and education for departmental leadership, providing notice to personnel on prohibitive activities, and improving internal information sharing and coordination. I think we can all agree in this body, no matter what side of the aisle you sit on, this is good for us if we are truly trying to stand up to China, to Russia, and North Korea. How do we make ourselves truly a United States Department of Defense, not one that is currently divided by internal rifts, internal extremism that sadly we are seeing too often in the field and in our ranks. So with that, Mr. Chair, I strongly encourage all of our colleagues to vote against this amendment and to make sure that we can, in fact, be a strong, united president standing against our adversaries across the globe. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Speaker, or Mr. Chair, I ask for a recorded vote on this vote.
The gentlewoman from.
Did she say she called?
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 49, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 49, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Mills of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mills, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tomorrow is Flag Day. The Second Continental Congress of June 14, 1777, adopted the flag of the United States some 247 years ago. This was in the midst of our struggle to become a free and independent nation and to become a constitutional republic. Now that flag changed over time as new states were added and the country expanded, but our dedication must be unyielding. They saw it fit to honor the flag, then we must honor the flag now and forever. We start each legislative day here with the Pledge of Allegiance. That flag that sits behind you right now is a symbol of this great country. We don't make that pledge to a party. We pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. It's a simple but solemn part of the day, and it's done to remind us that we are one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Those stars and those stripes mean a lot to me, Mr. Speaker. It's a flag that I saluted as a soldier, as a combat veteran, and a flag that I've seen many times draped over the coffins of those I'd served with. I hope we never lose sight of the importance of it. And what my amendment does is simple, Mr. Speaker. It honors our flag. We can do this again by asserting the legislative powers as they did in 1777. Currently, no flag other than the approved flag should be displayed in any workplace, common area place, public area of the Department of Defense, which we decided in fiscal year 2024 in the NDAA. Approved flags include the American flag, the state flags, military service flags, and even our POW MIA flag, as well as for others that have 13 total in types. There is, however, a provision that concerns me that allows a flag approved to the discretion of a military chain of command or civilian leadership as appropriate. And this is what my amendment would strike. It would strike the ability from it being a legislative priority that we're abdicating over and bring it back as it was supposed to under Article 1. This is about Congress determining the flags that can be displayed at military installations, and we've already agreed to 13 of them. If a member of Congress or the Department of Defense wants to add to that list, then come and make the argument in the debate here on the floor and have a vote. Don't just give our Article 1 powers away to the executive branch. It is our responsibility as a legislative body in this country to make these determinations in this chamber. I also want to be clear that under current law, a building or an area that primarily serves as a place of residence is exempt, and service members can do as they choose, not denying them their rights that they fight for. There's also an exemption for museum exhibits, license plates, grave sites, memorials, educational displays, and more that were decided here by Congress. I'm here today, Mr. Speaker, to say, honor our flag and protect our legislative powers. I hope all my colleagues will join me in doing so, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington rise?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to claim the time in opposition to the amendment.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I yield myself 2 minutes.
Recognized.
The maker of this motion, this amendment, is correct. This is an issue that we have litigated before the House before. I forget how many years ago it was now, but controversy arose over different flags being flown at different military institutions. We attempted to resolve that issue, and we did resolve that issue. We resolved the issue by saying there would be these approved flags, and then by the other piece of it, which is that the local leadership, if they agree, may fly a flag as well. Because there are a whole lot of flags out there in the world. We didn't want to contemplate absolutely all of them. I mean, if somebody's a Dallas Cowboys fan and they want to fly a Dallas Cowboys flag somewhere, the commander or their civilian leadership can rightly decide whether or not it's appropriate within that unit. So I'm with you on the initial part about how much you love the U.S. flag. I love the U.S. flag as well. Let's be clear. This amendment has absolutely nothing to do with the U.S. flag. The U.S. flag can be flown, we appreciate it, as it well should be. This is about commanders and civilian leadership at local military installations being able to decide whether or not they want to fly other flags. That was part of the compromise that we agreed to. There is no necessity of banning this. I mean, if you rise to be the person who is in charge of a military installation, I'm going to trust you to be able to make this decision. It is not something that Congress needs to insert itself into. We don't need to decide on every single flag whether it should go up or go down. We litigated this issue. We resolved it in the NDAA. We do not need to reopen it. I urge opposition to this amendment, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Well, I have great respect for my colleague, Mr. Smith, and I have served proudly with him in the Armed Services Committee. I would remind him that it is our responsibility, and that, as our founding fathers had established in 1777, that it is Congress under Article 1 who has the rights and authorities to be able to designate which flags are flown over military installations. We are not talking about outside of their barracks. We are not talking about what they fly outside of their own rooms or even the buildings that they occupy. We are talking about the military installation as a whole. The one thing that Congress has gotten very good at is abdicating our responsibilities, the same way that we abdicate Article 1, Section 8, Clause 11 through 13 of our War Powers Authority within the actual AUMF authorized use of military force. I ask and urge my colleagues to explain why. In 1777, we deemed this as a congressional authority that we now say that any command, and there are good commands, there are bad commands, has the right to overrule and what has actually been done here in the body. And so I urge my colleagues once again to explain why we continue to abdicate our roles and responsibilities within this chamber only to complain about them further later. With that, I reserve.
Florida reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would say Congress has decided. We decided on 13 flags, and we decided to trust the military installation commanders to make other decisions. We did decide. We've done this 2 or 3 times. You want us to decide something different. Okay, that's not violating anything. That's just going at what you think Congress ought to decide to do. We have exercised the law and the right that you laid out. We exercised it in the way we did. We approved it in this body and in the Senate and in the conference report. It does not need to be reopened. I would urge us to defeat this amendment. And with that, I would yield 1 minute to the gentlelady. You see, now you're back. You see, I introduced you a moment ago incorrectly. The gentlelady from Virginia, Ms. McClellan.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was ready to come up on the last one. But, you know, I find it really interesting that in a Congress that took 15 votes and several days to elect a speaker, and then 3 weeks to elect another speaker, and every must-pass bill has been bogged down with culture war amendments or partisan infighting that has taken us to the brink. And in a Congress that has passed very little legislation compared to other Congresses, that we now want Congress to micromanage, can a local military base, can Fort Gregg Adams in Petersburg or Prince George, for example, if they have a festival and they want to fly a flag related to that festival, they have to come to Congress and ask for a bill to be passed and signed by the President of the United States. That's ridiculous. That is utterly ridiculous. That is why in a wide variety of bills passed by Congress, we delegate some of that minutia to the people on the ground who know in this given situation we can exercise our judgment. I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I would remind the gentle lady that the purpose of Congress is not to try and pass as many bills as you can possibly pass, and actually it was the opposition of that. It was actually trying to make it very difficult. And the reason that we're so big on wanting to try and gauge the metrics by how many bills we pass is because we don't even enforce the existing laws that we have on the books, and we think that's somehow a metric of success. The reality is that we are not supposed to be involved in the day-to-day lives of everything, which is why in 1777 we made it very clear, here are the authorized flags that we can fly. But I can tell you, if there was a tremendous amount of MAGA flags flying over military installations, you would hear an absolute outcry by the left who would come in and tell you that these are not authorized and approved flags, and how dare they do this, and it's a complete atrocity, and J6 is a result of this. And the funny thing is that it's only a great argument when it's to their own benefits. But the reality is this: why can't it be simple? The simplistic thing is this: our military installations and our military service members, myself as an actual armed services member, not sure that my colleagues had actually served in the Army, we wore an American flag on our uniform. Why? Because that's what our American country represented, that flag. So I ask that my colleagues support this and that we get back to supporting and honoring our flag. With that, I yield.
Gentleman yields from Florida yields. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself the balance of our time. It
is recognized.
Ironic, the gentleman arguing about how Congress doesn't need to pass a bunch of laws while he's urging us to pass another one. He's the one who's actually proposing and having us pass something else that would place a restriction after we've already dealt with that. This is not an issue that needs to be revisited. We worked it out. We have a bunch of approved flags for everybody. We allow the local commanders to make local decisions. Congress certainly should exercise our authority of oversight over the Department of Defense. Wide variety of different areas where we need to do this. Micromanaging what flag is flown at every single installation in the United States of America and beyond is not a place I think we need to insert ourselves. I oppose this amendment and would urge the body to do so. And with that, I yield back the balance.
Gentleman from Washington yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Independently chairs, the ayes have it. The purpose is the gentleman from Washington rise.
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 50, printed in Part B of House Report 118551. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 50, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Waltz of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Waltz, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair
in support of my amendment to require the United States Army to establish gender-neutral fitness standards for its combat fitness test. Last year's defense bill contained my provision that required the Army to create gender-neutral fitness standards for combat military occupational specialties, and while I'm pleased that the conference adopted increased fitness standards for combat arms, in the FY24 NDAA, it removed the provisions requiring these standards to be gender neutral, and this amendment would restore the House's previous language. I want to be clear, Mr. Chairman. I fully support all Americans, regardless of race, religion, gender, to serve in any capacity in our uniformed services. We need them, and in the middle of this recruiting crisis, we need all of them. This amendment and this conversation is about standards and establishing the standards we need to be successful in combat. And I can tell you firsthand, our enemy's bullets do not discriminate between black, white, or brown. They don't discriminate between men and women. We're all in the foxhole together. So we need to establish what those standards are to be successful, and if you hit them and you achieve them, then you're in that combat unit. If you don't, there's other ways to serve. And I like to talk about the first female to successfully graduate the U.S. Army's Ranger School. Her name was Kristen Geist. She had to achieve the standards that it takes to be a Ranger, but then goes on to command her infantry platoon and has a lower physical standard than the men she's charged to lead. I think that does her a disservice. I think that does the women who achieve these incredibly difficult elite units within our military a disservice. And frankly, it then lowers the readiness of the units that they're joining. And in her op-ed, she said, first, reverting to gender-based scoring will drastically reduce the performance and effectiveness of combat arms, particularly as more women join these units with the opening of combat arms. She also goes on to say the reverting gender-based scoring and reducing the minimum standards for combat arms hurt the credibility of the women in these branches. And under a gender-based system, women in combat arms have to fight every day to dispel the notion that their presence inherently weakens the previously all-male units. These are her words. Lower female standards also reinforce the belief that women cannot perform the same job as men, therefore making it difficult for them to earn the trust and confidence of their teammates and the soldiers that they are charged to lead. Now, Mr. Chairman, you're going to hear, well, we don't have data, we don't know. We have 20 years of combat in the Middle East. We know what it takes to move a 200-pound soldier to that helicopter, to that medevac, up to the top of the building, to move that artillery round. None of those things discriminate based on what gender you are. None of them. And certainly our enemies don't. At the end of the day, the standard it takes to be successful in, say, infantry should be different than to be a cyber warrior or to be a supply officer or to be a pilot. Let's make the standards according to the job and not according to anything else, and that's what this amendment would do. I urge my colleagues to support it. I reserve my time, Mr.
Gentleman
Chairman.
from Florida reserves. Gentleman from for what purpose is the gentleman from Washington?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to claim the time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and I am pleased to yield 3 minutes. The gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. Sherrill.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to this amendment. It is just the latest in a long series of attempts by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to drum women out of combat roles in which they're currently serving. It's dressed up as protecting women, as a step aimed at preserving military readiness, but make no mistake, it's about a deeply held belief that women shouldn't fight. When I served in the Navy, I was part of the first class of women eligible for most combat roles, and I know firsthand what women bring to the table in combat roles. This fight is to ensure that women can serve in combat roles. It's one that I've already fought and has impacted my entire career in the Navy. It's also impacted the careers of our first female commanding officer of an aircraft carrier, our first woman chief of naval operations, our first female superintendent of the Naval Academy. And make no mistake, I had to pass numerous physical tests during my time in the Navy. Some, such as the physical readiness test, were simply basic measures of fitness based on my age and gender. Some, such as the helicopter dunker, the platform dive, and SEER POW training school, were gender and age neutral and based on ability I needed to have to serve in a certain role, namely a Navy helicopter pilot who flew over water, often at night. And the military determined this, not Congress. Congress should not be telling the military what standards they should be implementing for physical fitness standards. The services have long had the ability to make these decisions based on their expert knowledge on what is actually needed for service members. Congress should not intervene, especially when it could lead to the prevention of qualified women in combat roles, and especially not as a cheap political ploy to score points in a culture war. By all means, we don't need to take my word for it. Let's see what the Army has to say. It's redundant. Per Secretary Wormuth, the Army already has sex-neutral fitness standards that apply to every single combat arms military occupational specialty. It's duplicative. Per Secretary Wormuth, the Army is already pursuing increased standards to close combat force MOSs to comply with last year's bill, and it's counterproductive. Under this amendment, the Army would lack empirically defensible data to set the standards. Instead, per Secretary Wormuth, the Army would be forced to rely on this amendment's conclusion that sex-neutral minimum standards are scientifically justifiable without the science. Mr. Speaker, once again, this body is considering amendments that serve one goal: cheap shots at women as part of a MAGA culture war. Our military readiness is an incredibly important thing that should be treated with careful deliberation. It should not be subject to the whims of a single member of this House who has willfully disregarded the input of experts, of the Army, and of the House Armed Services Committee, which rejected this very amendment. So I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment as well, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I found that incredibly, frankly, insulting and somewhat disappointing coming from a colleague and a fellow veteran. But at the end of the day, those who are fighting for women to serve in all combat roles, which I'll state again, despite the aspersion or projecting of motives here, cannot then say, well, they should have a lower standard in combat, because combat doesn't present a lower standard. It's one, life or death, and when you're in the foxhole with fellow Americans, that's all that matters. Number one. Number two, I think to equate an experience as a helicopter pilot with what this amendment actually addresses, which are combat roles in the Army, not in the Navy, not in the Air Force, not with support roles, not with other specialties, that, again, all Americans are welcome and should be welcome to serve in, is either we haven't read the amendment or we have our own motives in place. Hard to tell. But at the end of the day, we're seeing in Ukraine, we're seeing in Gaza, we've seen in our experience in the Middle East that combat on the ground in urban environments is brutally up close, dangerous, lethal, and at the end of the day, regardless of race, religion, gender, or anything else, you need to be able to hit the standards and training to be successful in a combat environment. And again, I would support my colleagues to set aside their political, biases and support this amendment that our military desperately
from Florida
needs.
reserves. Time has expired for the gentleman from Florida. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself the balance of our time. But I will point out that, as I'm sure the gentleman recognizes, there are helicopter pilots in the Army, and there are helicopter pilots who are in combat. So it is perfectly appropriate to have a helicopter pilot talk about what it's like to serve in a combat role, and I think the gentleman would agree with me on that. There's one other aspect of this amendment that has always troubled me. We talk about combat MOSs, but the actual substance of the amendment would set a general gender-neutral standard to be in the Army, period. And that is what is concerning, because there are a lot of different jobs within the Army. Combat, you described, absolutely. But we also need intel officers. We need linguistic experts. A whole lot of people that will have a different set of qualifications. And what the Army was concerned about with this last year, how we came to a compromise, which we've decided we didn't like, apparently, even though you guys are in the majority and we passed this last year, was that they were concerned that if you required this, you would be booting a ton of women out of the military now who aren't in combat roles. And so the breadth of this amendment is what concerns me. But in addition, like I said, last year we did this, and the Army is tasked with coming back to us with new fitness standards for the broad Army and also for the very specific combat MOSs to make sure that they meet the standards that the gentleman's quite correct, must be there for certain jobs, but it depends on the job. And it also is something that is not said on this floor, and I love the fact that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would have you believe that the military has always been this completely unbiased, unbigoted place, and no one has anything to worry about. We're just going to treat everybody perfectly equally, and everything will be fine. And I confess, I have not served in the military, and maybe someone served in the military. Oh, no, we've never done that. I would think you were being dishonest if you said that, because bias and bigotry has been a problem. It's been a particular problem for women serving in the military, as any woman, Republican or Democrat, who has served in the military in the last 40 years can tell you. So efforts to make sure that women know that they will be included and given a fair shot are important. This amendment undermines that. I urge opposition. I yield back.
This time's expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Depending chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington rise?
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 51, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 51, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, a member from each, a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment prohibits the Secretary of Defense from requiring individuals to wear masks to prevent the spread of COVID-19 on any military installation in the United States. I was proud to introduce a similar amendment last year, and I'm happy to do so again. Policies involving mandatory masks implementation are not about science or safety, but control. Tom Jefferson, not to be confused with Thomas Jefferson, a leading epidemiologist who co-authored what the New York Times opinion section called the most rigorous and comprehensive analysis of scientific studies conducted on the efficacy of masks for reducing the spread of respiratory illnesses, including COVID-19, found that there was no evidence that masks made a difference. It found that wearing a mask in public places probably makes little or no difference in the number of infections, and Dr. Fauci has recently admitted as much. I reserve.
Tennessee, gentleman from Tennessee reserves.
Oh, sorry. Wow.
Any member seek recognition in opposition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I rise to claim the time in opposition to the amendment.
Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be brief. I don't fundamentally disagree with the idea that we learned a lot about the relative effectiveness of masks. I'm not a huge fan of them myself, and the main reason that they tend not to be effective is people don't wear them, or they don't wear them correctly. But I think what we have learned is that there are some circumstances in which masks could conceivably be helpful. I don't like the way the scientists in this country presented the mask information to the American public. I think they undermined a lot of credibility in the way they did it by not explaining it in an honest way. And I think they were wrong in a number of different areas. But this amendment says there is never any time ever when a mask mandate makes sense. And that is just further than even I am willing to go. I don't know when that time is going to be. I have not done an exhaustive study of the science. I've read a few New Yorker articles and other places that, raise some of the concerns. But to have an amendment that says under no circumstances can our medical professionals within the military conclude that this is a good idea goes too far. So I oppose the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank my colleague for his words. And again, to my colleague's point, this really is about following the science and the lessons we've learned, that this information, the requirement, the mandatory implementation of mask wearing, which was not presented honestly to the American people, it has created distrust within the very institutions that we should trust when such said things happen. So that being said, I think this is important to lay the groundwork and the framework that you can't just mandate masks because you feel that you have to do something. Fauci's acknowledged that he was winging it, that this 6-foot margin was made up. We now know the efficacy of masks didn't work. And yes, obviously not wearing a mask could or could not have an impact, but the efficacy studies were on the masks themselves, on N95 masks. So this isn't about not wearing a mask. This is about the fact that N95 masks did not work against COVID. So we should not have a mandatory mask allowance for our military because of control. And so with this, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually don't have any more arguments on this point other than what I've said, so I will I will urge opposition, and then I will yield my time.
Gentleman from Washington yields. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'll just emphasize this amendment is based off of what we now know about COVID. We know the masks didn't work. There's no need for the Secretary of Defense to urge or mandate our military to wear masks on military installations. This is about freedom, this is about liberty, and this is about science. I urge adoption, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 52, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 52, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Rosendale of Montana.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Montana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, President Joe Biden has tried to turn our United States military into a dangerous left-wing social experiment. At the Malmstrom Air Force Base in my district, there's been an inappropriate drag show and explicit library books on display for children. The Department of Defense is paying for travel expenses and is offering up to 21 days of leave for soldiers and their dependents to get abortions. This does nothing to help our troops continue to be the most effective fighting force on earth and is nothing but a distraction and a waste of valuable taxpayer dollars. My amendment, number 52, would prohibit TRICARE from covering gender reassignment surgeries and hormone treatment for individuals who identify as transgender. The government has no business funding these procedures on the taxpayer's dime. And quite frankly, if you don't know if you're a man or a woman, you shouldn't have your hand on the button that launches missiles. The Department of Defense still spent millions of dollars on these surgeries, and they do nothing to help our service members. The follow-up medications and counseling are even more costly. The question that must be asked is whether having people who identify as trans in the military makes our military a more effective, lethal fighting force. The answer is a clear and resounding no. A report commissioned by General Mattis found that service members with claims of gender dysphoria are 8 times more likely to attempt suicide than other service members. It also found that these individuals are 9 times more likely to have negative mental health episodes than other service members. As former Lieutenant General Thomas Spohr aptly put it, if those with gender dysphoria are at a much higher risk of suicide, crippling anxiety, or other mental breakdowns than their peers, those serving next to them will be reluctant to rely on them. Permitting them to serve also violates the principle of not placing individuals at greater risk or injury in harm's way. Allowing this radical trans agenda to infiltrate our military will put our service members in harm's way and will make our country more vulnerable than it has ever been in modern history. My common sense amendment would save the taxpayers millions of dollars and help protect our service members and our country. I reserve.
Reserves? For what purposes, the gentleman from Washington rise?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to claim the time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. And I am pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Jacobs.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gender-affirming care is safe, effective, and medically necessary. It's supported by every major medical association in the United States, representing more than 1.3 million U.S. doctors. That's why I find it incredibly concerning that many of my colleagues across the aisle choose to demonize the transgender community, but I don't think I've ever met someone who's trans. Many of them seek to restrict, deny, and disparage gender-affirming care, but have never met anyone who's actually received it. So forgive me if I'm not convinced by their naive talking points when this is something I know about personally. Earlier this year, my trans brother Dylan received gender-affirming surgery after consultations with his doctor. He'll tell you that it was life-changing, and that's the case for so many in the trans community. And he'll tell you, contrary to my colleague's remarks, he knows who he is. His body just doesn't match that. Prohibiting gender-affirming care for our service members not only compromises our national security, but it also hinders our recruitment and retention efforts. Trans people are about twice as likely as all adults in the U.S. to serve in the armed forces. So why would we want to alienate this patriotic, selfless community from serving? And when service members get the medical care that they need, they can focus on their mission without distraction. But by denying service members this medically necessary care, this amendment will hurt our military readiness and likely lead to service members leaving the military. Our efforts to recruit would be severely weakened. This amendment isn't only bigoted, it's short-sighted and would hurt our national security. So I urge my colleagues to listen to someone who actually knows something about the trans community and gender-affirming care and oppose this hateful amendment. I yield.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is not rhetoric. These are simply the facts. Again, a report commissioned by General Mattis found service members with claims of gender dysphoria are 8 times more likely to attempt suicide than other service members. $8 million roughly was spent on transgender care, including about $5.8 million on psychotherapy, demonstrating that the vast majority of the investment associated with these gender surgeries is for psychotherapy thereafter. I reserve.
Gentleman from Montana reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Have you ever wondered why transgender individuals are more likely to have mental health issues or commit suicide or attempt to commit suicide? And it's not just our service members, it's also their dependents. Maybe the reason is the harassment and demonization that they have faced for generations from the far right. Maybe it's for the same reason as a student that I represented who identified as transgender wanted to commit suicide because on a daily basis in their school, they received texts and threats from friends who said, you should kill yourself, solely because they identified as transgender. Maybe it's because the vitriol that we have heard in committee and on this floor against the transgender community tells them you are not valuable as a human being. And that's why this amendment is so cruel. What this amendment does is say, in the same body from the same party that has made arguments about individual freedom and decried what they see as people trying to impose their views on other people, this is an amendment that says that they are going to impose their views on what transgender people should or should not do when making their own health care decisions. And in doing so, it is so broadly written it leaves it up to I don't know who to decide what the purpose of the hormone treatment that someone who identifies as transgendered is, because not every transgendered woman gets surgery. A woman who identifies as a man may not get surgery and continue to have ovaries, and when she reaches menopause, may need hormonal therapy. And now some bureaucrat is going to have to sit and say, what's the purpose of this? Is this part of your effort now to be surgically or hormonally transitioned? This amendment is ridiculous and cruel and should be defeated.
Gentleman from Washington Reserves. Gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the pressures of war are extreme. And if you are so troubled during peacetime that you don't know if you're a man or a woman, I can't imagine what the pressures of war would do to you. There were about 160 surgeries, transgender surgeries that were taking place in the military, and that was included by 23,000 psychotherapy visits. Again, if you don't understand if you're a man or a woman, you should not have your hand on the button that is launching missiles. I reserve.
Gentleman from Montana reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Hey, I'm prepared to close and therefore reserve.
Gentleman is recognized. Oh, I'm sorry. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Montana is recognized.
I'm ready to close this well, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman is recognized.
Could I inquire to how much time I have left?
1.5 minutes for the gentleman from Montana.
Very good. Mr. Speaker, again, it is very simple that, first of all, the taxpayers should not be bound by paying the expenses that are associated with these transgender surgeries for military. The next thing is, and this is a larger question, should these people that are so confused they don't understand whether they're a man or a woman even be allowed into the military? This is putting lives at risk. This is putting their colleagues at risk. This has been something that has been hurting the recruitment efforts for the military that we have seen down since the Biden administration has taken over. And quite frankly, the taxpayers shouldn't be bound by these obligations, and the people that are serving in the military shouldn't be exposed to this additional risk. I request that my colleagues please support this amendment. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Montana yields. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself the balance of our time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. 2 quick points. The United States Congress shouldn't be making medical decisions, and that's what this amendment is. It is telling the military what medical services they should provide. That, I think, is a huge mistake regardless of the context. Second, trans people have served in the military for a long time, even before it was officially allowed, and certainly now they continue to serve with the same honor and dignity of everybody else who has served. To imply otherwise is completely wrong. Various people throughout the military need health care. We spend money on a lot of different health care provisions. There's the favorite stat about how much money the United States spends on Viagra for people who serve in the military. There are different purposes. This amendment is wrong for 2 reasons. One, it is bigoted and discriminatory against trans people who serve in the military very effectively. And number 2, it has Congress making medical decisions that should be left up to medical professionals and their patients. I urge opposition to this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Montana. Those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Gentleman from Washington.
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings of the amendment offered by the gentleman from Montana will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 53, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 53, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment prohibits the provision of gender transition procedures, including surgery or medication, through the Exceptional Family Member Program. I think I've heard it all when my good friend on the other side mentioned that the medical profession was for the surgery. That's like saying the owners of a gas station or a petroleum company are for gasoline production. It's a given. And, you know, everything has got a price tag up here. And when I hear Viagra, I hope and pray Viagra is not included in what you're wanting to do. That's not the place for that, particularly now. The Exceptional Family Member Program provides resources to military families with special needs. This program is designed for military spouses, children, or other dependent family members who require ongoing medical or educational services, such as individuals with asthma, autism, chronic respiratory illness, intellectual disabilities, and much more. The military has tried to politicize this valuable program in order to get transgender procedures passed. For example, the Air Force suggested using the Exceptional Family Member Program for families who want to help their child transition. I would just say you're taking, and I'll list some other things that are included in this that already exist that they're paying for, and to take money away from the things I will mention, I think is unheard of. I reserve.
Member from South Carolina reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
I rise to claim the time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized.
I will yield myself just a couple quick moments here before I yield to Ms. Jacobs. Just on the comment about doctors being like gas station owners, of course a doctor is going to want to operate whenever you show up. That is not the way the medical profession works. I've been through a number of operations myself. I don't always agree with decisions that doctors make, but I will stand up for the medical profession and say they're not selling a product to the point where the more of it they sell, the happier they are. They're not just going to operate on anyone who walks in. It is the purpose of a medical doctor to make a medical determination about what the proper treatment is, not to sell as much of it as is humanly possible. So I stand by what I said earlier. Congress should not be telling doctors what medical decisions they should make. And if you've got a doctor out there who's passing out treatment like he's at a gas station, please report him, and let's make sure that that license is taken away. And with that, I will yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Jacobs.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I think we can all agree we want our military dependents to be safe and healthy. In fact, that is a crucial part of our national security. If our service members are worried about their families, they're not going to be focused on the mission that we need them to do. That's why military dependents should have access to gender-affirming care, which is safe, essential, medically necessary care that promotes the health and well-being of transgender people. Now, I highly doubt my colleagues who support this amendment know someone who's personally received gender-affirming care, let alone talk to them about their experience, about what it was like with the doctor, about how hard or easy it was to receive that care. I have. Earlier this year, my transgender brother had gender-affirming care surgery. He'll tell you it's been life-changing, and it improved his relationship with his body, his life, and his society. He'll also tell you it wasn't easy to get it. That confidence and happiness that my brother has, that's what I want for everyone, especially those in the LGBTQ+ community who are too often misunderstood, judged, discriminated against, and then have to hear the hateful things coming from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. But denying service members the ability to provide medically necessary care for their children, this amendment will lead service members to leave the military, will weaken efforts to recruit other people with trans family members to join the military. We've already seen this happen, where service members have had to dramatically alter their career or leave the service altogether in order to support their trans dependents. The bottom line is this: the federal government should not get in the middle of medical decisions, period. This amendment would be unconstitutional and would likely lead to costly litigation. We've already seen similar laws struck down in the courts for violating the Equal Protection Clause by denying transgender adolescents the same care that is provided to cisgender adolescents. And because the bans would violate the fundamental due process rights of parents to provide best practice medical care for their children. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
I just add to some of the comments made about the medical doctors. The medical doctors are making money on this. Gas stations make money. The free enterprise system does that. And for them to be in favor of it, they're doing the surgery. They're getting paid for it. The military is meant to defend this country, and it's gotten away from that. And that's what the American people are so sick of. And in another amendment, I brought up 168 generals and people active in the military. That's why the recruitment is down 30% for just what you're trying to oppose. And on this, my particular amendment, you got to realize this program was meant to help families with special needs. Now, if you don't know whether you're a man or a woman, that's fine, go figure it out, and you pay for it, not the government, for money we don't have. And I guarantee you could let me just name you some of the things that is included now that by wanting to provide transgender surgery that takes for these programs. And I guarantee you could do a poll of everyone in the balcony. Do you want to do away with life-threatening conditions or chronic conditions for transgender surgery? Do you want to take away asthma, respiratory-related diagnosis for transgender surgery? Do you want to do intellectual or development delays, the dollars for that, for transgender surgery? Attention deficit disorder, attention deficit hyperactivity disorders, you want to take that away? Chronic conditions that require adaptive equipment, assistive technology, or environmentally or architectural considerations. That's everything that's included, and what you want to do is take money for somebody that doesn't know whether they're a man or a woman. It doesn't make sense then, and it doesn't make sense now. I yield. I reserve.
Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
So I just want to follow that last train of logic. So basically, if a trans person receives medical care, it is by definition taking medical care away from somebody else. So I guess if a cancer patient is receiving medical care, that's taking it away from somebody else. That's simply not true. That is not the choice here. If you need health care, you should get health care. Now, there will be a robust debate within the medical community about what is appropriate, certainly. But to deny trans people, in this case, we're talking about children of people who are serving in the military being denied health care that they need. I don't feel that we should be denying health care from children whose medical professionals say they need, and it is not a choice of taking it away from somebody else. It's not the way our healthcare system works. What this amendment would do is clearly take health care away from families and spouses of service members that a medical doctor has determined that they need. But I want to come back to this argument that somehow our military is being destroyed by wokeness. This is completely and totally untrue. Number one, as we stand here today on the floor, we have the best military in the world. They are serving ably all across the world. It is incredibly talented, incredibly effective. And I am offended that the other side of the aisle seems to want to continue to denigrate our military because of a right-wing agenda to wage a culture war. That's not what is going on in the United States military. Recruitment is a problem primarily because of how good the economy is, and again, because for a period of time they weren't able to recruit because of COVID. And also, in a little bit apart, because the right wing is bashing on the military 24/7. Now, are there some people in the military who long for the days when gay people and trans people and women and even people of color weren't in a position to compete with them? I am quite certain that there are. I'm also quite certain that it's a relatively small number. All we are trying to do, I yield myself an additional 30 seconds, is make sure that we have equal access to the military.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Really? Then I yield back. Apologize.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
How much time do I have, Mr. Speaker?
1.25 minutes.
Okay, and I'm prepared to close, but what you're trying to do goes against what the intent for this program was. And I'm offended that you want to take dollars away from that cancer patient. If you're telling me the cancer patient goes behind somebody that doesn't know whether they're a man or woman, you and I just have a basic worldview difference. The price tag for individual gender-affirming surgical procedures and other medical treatments can range from $8,000 to $100,000. And you want to take that from somebody that has a disability? I'm offended that you're doing that. Mr. Speaker, this is the fact we're having to debate this is amazing, and I yield back.
Gentleman from South Carolina yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Washington.
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 54, printed Part B of House Report 118-551. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 54, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Burkeen of Oklahoma.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Basheen, a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would prohibit drag shows and drag queen story hours at U.S. military bases and installations. This measure is essential to ensure that our military remains focused on core mission. President Biden and his Department of Defense have hosted multiple drag show events as the left continues to push a sexual agenda on service members, showing total disregard for our troops who signed up to protect this country, not to be subjected to far-left policies. This agenda doesn't stop at our men and women in uniform. The Biden administration is also targeting young children in an effort to spread its views, its sexual agenda. In 2022, a military base in Virginia hosted a kid-friendly diversity, equity, inclusion summer festival, and I use air quotes, kid-friendly, featuring Harpy Daniels, the Navy drag queen, where children were encouraged to attend. That same summer, another base scheduled a drag queen story hour for children. Our country depends on a lethal military capable of rising to any occasion, just as the Allied forces did 80 years ago when they stormed the beaches of Normandy. They exemplified patriotism and courage. It seems the Biden administration and its DOD is more focused on promoting drag queens waving the rainbow flag in a cultural war, preparing them for the cultural battle versus preparing a real fighting force, advancing the red, white, and blue on a real battlefield. This is nothing short of an insult to our troops. It's a mockery to history and those who died fighting for this country. What would General Eisenhower, what would General MacArthur say? I believe they would encourage a return to thousands of years of history of societal norms, not the current sexual fad that is in tandem with our armed services not being able to meet their recruitment goals, being down 30% during the Biden administration. Young men who make up the bulk of our fighting forces are inspired by G.I. Joe. They are not inspired by be a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Although the DOD indicated it would stop hosting drag queen events last year, this informal decision lacks the force of law and was only made after significant public backlash. We have every reason to believe the DOD would resume these events tomorrow if they felt they could get away with it. We should codify this and not give them that option. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Is there someone in opposition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the LGBTQ families, gay people who serve in our country, and frankly, anyone who just likes to have fun, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. Now, we know there are a lot of threats to the health and well-being of our service members. Poisoned water on military bases, toxic mold in military housing, PTSD, and suicide. So I'm stunned to see that a top Republican idea to protect our troops is actually to ban drag shows. Now, Mr. Speaker, my Republican colleagues want us to believe that gays are trying to murder us. They want to believe that drag is harmful or immoral or wrong. This is completely ridiculous. Now, I hate to break it to my Republican colleagues, but LGBTQ people have fought and died for this country since the American Revolution, even if they were forced to hide their true selves. We can document and celebrate drag shows on military bases, and they've been celebrated since the 1800s and through both world wars. The USO and Red Cross hosted drag shows during World War II. The army that defeated Hitler and saved the world included drag queens. Ronald Reagan starred in a movie called This Is the Army, a movie about World War II that featured 4 drag performances. And he's not the only Republican president who knew that drag can be fun and sometimes silly. Mr. Speaker, drag is art, drag is culture, and drag is a form of comedy. And drag is not a crime, and it's not pornography. Now, real obscenity is when one of our colleagues, the gentlewoman from Georgia, shows literal photos of revenge porn in our oversight committee. So if we want to end porn in government facilities, let's ban that. We know that inclusion in our military is good for our country. We want to welcome anyone who wants to serve. And I'd invite my Republican colleagues to join me at a drag show in the future. You'll see that drag is not a threat to anyone. And I'm convinced that some of you would really enjoy it. It's my deep concern that this amendment is legitimizing an extremist narrative that drag performances are somehow harmful or threatening. Drag is art. So, Mr. Speaker, this amendment should sashay away. I receive my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this amendment simply codifies what the DOD stated last year, that, quote, holding these type of events in federally funded facilities is not suitable use of DOD resources, end of quote. I would like to remind my colleagues that the language in this amendment passed in last year's NDAA, which almost all Republicans and some Democrats voted for. Americans' tax dollars should not be paying or being used to prop up paying for men to dress up as women in sexualized performances. I take exception to the comment that this is something that was occurring during the greatest generation. What may be referenced is something totally different than something now that is designed to sexualize this culture. With that, I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Oklahoma yields. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Yeah, I just want to remind my colleagues that art should be celebrated in this country. There are all forms of art, or whether someone's going to a live theater performance, whether they're seeing something in a gallery, whether they're enjoying a sculpture, whether they're seeing a live music performance, or whether they're seeing a drag show. It is all a form of art. It's also an American art form that has been around our country for hundreds of years and has been on military bases since the USO was performing these similar types of shows. And so I want to reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman is the only member with time remaining. Gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, this amendment is a culture war stunt that does nothing to make our troops safer. It politicizes our military and silences service members who just want to be themselves. It's big government telling our troops they aren't smart enough to decide if they want to attend a particular type of entertainment, and that Congress knows best in what's funny or may not be funny. We should respect drag artists for the talent that they are, for the artists that they are. We should focus on real solutions to make our life better for our troops and for our country. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman from California yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Oklahoma. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 55, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 55, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Ms. Van Dyne of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Van Dyne, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. In 2022, President Biden issued a new Department of Defense policy using taxpayer dollars to fund time off, lodging, and travel expenses for elective abortions. My amendment will stop this unlawful practice and return to return to the high protections codified in law. In recent years, President Biden and many of my Democrat colleagues have embraced a radical pro-abortion stance, going so far as to push to federally legalize abortion for any reason up until the moment of birth. I'm not sure why we have gone from wanting abortions to be safe, legal, and rare to encouraging taxpayer-funded abortion on demand, but here we are. They can't define a single limitation that they would support on elective abortions. Republicans are offering solutions that support women throughout their pregnancy, and while my colleagues on the other side are taking the anti-woman stance of incentivizing abortions. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment to not only follow the law, enforce the law, but to do so while protecting the most vulnerable, the unborn. And Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to claim the time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm now honored to yield 1 minute to my friend and partner in this fight, the ranking member of the House Armed Services Quality of Life Panel, Representative Houlihan.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Representative Sherrill and Mr. Speaker. It truly saddens me to be here yet again having the same conversation we had last year, yet again standing before this chamber as a woman, yet again, a woman who has actually served and actually worn a uniform and actually was a mother in uniform. Here I am yet again defending our servicewomen and men's members' right to seek the medical care that they need when they're serving our country. I'm sick and tired of members who have never served telling service members, the same service members that they are proud to publicly express their purported support for, that they don't deserve the financial or otherwise freedom to seek the medical care that they and their family members deserve and need when they need it. And to those who have served in uniform, and most of them are men who are here on this floor, and still don't wish to afford the service to members the availability to seek reproductive care, I am enormously disappointed with them as well. We all know how difficult military life is. If a woman in uniform or a member of a family who is in uniform says it's not the right time perhaps to start a family or has a medical reason otherwise, it is her and her. May I have a little bit more time?
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to my colleague.
It is hers and her alone's decision of what to do here. That's why I introduced the March Act, which would in fact expand access to abortion service and military treatment facilities. We should be supporting our family service members, not hindering them. I strongly urge a no vote on this amendment and the overall bill if it passes, and I yield back and appreciate it.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. The language in this bill is very straightforward. It would simply roll back Biden's illegal DOD abortion travel policy issued under the October 2022 memorandum, returning DOD to the practice in place for decades, under which both Democrats and Republican administrations have agreed. This amendment has absolutely nothing to do with preventing people from getting medical care. Abortion is not medical care for the baby. It's a brutal procedure that ends the lives of unborn children through suction, dismemberment, or chemical poisoning. The Biden administration's made taxpayer funding available for abortion at any stage of pregnancy, even for late-term abortions that inflict excruciating pain and suffering on the child. This human rights abuse should not be paid for or encouraged by the U.S. government. Abortion is also not medical care for the mother. Abortion can lead to significant physical complications for women and has serious mental health risks. A recent study found that over 60% of women who have had abortions report high levels of pressure. With that, I reserve my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Chair, I'm vehemently opposed to this amendment. I wish I could say I'm surprised by the situation in which we find ourselves where, once again, House Republicans are trying to take rights away from servicewomen and military families. But I'm not. I'm not surprised because it's their third attempt to get this policy repealed in the last year alone. They tried in last year's NDAA, They tried via Senator Tuberville as he waged his culture war with no concern for how he was impacting military readiness and setting back the careers of many talented officers. And this year, instead of having an actual debate about the best policies regarding vital reproductive health care for servicewomen and military families, they're once again hiding behind the Rules Committee and only putting forward their standard, regressive, backwards policies that continue to fail. Preventing military women from traveling for care when they're stationed in states with draconian abortion laws isn't pro-life. It's not pro-life to force women to risk their lives and their careers with non-viable pregnancies. It's not pro-life to make it harder for women to access basic health care. And it's not pro-life to do it at the expense of women who already risk their lives in service of their country. I wish we could treat this issue with the seriousness it deserves. I wish we could have a real debate about reproductive health care for service members, but we can't. Why? Because this majority would rather score cheap points in their MAGA culture wars than have a serious discussion about their anti-women policies. So with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You know, when we talk about wanting to be concerned with the safety of women, I would say that when we're looking at statistics, that if you look at actually far more accurate studies and complete data on pregnancy outcomes, including abortion and childcare, that study after study show that a woman is almost 4 times more likely to die from abortion than from childbirth. What we are trying to do is actually support women who are pregnant, and found themselves in a difficult situation. All we are simply doing in this is going back to the law. We are enforcing the law of not having taxpayer-funded abortions. This has nothing to do with limiting health care. This is actually everything to do with following the law. And I reserve my time.
The gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I request how much time I have left?
Gentlelady from New Jersey has 2 minutes, and the gentlelady from Texas has 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair. Okay. Amendments like this cheapen the National Defense Authorization Act. They make America look weak. They demean this body, and this isn't the only one. So once again, this majority has chosen not to treat matters of national security with the seriousness with which they deserve to be treated, and they're choosing to use the National Defense Authorization Act to shove their extremist culture war agenda down the throats of the American people. Homophobia? Check. Racism? Check. Misogyny? Check. Serious policy amendments that will strengthen our national security? Far less important to this majority. These ludicrous amendments are why later today I will be offering a motion to recommit, not to start the process all over, but to give our service members and our nation the serious, policy-focused National Defense Authorization Act that we passed out of the Armed Services Committee. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment and support a clean, policy-centered National Defense Authorization Act. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady from Texas.
Thank you very much. This is about taxpayer-funded abortion, something that has been prevented for 5 decades. In fact, the Hyde Amendment was upheld by the Supreme Court even under Roe v. Wade. This is not a change in policy. This is continuing the policies that have been supported by both Democrats and Republicans. And I would ask my kind colleagues to tell me, please, how supporting and paying out of DOD funds for a woman to travel across the country to get an abortion has anything to do with protecting our national security. Under stretched DOD resources already to underwrite abortions through funding for flights and hotels is simply pandering to the abortion lobby and does nothing to increase our national security. And with that, I reserve my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I have the right to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from New Jersey is prepared to close.
Sir, are you prepared to close?
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Thank you very much. I would argue that this was an amendment that last year passed. It was taken out by the Senate. It is necessary. All we are asking the department to do is actually follow the law, which under executive order currently Biden is trying to have them surpass. For years, this has been an adopted practice by both Democrats and Republicans. What we are seeing is extreme measures taken by Democrats to show us exactly where their abortion stance is. I was on the floor of this House last session when we voted for a bill that would allow taxpayer-funded dollars to be used for abortions up until the moment of birth. If that is not extreme, I don't know what is. Republicans are supporting support for women who find themselves in these positions. This is a defense bill. It should not be used to kill innocent lives and put women's lives at unnecessary risks, especially those that are supporting and fighting for this country and those values. With that, I yield.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, in the advent of the overturning of Roe, we have seen a race to the bottom in reproductive health care in too many states across the nation, and attempts again and again and again to implement a nationwide abortion ban by Republicans. And this is really dangerous to our servicewomen who are given orders to go to certain places. They can't say that they prefer not to serve in Texas, for example, which is now the 49th worst state in the nation when it comes to women's reproductive health care, a very fast drop because of the horrible draconian anti-choice laws that have been implemented. And so our servicewomen are ordered to states like this and don't have access to basic reproductive health care. We see again and again and again how this culture war agenda has threatened women across the country, and certainly servicewomen. We have over 140,000 service members in Texas right now, and that doesn't even include their families. That's why these are dangerous pieces of legislation. That's why we have worked so incredibly hard to find fixes to make sure our servicewomen are protected. Thank you. I urge a no vote, and with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The noes appear to have it.
It's a recorded vote.
Gentlelady from Texas requests a recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Texas will be postponed. Does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to H.Res. 1287, I offer amendments en bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
En bloc number 2, consisting of amendments numbered 4, 9, 10, 18, 38, 39, 57, 58, 61, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, 135, 136, 137, 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, 143, 144, 145, 146, 147, 148, 149, 150, 151, 152, 153, 154, 155, 156, 157, 158, 159, 160, 161, 162, 163, 164, 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, 172, 173, 174, 175, and 176, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-551, offered by Mr. Rogers of Alabama.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This time I'd like to yield 5 minutes to my friend and colleague from Ohio, Mr. Davidson.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would be called the Define the Mission Act for Ukraine, or Define the Mission Amendment, really. We voted on this last summer as part of the National Defense Authorization Act, and 129 of our colleagues agreed that the administration should define the mission. Before this might have been summarized as the PAL doctrine for years, is before we get into a war, we should decide what we're trying to achieve with the war. The administration has gotten by in Ukraine since the inception by saying, as much as it takes, as long as it takes. And we searched for that phrase, and we found it back in 2004, when the administration at that time decided that we were going to shift from going after the terrorists that bombed the United States
on 9/11 or really used airplanes to target our citizens. They shifted in 2004 to rebuilding Afghanistan. And the phrase they used was as much as it takes, as long as it takes. That was used to keep the mission going all the way until the Biden administration left in the most disastrous way possible by taking the military out first and leaving civilians behind and getting them out. That was on August 31st of 2021. The very next day, on September 1st, 2021, the Biden administration entered into a strategic partnership agreement with Ukraine to support their membership in the European Union and NATO. This led to an escalation, and the Biden administration, rather than use the leverage to create a peaceful resolution and prevent a war in Ukraine, fostered that war. Nothing excuses Putin's invasion of Ukraine. The question is, what are we going to do about it? And to this date, apparently, we're just going to keep cutting checks. For the American people, a lot of times people say, well, of course, what they really mean is to get the Russians out of Ukraine. Well, okay, why not state that? That's the objective. Why not state whether it's to get all the Russians out of Ukraine, including Crimea, or not? You've seen the State Department say variations on that. In fact, you've seen Secretary Nuland say that the actual mission is that we get war crimes tribunals for Vladimir Putin and regime change in Russia. Is that the mission? And recently, Senator Lindsey Graham, a Republican, said that the mission is actually about rare earth minerals that Ukraine has. In that sense, if it's about minerals, does this really go back to when Yanukovych in November of 2013 said that he's going to do a trade deal with Russia instead of a trade deal with the European Union? Shortly after that, there was a coup and a regime change, an actual insurrection that resulted in a new government in Ukraine. Now, none of this excuses what Vladimir Putin's done. We should be rightly rejecting what Putin has done in Ukraine. And so far, the United States has spent more than $170 billion on the war, but we still haven't defined the mission. So you can't really hold the administration accountable for success or, in this sense, potentially for failure. The reality is, if we keep cutting checks, Ukraine does not have the resources, the manpower, the skill to deploy all the weapons it will take to extract all the Russians from Ukraine. They just don't. We want them to be able to do that, but we've also taken off the table a path for peaceful resolution. So in the spring of 2022, early days of the war, the Biden administration scuttled peace negotiations. Well, presumably because they had a mission that they were actually trying to achieve in mind. So I've sent questions to them. I finally got a response, and I wanted them to define what it is. They come up with something, finally, that says the United States goal is an independent, democratic, economically stable Ukraine governed by the rule of law and integrated into Euro-Atlantic institutions. Well, that's an answer, but they could give us a classified answer. The point of this bill is to say, tell us exactly what you're trying to do. That's not something you can have that you could hold accountable. In fact, I asked former Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Milley, this in the House Foreign Affairs Committee. I said, General, does this qualify as a mission statement in the military? He said, absolutely not. You would want more precision on that. So all I'm asking is the same thing that our military already knows how to do, define the mission. Do it in a classified setting by all means, but do it in a way where we can hold you accountable for the results. That is the point of Amendment number 38, and I encourage all of our colleagues to support it. I thank the chairman and the committee for their support in this en bloc, and thank you for this time. I yield.
And I reserve.
The gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself 3 minutes. There is so much completely wrong about what the gentleman just said about that amendment that it really needs to be corrected. First of all, just on the last point about what Chairman Milley had to say about this, the United States military is not fighting in Ukraine. We have not sent the United States military to accomplish a mission, and the specificity is an entirely different place. Second, there has been a clear mission from day one that the Biden administration has articulated on 2 points. Number one, preserve a sovereign democratic Ukraine. Number two, don't get into a war with Russia. They have said that from day one over and over and over again. I have heard people who don't want to support Ukraine continually generate this excuse, oh, it's not clear, we don't know what we're doing there. We've known what we're doing there from day one. We are trying to stop Russia from destroying Ukraine. Could not possibly be more clear. That's what we're trying to do. And the resources that we provided to Ukraine have helped make that possible. Ukraine still exists as a sovereign, democratic country. Also, there was all throughout that speech all kinds of Russian propaganda that is untrue. The United States, nor any NATO allies, we did not block this mythical peace deal that existed in April of 2022. Putin never agreed to any such peace deal, and neither did Zelensky. We didn't block it. Our strategy in Ukraine is crystal clear. Stop Russia from destroying it, okay? Now, in an ideal world, we would like Russia completely out of all of Ukraine as it existed post-1991. That is not the stated goal or stated strategy. The stated goal and stated strategy is to preserve a sovereign democratic Ukraine. And I hope everybody on this floor recognizes, number one, that's a really important goal. It's worth fighting for, to make sure that Russia can't simply destroy a sovereign democratic nation. Because if they destroy one, they're going to be sorely tempted to destroy more, and Ukraine is worth preserving. And number two, for the 2+ years that we've been engaged in this, we have been pushing that strategy effectively, against tall odds. We seem to have forgotten now that in the immediate days after the Russian invasion, the assumption of everyone was Ukraine was finished. They were gone, they were done. There was no way they could stand up to Russia. And yet for 2+ years they have. And they are capable of continuing to do that if we don't back off on our support for them. Now, the amendment that is on the En Bloc, I'm not thrilled about. It asks for a strategy. My opinion is the strategy already exists, so that has been met. The administration is once again going to send up their strategy in the next couple of months, which will meet the requirements and concerns of this amendment and will stop us from cutting off our support for Ukraine. But please don't believe every piece of anti-American, anti-Ukraine, pro-Russian propaganda that gets put out there about what's going on. It's really rather simple. I yield myself an additional 30 seconds. Putin wants Ukraine. He said over and over again, Ukraine should not exist as a country. It should be part of Russia. We're helping Ukraine stop him from doing that. At the end of the day, that's what's happening. It's not complicated, and we ought to support that effort. Thank you. With that, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my amendment to require the Department of Defense and HHS to examine barriers for access for military pilots and air traffic controllers seeking mental health care. Today, military and civilian aviators, when they report that they've sought mental health care, they're faced with delays, confusion, overbroad regulation in the process of returning to work. And what that means practically is that even minor mental health concerns can derail careers for safe, well-trained pilots, air traffic controllers who just want to get better. That's created a culture of silence and has disincentivized aviators from seeking care and ultimately made our skies less safe. In May, the Air Force took a good first step forward by allowing these pilots, air traffic controllers, to receive an extra 60 days of treatment without losing their wings. My bipartisan amendment builds on that to help destigmatize mental health care and ensure that those who seek care face no more consequence nor any less scientifically robust standards for being re-cleared for duty than they would if they were seeking physical health care. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting access for mental health care for pilots, protecting the health and readiness of our armed forces, and keeping our skies safe. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This time I'd like to yield 1 1/2 minutes to my friend and colleague from Texas, Mr. Self.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 1/2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, today I rise in support of my amendment, which would name a Spearhead-class expeditionary fast transport vessel after Lieutenant General Richard E. Carey, U.S. Marine Corps. During General Carey's 38-year military career, he served during World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. He rose from enlisted man to lieutenant by the age of 20. Carey participated in the Incheon landing, captured communist forces, and led his rifle platoon to Seoul. 3 months later, at the infamous Chosin Reservoir, Carey and his fellow Marines were outnumbered 8-1, but held their ground and broke through the Chinese trap. While in Korea, Carey was badly wounded. Over his decorated career, General Carey became a pilot, flew 204 combat sorties, received 41 medals, and earned the Distinguished Flying Cross. He later commanded the evacuation from Saigon, received promotion to Lieutenant General, and was awarded the Defense Superior Service Medal. I urge my colleagues to support this en bloc package to honor General Carey and his service to America, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I yield myself one additional minute.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Apologize, I forgot one thing about the Ukraine amendment to mention. The gentleman referenced a number of different people, including Senator Lindsey Graham, and what he thought the strategy was. I want to make sure people understand that that's the thing about a democracy. Yeah, you know what Russia's strategy is, because Vladimir Putin doesn't let anybody else have an opinion. In the United States of America, we got 535 members of Congress. And if you asked all 535 members of Congress, I don't doubt that you would get a wide variety of different answers as to what our strategy is in Ukraine. Again, that's living in a democracy where people are free to have their own opinions. But if you ask the administration what our policy is, it has been consistent and clear. Sovereign democratic Ukraine must be preserved. Don't stumble into a war with Russia. That's not an easy policy to implement, but they've successfully done it for 2+ years now. That's clear. Don't be confused by a whole bunch of other opinions from independent contractors who absolutely have a right to their opinion about what the strategy ought to be, but that's different than what the strategy is. And with that, I am pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you to my good colleague. My colleagues are about to ram through yet another record-breaking military budget, nearly $1 trillion, packed with bullets, bombs, and giveaways to defense contractors. And they also had some time to sprinkle in some anti-women policies. 2023 marks the 6th year in a row that the Pentagon has failed its audit. My colleagues continue to approve record-breaking military budgets, but the Pentagon literally cannot pass an audit. It's absurd. The Navy's LCS ships, with a lifetime cost of $100 billion, Mr. Speaker, are literally broken down and rusting at the harbor. Meanwhile, my residents are worried that there is lead in their water and that they're drinking and toxic chemicals in the air that they breathe, all issues that my colleagues claim there isn't enough funding to solve. On top of that, it is incredibly disturbing that many of my colleagues in this chamber are actively profiting financially, directly, personally, when they vote to pass more funding for weapons in war, because they personally own stock in war manufacturing. So enough is enough. I am proud to oppose this wasteful bill and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to recognize the newest member of the House of Representatives, Mr. Fong of California, for 1 minute.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of Mr. Opernolte's amendment to the fiscal year 2025 National Defense Authorization Act. From Navy missile systems to Air Force aircraft, the might of the American warfighter can often be traced to the testing and development that occurs in my congressional district. The last thing that the remarkable individuals at Naval Air Weapons Station China Lake and Edwards Air Force Base need to worry is whether the hospital doors supporting these communities remain open. In Ridgecrest and the Indian Wells Valley, a hospital that supports China Lake and the Ridgecrest community is struggling financially. And at Edwards Air Force Base, significant growth is anticipated, but it is unclear whether the installation has the supporting healthcare system in place. This amendment would require the Secretary of Defense to explore this critical healthcare issue for the installations within the R-2508 airspace in the western United States and report back to Congress. This would ensure that we have the information needed so that we can best support this critical endeavor. Mr. Speaker, we need to ensure that we have a stable healthcare system so that the workforce at these legendary installations remain open to the creativity and innovative spirit that has kept America safe for generations. I would like to thank Mr. Opernolte for his leadership on this issue, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am now pleased to yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Porter.
Gentlelady from California is recognized for 4 minutes.
Our service members deserve the best medical care, and often they get world-class care. But sometimes military doctors fail our service members, making grave errors. In the civilian world, patients can file malpractice claims in court against doctors and have a jury hear their claims. But military doctors are immune from that scrutiny. Instead, several years ago, Congress and the DoD developed a process for evaluating service member malpractice claims, but that process is clearly broken. We all have constituents who have been victims of military medical malpractice, and we need to hold DoD and its doctors accountable. That's why I co-sponsor Congressman Ice's HERO Act, and that's why we need this amendment. We need an independent, objective analysis of how military medicine is failing our service members. My bipartisan amendment would address service member traumatic brain injuries stemming from blast pressure in combat and in training. Brain injuries among service members are on the rise. Just last month, there were reports that artillery soldiers are also suffering these career-altering injuries. Whether injuries are the result of training or combat, our service members and their families need the best health care we can offer. That's what this amendment does by requiring the DoD to explore new technologies for the treatment and prevention of brain injuries. Last year, this amendment passed the House with bipartisan support. We must do it again because it was not included in the final legislation with the Senate. I urge my House colleagues to pass it again and my Senate colleagues not to delay this important amendment. Too often, our service members rely on decades-old equipment that can't be updated at a fair price. Open systems interfaces solve that problem. These systems are already in our daily lives, in our phones and in our cars. They have been embraced by some defense programs because open systems promise faster and cheaper upgrades. That's because they allow the government to embrace competition for new parts and software that make equipment more effective. For small and innovative companies to offer their solutions to the Pentagon, they need to know what standards the government is using. This amendment will give businesses access to the information they need to compete. My amendment would grow small businesses and give our service members the tools they need to win. I rise to support our military families. Military child development centers are a lifeline for our service members who move frequently and often work long hours past when child care centers are open. Serving more than 20,000 children, the military has offered child care on its bases for decades. Yet, like many families, military families struggle to find child care. A shortage of providers has left roughly 9,000 children waiting months for a spot at a military child care center. Child care is a quality of life concern for active duty service members, including those in my district at Naval Weapons Station Seal Beach. My amendment would provide a strategy to construct an adequate number of child development centers to support our military families as they tirelessly serve our country. I urge members to support this amendment. I yield back.
In reserves, the gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I encourage my colleagues to support this en bloc package, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. I urge adoption of the en bloc amendment, and I too yield back the balance of my time.
All debate having ceased, the questions on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Alabama. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the en bloc amendments are agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to H.Res. 1287, I offer amendments en bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
En bloc number 3, consisting of amendments numbered 177, 178, 179, 180, 181, 182, 183, 184, 185, 186, 187, 188, 189, 191, 192, 193, 194, 195, 196, 197, 198, 199, 200, 201, 202, 203, 204, 205, 206, 207, 208, 209, 210, 211, 212, 213, 214, 215, 216, 217, 218, 219, 220, 221, 222, 223, 224, 225, 226, 227, 229, 230, 231, 232, 233, and 234, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-551, offered by Mr. Rogers of Alabama.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Chairman, I encourage my colleagues to support the en bloc package, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, too, urge members to adopt the en bloc package and yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
All debate having ceased, the questions on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Alabama. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to.
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent that the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 47 be withdrawn at the end to the end that the amendments stand disposed of by the earlier voice vote thereon.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee do now rise.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 8070, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 8070 and has come to no resolution thereon. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the Chair.
House will be in order. Pursuant to House Resolution 1287 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 8070. Will the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Armstrong, kindly take the chair? Thank you.
This whole part? The House is in Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 8070, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to authorize appropriations for the fiscal year 2025 for military activities of the Department of Defense for military construction and for defense activities of the Department of Energy to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, the request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 47, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551, offered by the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Luna, had been withdrawn to the end, and that amendment stand adopted. Now what am I going to read? All of these? One. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceeding will now resume on those amendments printed in Part B of House Report 118-551, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 37 by Ms. Green of Georgia. Amendment number 52 by Mr. Rosendale of Montana. Amendment number 55 by Ms. Van Dyne of Texas. Amendment 40 by Mr. Gates of Florida. Amendment 41 by Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin. Amendment number 42 by Mr. Norman of South Carolina. Amendment number 43 by Mr. Higgins of Louisiana. Amendment number 44 by Mr. Clyde of Georgia. Amendment number 45 by Mr. Williams of Texas. Amendment number 46 by Mr. Stubbe of Florida. Amendment number 48 by Ms. Boebert of Colorado. Amendment number 49 by Mr. Mills of Florida. Amendment number 50 by Mr. Waltz of Florida, and Amendment number 53 by Mr. Norman of South Carolina. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the time for any electronic vote after the first vote in this series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment number 37, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551 by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 37, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 74, the nays are 343. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 52, printed in Part B of House Report 118, TAC 551, by the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 52, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Rosendale of Montana.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 206. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 55, printed in Part B of House Report 118, TAC 551, by the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Van Dyne, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by a voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 55, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Ms. Van Dyne of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Member record by the vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 214, the nays are 207. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is on the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 40, printed in Part B of House Report 118, TAC 551, by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, in which further proceedings were postponed, on which the noes were prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Number 40, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Gates of Florida.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. All members voting. Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 134, the nays are 286. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 41, printed in Part B of House Report 118, TAC 551, by the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 41, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise to be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. The yeas are 216, the nays are 206. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 42, printed in Part B of the House Report 118, TAC 551 by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 42, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those who support a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, and a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. vote. State members change their vote. On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 212. The amendment is not adopted. Pursuant to Clause 6H of Rule 18, the committee rises. Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole, having under consideration the bill H.R., directs me to report that votes cast by the delegates and the resident commissioner were decisive on a recorded vote on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman.
Why is that? Go ahead for this.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reported to the House that during consideration of the bill H.R. 8070 pursuant to Resolution 1287, the votes cast by the delegates and the resident commissioner on a recorded vote on the amendment offered by the gentleman were decisive. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 42, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
That does hurt the air.
Pursuant to Clause 6H of Rule 18, the chair will put the question to the House de novo. The question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote.
The amendment.
On this vote, the yeas are 211 and the nays are 208. The amendment is adopted. Pursuant to Clause 6H of Rule 18, the committee will resume its sitting.
Thank you, my friend.
That's 87. That's 87. That was terrible. 87.
80-70?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of the bill H.R. 8070. Clerk will report the title of the bill.
The bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2025 for military activities of the Department of Defense for military construction and for defense activities of the Department of Energy to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for other purposes.
The whole rose earlier today. The amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina had been rejected on a recorded vote on which the votes cast by the delegates and the resident commissioner were decisive. That result has since been rejected by the House. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 43, printed in Part B of House Report 118-551 by the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes were prevailed by the voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 43, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Higgins of Louisiana.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Voted. State everyone suspended their vote. On this vote, the yeas are 214, the nays are 210. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 44, printed in Part B of House Report 118, TAC 551, by the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 44, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Clyde of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number has been risen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. 1 minute. All members voting. Any member wishing to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 192, the nays are 230. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on amendment number 45, printed in Part B of House Report 118, TAC 551, by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by a voice vote. Clerk, will you designate the amendment?
Amendment number 45, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Williams of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Change their vote. On this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are 208. The amendment is adopted. 206, the amendment is adopted. It says 208. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on amendment number 46, printed in Part B of House Report 118, TAC 551, by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by a voice vote. Clerk, will you designate the amendment?
Amendment number 46, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Stubbe of Florida.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. change their vote. On this vote, the yeas are 221, the nays are 202. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on amendment number 48, printed in Part B of House Report 118, TAC 551, by the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by votes void. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 48, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those who support a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. All members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 206. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is request for recorded vote on amendment number 49, printed Part B of House Report 118, TAC 551, by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mills, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 49, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Mills of Florida.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those who support the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 217, the nays are 206. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request to record a vote on amendment number 50, printed in Part B of House Report 118, TAC 551, by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Waltz, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. Clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 50, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Waltz of Florida.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those who support a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. All members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote? The yeas are 205, the nays are 216. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on amendment number 53, printed in Part B of House Report 118, TAC 551, by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. Clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 53, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. The yeas are 218, the nays are 205. The amendment is adopted. The question is on the motion. For the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chairman.
Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 8070, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House of the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 8070 and has come to no resolution thereon. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition? Chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
No worries.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mourn the loss of Caroline Dowling, who tragically passed away at just the age of 11. Caroline passed away May 18th after sustaining multiple injuries in an accident. Caroline is from Pierce County, Georgia, where she lived her whole life and attended Patterson Elementary School. In school, she was an A/B honor roll student and received numerous awards. She was awarded the highest achievements in reading, highest average in social studies, the PBIS Award, the PE Award, and the Young Authors winner in 2022. Caroline also participated in sports, including basketball and softball, where she made the Pierce County 12 under All-Star softball team. Caroline also had a love for animals. She enjoyed riding her horse, Honey, and playing with her dog, Rudy, and cat, Milo. She was a member of First Baptist Church and attended 4th and 5th grade Sunday school classes. Caroline Downing was a loving and caring young lady who made others feel valued, and I send my deepest condolences to the whole Dowling family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to acknowledge a significant part of our journey towards justice and reconciliation in our state. Last month, a historic statewide anti-lynching proclamation was signed by Governor Roy Cooper, designating May as Anti-Lynching Awareness Month in North Carolina. This proclamation resulted from the efforts of the members of the Community Remembrance Project of Warren County NAACP, which partners with the local coalitions and the Equal Justice Initiative. The proclamation shined a light on the painful and often overlooked history of lynchings in our state. It calls for awareness, recognition, and the significance of civil rights to ensure that such atrocities never happen again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the chaos at our borders today is caused by President Biden unilaterally ending the effective policies of President Trump. It was his first act in office, and it has cost our nation dearly. Now we face a crisis. Our cities and states are overwhelmed by millions of illegal immigrants who are costing taxpayers billions while American citizens are pushed to the back of the line. Deadly fentanyl is flowing through unchecked, along with violent gang members and terrorists on the FBI's watch list. We've witnessed the horrific murder of Laken Riley in the shooting of 2 NYPD officers, yet the president has done nothing. This is how we end the chaos. 1, we must restore the Remain in Mexico policy. 2, we end catch and release. 3, enforce the laws on the books. 4, on top of that, the millions of who have entered illegally must be deported to restore order and security. President Trump's policies worked, and we must return to them. This is not about politics. It's about the safety and sovereignty of our great nation. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with heavy heart to honor and remember Mr. Morgan Williams, a remarkable red, white, and blue patriot who loved freeholder agriculture and its connection to liberty. An experienced agriculturalist with a deep passion for farming, Meredith was a friend and tireless advocate for U.S.-Ukraine relations for the last 4 decades of his life. He devoted himself halfway around our world to developing the U.S.-Ukraine Foundation and Business Council, profoundly influencing the growth and strength of business ties between our two nations. He understood the precious potential of Ukraine to our world. He also compassionately assembled the largest collection of artworks about Stalin's forced famine in Ukraine in the last century, the Holodomor, in which millions upon millions upon millions of innocents perished. He was a fervent supporter of Ukrainian culture and history, one of a kind. Morgan's efforts and love for Ukraine have left an indelible mark, and his absence leaves a great void in many hearts. We honor his memory and commitment to liberty and his understanding of the land freely held or not freely held, and when not freely held, how permanent serfdom locks down. May his legacy inspire us all to strive for a free and prosperous Ukraine. Rest in peace, Morgan. Your life has made a difference on planet Earth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
For 1 minute and revise and amend my...
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on May 22nd, the community I'm fortunate to represent in the San Francisco Bay Area lost a community leader and a giant for justice, equity, and inclusion, and a good friend, Willie Mims. Throughout his life, Willie demonstrated his passion for his community, working tirelessly to empower and serve Contra Costa County in the Bay Area. A teacher by training, he spent more than 25 years in the classroom, supporting and inspiring young minds and advocating on behalf of Contra Costa parents and students. A civil rights leader, Willie was an original member of the Pittsburgh, California Black Political Association and executive board member of the East County branch of the NAACP, and was instrumental in the creation of the Antioch, California School District's African American Male Initiative, which sought to address racial disparities between black students and their peers. For his tireless work, Willie received the Dr. Martin Luther King Freedom Fighter Award in 2008 and was the Contra Costa County 2024 Humanitarian of the Year. It was an honor and a pleasure, and I'm filled with gratitude to have known Willie and to be his friend over the years. He will be deeply missed by his family, friends, and the community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Dealing with a flight delay or cancellation is tiring and frustrating, and it often feels like the airlines are working against you rather than treating you as a valued customer. When things go wrong, even getting a refund can be discouraging or impossible, but not anymore. Thanks to the Biden administration's new rule, airlines must now automatically refund customers for tickets and fees when a flight is canceled or significantly delayed. I applaud the administration's rule, and Congress should do even more to stand up to the airline industry. I have consistently taken on airlines who spend tens of millions of dollars each year lobbying Washington to prevent protections for travelers. This Congress, I introduced 4 bills to protect Americans from corporate abuse when they fly, and I'll keep working to hold airlines accountable and do right by travelers. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January the 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Bergman, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. June 14th, 2017 was a dark stain on America's history. There are several of us in this room today who would not be here for two reasons. Number one, and first and foremost, by the grace of God. And number two, by the fact that then Majority Whip Steve Scalise showed up for practice that morning. Because without his security detail, none of us would be here. The deranged gunman that took, for whatever revenge upon the Republicans on the baseball field that morning, sought to give no mercy, just to create havoc. We know that we are better than the behavior that we saw that day. The bond that brought us all together, especially that day on the baseball team, spread, I believe, throughout the country to bring people together at a time when we needed it, and we continue to need it. When I mentioned Leader Scalise coming that day, he is only here because of the actions of one of our members, and that man is Representative Brad Winstrup, combat surgeon, dedicated soldier, and ready for the task at hand. As I personally witnessed, tending to Representative Scalise on the field, it was truly Brad's readiness and professionalism that enabled the life flight to occur and Scalise to successfully make it to the hospital. I commend Colonel Winstrup for what he did and the calm with which he did it. It is the calm, not the excitement, that drives us to the positive results. I cannot thank him enough as a personal friend and what he has done for the community as a whole to show what good behavior really means in the face of extreme adversity. I'm honored to be among my colleagues here tonight, and with that, I yield back.
Yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January the 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Winstrup, is recognized as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank those that are here tonight to speak on the experience from that day. And I thought it would be appropriate that we start with Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan was one of the first to leave practice that day, and he will share his experience at this time.
I thank the gentleman for holding this special order to talk about what happened in 2017. 1 year ago tomorrow marks the day we had baseball practice right before the game. It's the day before the game, and Ron DeSantis, now governor of Florida, representative from that state, rode to the game with me every morning, or to the practice. And that morning, we were on the field. I was starting shortstop. Ron was starting third baseman. And as we did every practice, we had infield practice, then we had batting practice, and then during batting practice, many of us were out there shagging balls. Ron was standing at third, I was standing at shortstop, and Ron said, "When are you thinking about leaving, Jeff?" He said, "I've got a meeting I could get to if we could head on." And I said, "Well, you've done infield and batting practice, I have, and Chairman Conaway, Mike Conaway from Texas, was in the batting cage batting." I said, "Let's let Chairman Conaway finish, and then we can go." Conaway finished. We ran off the field. I ran around the pitcher's mound. Steve Scalise was at second base. I fist bumped Steve as I went off the field and went to the dugout. Tom Rooney was at first base, and Tom said, "Duncan, what time is it?" So let me get my bag. I had a bag, kept keys, phone, and all that in. I came out, told him what time it was. Tom had to leave, so he left, and he was the first one out of the gate. Ron DeSantis went off the field, and then I went off the field, and out in the parking lot, I was stopped by a gentleman who said, "Excuse me, can you tell me who's practicing today, Republicans or Democrats? I said, this was a Republican team practicing, and he said, thank you. Turned out that was the shooter. I was face to face with him for a brief interlude before he left the parking lot to go into his van by the YMCA and load his weapons and get prepared to fire about 137 rounds at my colleagues that I left on the baseball field that morning as I drove back to the Capitol. A lot of God winks in that event that morning. And I can't thank anyone but my Lord and Savior for getting me off that field and away from danger, because I would have been standing at shortstop. Ron DeSantis would have been at third base. Trent Kelly was the third baseman after Ron left, and the first shot was fired at Trent, hit a chain link fence, 1/8 of an inch. Definitely saved Trent's life. Rattled the gentleman, and I think it made him erratic, start shooting at our colleagues, spraying bullets across the field that hit Steve Scalise and Zach Barth and Matt Micah and others. Turns out that the gentleman had come from Illinois to Washington area to assassinate Republicans. He had a list in his pocket with 6 or 8 names that he wanted to kill. My name was on that list, and I was face to face with him. And thank God he wasn't prepared at that moment, because he had targeted me specifically. My name, my address, my age, my physical description, a number of other things. So a lot of God winks on that field that day, and we're just thankful that no one died, especially our Majority Leader, Steve Scalise, my good friend, who the next year, after recovering from his wounds and coming out to the baseball field, had the first pitch on a live pitch baseball game off a bat hit directly to him. He was at second base, I was at shortstop. I came around to back him up behind the bag, and I was the first one there to take him in my arms and hug him and just praise God that he was there for that moment. I want to give, as I wrap up here, and give others a chance to share their memories. I'll give a special shout out to some heroes of that day, and that's David Bailey and Crystal Griner, who were there as Steve's detail, who actually fended off the shooter and kept, I think, much more harm from being done if that shooter had been able to get on the field. And then the Alexandria Police Department that showed up 11 minutes, 12 minutes after the shooting started, that's how quickly it happened, and dispatched the assassin, who the FBI said was hoping to die suicide by cop. No, he was an assassin. Let's call him what he was. He knew he'd probably die that day, but he wanted to take out as many Republicans as he could. And it was a tragic day that day, but it was special because no one died, everyone lived, and all the God winks that were there. So I thank the gentleman, and I yield back.
Thank you. There clearly was a lot of divine intervention. We entitled this event tonight, 6/14/2017, A Day of Infamy in America. Infamy, which means an evil act, and it truly was that. I remember watching Jeff Duncan leaving. I was out in the outfield, and I was thinking to myself, I usually have to leave early. Today I don't. I can stay longer. There were so many things that were divine intervention. I met the groundskeeper a couple months later. He said, I don't know why, but I locked the third base gate the night before. If that was open, he could have walked right in. The fences are 20 feet high. People can't just hop the fence and get out. Thank goodness for Steve Scalise. He took a bullet for all of us. The first shot rang out. It hit a link in the fence right by the bullpen. It was our last practice, so pitchers weren't in the bullpen. Another divine intervention. Trent Kelly, 2-star general, couple tours overseas. At third base, he immediately cries out, there's a shooter. And everyone starts to disperse. And along the way, everybody was trying to help one another. Young man Matt Micah was hit severely in the side of his chest and out the front of his chest. Steve went down, and he was crawling towards the outfield. And then he came to a stop. And there he lay. In the meantime, Everyone else was running to try and get out on the first base side, diving into the dugout, which served as a bunker as the shooter eventually started shooting above the bunker. You can see the bullet holes there today. We were blessed that David and Crystal were there, as was said, and the Alexandria police ultimately. They were both hit, actually, but they were there and saved our lives. I had changed my mind for some reason after I had batting practice. I was on my way back to the outfield, and I changed my mind and went down to the batting cage, which is outside the fence of the field. On the first base side, the shooter started on the third base side. Shot rang out about 7 o'clock in the morning. I got down on the ground. I served as a combat surgeon in Iraq. My instincts kicked in, and I'm thinking, who's doing the shooting? How many people are doing the shooting? God put me in a place where I could see the shooter, I could see the Capitol Police, I could see where everyone was, including Steve. I thank God for that. I thank God for that. When they eventually took him down, I was able to run out to Steve. There were 136 rounds fired that day. Most people don't know that. This went on for a while. Most people think, oh, a guy came along and fired a shot. It was far more than that. When I got to Steve, I was able to recognize that he was hurt worse than people might have thought because he was bleeding internally. We were able to slow down his bleeding. And the rest is history, that he was able to make it to the hospital. But when he got to the hospital, he no longer had a blood pressure. But they were able to save his life. A lot of miracles, a lot of sacrifice. It's kind of interesting that it happened around a baseball game, because baseball is the only sport I know that has a play called a sacrifice, where you give of yourself to advance another. And I saw so many people on the field that day doing whatever they could to help those that were hit. Paul Ryan came to the floor that day, said an attack on one of us is an attack on all of us. And I agree. We are fortunate to be here today, all of us. And that's part of what we want to talk about today, is how grateful we are to God for the divine intervention that occurred for so many as we tell our story. It could have been far worse. And to think that in one morning, if Steve Scalise wasn't there, there's no Capitol Police, and this man could have walked onto that field, killing up to 20, 30 members of Congress and staff, possibly changing the balance of power in the House of Representatives in one morning. I contend that's an insurrection. That is an insurrection that we survived. And we're grateful. We stand here today grateful. And we don't want this day to be pushed aside in the books of history. This is bigger than that. God was on our side. We did everything we could for each other on that day. And that's an important message that we want to share with America. With that, I'd like to now introduce the manager of our baseball team. After a very successful stewardship of the baseball game last night, and I shared with this skipper, this is Representative Roger Williams of Texas, and I shared with him how someone last night before the game asked me, well, when this game comes around, do you think of the events of that day? And I said, I think of the events of that day every day of my life. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Brad, and it's special to be here tonight. Thank you for calling us together to remember this day. To me, it's like it was yesterday. I got up that morning just like we all did and got ready and went to practice. My situation was that I was hitting ground balls to Trent Kelly and finished with Trent, went around and started hitting balls. I said to Scalise, I'm coming at you. And I remember I threw the ball up, and as soon as I hit it with the bat to Scalise, a shot went off. And little did I know that the shooter was probably 30 feet or 20 feet behind me. I did not know that. A shot went off, and Trent Kelly yelled, "He's got a gun, head for cover." Well, when he said that, my instincts told me to get to the dugout. And fortunately for all of us, the dugouts were dugouts. They were dug in the ground, not like today where they're flat. And I remember I ran to the dugout and jumped, and it was like jumping in a swimming pool with no water. And I remember as I was in the air heading into the dugout, what went through my mind was, I'm not surprised because of the anger we have up here. When I hit the dugout, I slid all the way on the concrete to the dugout and slid into the arms of two of my teammates, Jeff Flake and Mo Brooks. And we three were in the corner, and as Brad said, this guy was firing, and there were actually some shells going into the dugout. Two of the coaches, Larry Hardy was in that dugout. Donnie Watson was in that dugout. And we were all trying to stay away from the action, and out of nowhere came my aide, who worked for me, who came to me to every batting practice, Zach Barth. And Zach had been in center field shagging balls, and when the shooting started, he ran to the right field foul pole to get as far away as he could from the shooter. But the shooter followed him and shot at him 10 times and missed him. And Zach decided the only way he was going to stay alive was to get to the dugout, and he ran to the dugout. And during that running from the right field line to the dugout, he got shot in the leg. And he dove into the dugout as I did, not knowing I was there. He dove in the dugout and dove right into my arms. And at that moment, you had a bonding of a 67-year-old man and a 24-year-old kid. And I held him in my arms, and he was saying, "I'm hit, I'm hit." And Mo Brooks and I and Jeff Flake were there. We didn't know what to do. We didn't have the experience that Dr. Winstrup or the others had, but God kicked in. Mo Brooks removed his belt, and we tightened it around his leg to stop the bleeding. And we all hunkered down. And then we heard that Scalise was down. We couldn't see it. We were in the dugout, but we heard that Steve had been hit. And these shots were going off, and we didn't hear anything from the Capitol Police. And we thought, in our situation, we thought they'd probably have been killed. And we decided if this guy came around to where we were going to charge him. Maybe it would work, maybe it wouldn't, but we'd made that commitment to each other that we would do that. And then we heard the sirens, and we were praying for sirens. And when you're praying for sirens, it takes a long time, but we heard the sirens came, which told us people knew we were in trouble. It was the Arlington police. And when they got there, we heard shooting, not just an AK-47 going off. We heard 9mm that were going off. Praise God for Crystal Griner and David Bailey. I remember being in the dugout looking up, and David Bailey was straddling the dugout and shooting like this at the perpetrator to keep him from coming around to the rest of us. And finally it ended. And I remember somebody started yelling, "Everybody out of the dugout, everybody out of the dugout." And I told the guys I was with, "I'm not getting out of the dugout. I don't know who that is. I'm staying here." And then about that time we saw the police, and we got out of the dugout. Helicopter, I think, had come to get Steve, if I remember. A lot of chaos. People gathered around together. Dr. Winstrup saw me, and I'd been injured in the ankle, and he called an ambulance for me and said, "Get him to the hospital." And it's the first time I'd ever been in an ambulance, and they took me to the hospital. That night I was in the hospital. Brad came to see me. I'll never forget that. President Trump called me, and Vice President Pence called me. He said, "Should we play the game tomorrow?" I said, "Absolutely. We can't let this end like this." And my situation, I got hit with shrapnel, and Dr. Winstrup knows exactly what I had, but had a lot of treatment. And there was a decision made that if I didn't get better 2 weeks, that I might lose my leg. So It was a life changer for all of us. But Steve Scalise and Brad Winstrup showed courage like I've never seen. And even today they show that courage. But we had, 25 guys and gals. I mean, we all have our story, and everybody did their thing. But there were angels that day. And the angels that lock you talked about. And the angel was something as small as David Bailey's cell phone. And David reached to get his cell phone and move it up because David thought we were surrounded by ISIS, which would have been a whole other story. He thought we were surrounded by ISIS. He reached here to call for help and got hit. Got hit in the phone. If it hadn't hit his phone, it might have hit him in the side. It might have been a whole different story. He may not have made it. But I think that was an angel. I think the lock was an angel. It reminded me God was in charge. It could have been just the opposite. I remember in the dugout as we were as the shooting was going on, two things went through my mind. First of all, people asked me, Roger, are you afraid to die? I was not afraid of dying. But I did hope that my wife remembered I want the song, Put Me in Coach, I'm Ready to Play at my funeral. And I wanted to make sure I made it because I had a granddaughter coming in October. So God was in charge. He took care of us. The perpetrator paid for his act. The Arlington police saved us. David Bailey saved us. Crystal Griner saved us. And for that, we're all owing to them for the rest of our lives. And it's not often you get to hug somebody that saved your life and be able to thank them like we were able to. But it's a day I'll never forget, and like Brad says and the others, it just doesn't come along on this day. You wake up every morning thinking about it. And every time we have baseball practice, you think about it. And those of us who were there wear bracelets. We wear bracelets today that have the date of the shooting that say, In God We Trust. So it's a day I'll never forget. I'm thankful for God for letting us have another chance. As Brad said, there were several articles written about the shooting. One article I read was a day that talked about if it had gone just the opposite, things politically, things in the world would have been much, much different. But they weren't. And because of people like David Bailey, Crystal Griner, and Brad and others, the Arlington Police, I get to see my granddaughter. I get to still coach the baseball team. I get to still be in Congress. I get to still love my wife. And for that, I'm grateful. But at the end of the day, we can do better than this. People should not be that angry. And that's a goal we should have as we're in Congress, to agree to disagree and not go out and kill people. And I'll just end this with I end all my speeches. In God we trust. Praise the Lord. God bless America. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. Greatly appreciated. Now we're going to hear from Mr. Barry Loudermilk, who was there that day, and one of several who not only was there and survived, but participated in helping others throughout that entire time. Mr. Loudermilk.
Thank my good friend Brad for this moment. I think back to that day. At noon, when we gathered into this chamber, I sat right over here in the front row. Speaker Paul Ryan went to the podium, and as was said already, he said an attack on one of us is an attack on all of us. As I look around the chamber, not much has changed from that day to today. The carpet's the same, the chairs are the same, some of the people are the same. But none of us who were on the field that day are the same. It's had an impact on all of us. As you just heard Coach Williams tell his story, we all have the same story, but different perspective. Some of it is physically. We were in different locations, as I was in a different location than Representative Winstrup, who was in a different location than our coach. but we all experienced the same thing. And one thing that you will hear that is consistent is the miracles that happened that day. One of the things that this has had an impact on me, as we have all dealt with some level of traumatic stress afterwards, but this has built my faith. Hebrews 11:1 says that faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things unseen. None of us saw angels on the field deflecting bullets that day. None of us were there when an angel spoke to the groundskeeper the night before and impressed upon him to lock the gate on the third base side of that field. Had he not called a groundskeeper at 9 o'clock the evening before our practice and had not chain locked that gate, that shooter would have gotten on the field and it would have been a different story. We didn't see the angels conducting the miracles, but the evidence was there. I was standing at home plate. I had just put on a batting helmet, and I was waiting on my turn to step into the batter's box and take some live pitching. Rodney Davis was there ahead of us, and he was hitting. And as I was standing there, I heard the distinct sound of the report of a firearm. Now, where I live in Georgia, that's not unusual. I'm working in the backyard. I hear shots all the time. People sighting in the rifles, doing target practicing. So I didn't think much about it at the moment, but then I realized I'm not at home in Georgia. I'm in Alexandria, Virginia. Why am I hearing a gunshot? The next sound I heard was our third baseman, Trent Kelly, holler, "He's got a gun, run." At that moment, I started running up the first baseline. Many of my colleagues, as you heard, went into the dugout, but as one of the veterans, immediately my training kicked in, and I thought, this is not a great place to go in case the shooter gets on the field. However, to get off the field would expose me longer, but I decided to head past the dugout and go out the gate. As I'm running, I see the ground erupting on each side of me, and I realize that the shooter was targeting me at that moment. As I reached the gate, I turned to go out of the field, and I heard the sound of a round hitting the fence post next to me. Right outside the gate, there, about 20 feet outside the gate, is a wooden shed. My training started coming back to me. That's when you're under assault, seek concealment, find the aggressor. If you have a means to fight back, fight back. If not, plan an escape route and get to safety. Those things were running through my mind. I saw the shed. I went behind the shed, but I couldn't see where the shooter was because he was down the first baseline. I needed to get to where I could see the shooter. As I rounded the corner of the shed where I'm looking back down toward the backstop, that's when I see one of their staff members, Matt Micah, walk around the other side of the shed, already covered in blood, and lay down next to the Capitol Police SUV. At that moment, I realized I can't escape now. I have a colleague who's down. I have to stay and help him. I jumped up and started to run to him when Brian Kelly, another staff member who had gone around the side of the shed with me, he hollered, "Barry, get down, get down." As I went down to my knees, I heard the sound of a bullet go right past my head and hit the shed next to me. I didn't realize it, but the shooter had come around the back of the backstop and had targeted where I was and Brian Kelly. As I went down, I saw David Bailey and Crystal Griner come around the back of the SUV, both of them trying to engage with the shooter. Within a couple of moments, the shooter came around the backstop, was next to a concrete building, and started shooting underneath the SUV. One of the rounds hit Crystal Griner in the ankle, and I saw her immediately go down. David Bailey then would walk out and expose himself so the shooter would turn and start targeting him, to give us an opportunity to hopefully get to Matt Micah and Crystal Griner. However, every time we would start to try to move up to help them, he would turn and start shooting back at us again. What seemed like an eternity, the gunfire was going over and over again. Bullets would run the ground right next to us, but we stayed there. Brian Kelly and I stayed there because I wasn't going to leave Matt alone. Finally, I saw David Bailey's pants flutter, and he started to limp, and I realized he had just taken a round in the leg. As we found out later, he had actually taken some shrapnel of where a bullet went, ricocheted off of a car's wheel. When I realized that if David Bailey goes down, the shooter's coming directly to us. But within a few moments, we heard another distinct sound of a different type of firearm. It was the Alexandria police had arrived. But as I stood there and I looked, David Bailey fully exposed himself as the shooter came around the other side of this concrete building and was standing there shooting at David Bailey as he was returning fire, saying, "Drop the weapon, drop the weapon, drop the weapon." It was about that moment the Alexandria police then took down the shooter. My immediate reaction was to go to Matt Micah and help him. But with a gaping hole in his chest, I thought I could do more damage than good trying to put pressure on it. But I knew one thing I could do: I could pray for it. And so I laid my hands on Matt, and we prayed. I don't remember what I said that day, but then I realized the SUV has to have a medical kit in it. So I asked Crystal Griner, do you have a medical bag? And she said, yes, it's in the bags. I got up and I ran around, and by the time I pulled the medical bag out, I was astonished when I came back around the SUV, the paramedics were already there with Matt Micah. I was surprised they were there that fast. I didn't realize Steve Scalise had been shot at that moment, but I looked and there was a crowd gathered out on the field, and someone told me he was there. I ran out to the field and I dropped the bag off to Brad and the others who were on the field, and I looked, and I don't know how he got there, but David Bailey was there checking on Steve Scalise. He still didn't realize he had been hit in the leg, and he was trying to walk off the field by himself, so I helped David walk off the field, and that was one of the most memorable moments. As others have said, if it had not been the heroism of David Bailey and Crystal Griner, we would not be here today. If it wasn't for the brotherhood and the camaraderie of all of us supporting each other, things would be a lot different here today as well. I think it's interesting that we're discussing this just a few days after the 80th anniversary of D-Day. My father was a medic in World War II, and he landed at D-Day. And one of the things that he used to tell me as a child, he said, brothers who share a foxhole, or friends who share a foxhole, are brothers for life. There's a bond between all of us here that cannot be broken, cannot be shaken. Did that day change me? Yes. I had the choice to let it negatively affect me or to positively affect my future. And I chose the positive. Look for the positive. Make positive change. And I believe that we have done that. We are stronger because of it. Well, I think we are wiser for it, but we're also more dedicated to one another to see each other through these things. Regardless of when some of us leave this great institution, we will never spiritually leave one another. God bless all of you, and thank you. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Barry. You know, I'm grateful for you bringing that bag of medical supplies from the Capitol Police van because there were things in there I needed, and we were able to put a clotting bandage on, use a better tourniquet than a belt, and we started supplying liquids to Steve to help sustain him. Also helping me right there was Mr. Gary Palmer. And next we're going to hear from Mr. Palmer.
Thank you, Brad, for giving us this opportunity to reflect on the events of June 14th, 2017. Regardless of what we do the rest of our lives, that day will bind us together, those who were there that day. The interesting thing is the day before I saw the man who attacked us. He was sitting in the bleachers behind the backstop, looking, in my opinion, very distressed. And I thought about going over and talking with him, but we were trying to get to practice and get practice started. So I didn't see him again until later. As Congressman Duncan related, I was actually over at second base with Scalise when Duncan and Ron DeSantis left. Trent Kelly was already over at third base, so I moved over to shortstop. And our practices are a lot of banter back and forth at each other. It's a lot of fun. A lot of ragging each other. And all that was going on. And then I heard a sharp crack. And I immediately recognized it as a gunshot. And I yelled at Trent Kelly that it was a gunshot. And Trent said, "I know." And the bullet had whizzed by him by the providence of God, by an act of God. That bullet had struck a link in the chain link fence. The shooter, after he had asked Duncan if we were Republicans or Democrats, walked over to his van, which he had been living in his van for about 3 months, and parked in the parking lot of the YMCA across the street from the field, and they were doing some construction. There were some little containers there that blocked our view of anyone approaching from that side. And so he came up on the outfield end of the third base dugout, and maybe about 5 feet from the fence, fired that first shot. And there was a few seconds hesitation before anything else happened. It was almost like it was just a single shot. And when I yelled out at Trent, Trent turned around and saw him, and he yelled out, "He's got a gun, get off the field." And everyone was kind of stunned. Things just kind of froze for a moment until the gunfire erupted. And so we're the only open gate, and thank God the third base gate was closed, but the only open gate was on the first base side, and so we're all running in that direction. Others, I remember seeing General Bergman, Jack Bergman, lying flat on the ground up by home plate, along with Mike Bishop from Michigan. Others scrambling to get into the dugout. And I saw Scalise get hit. I knew he was hit low. I didn't know where, but I knew he was hit low because of the way he fell. And as I was running across the infield trying to get off the field, I had two thoughts that went through my mind. One was, if today's the day, I'm ready. And then I thought, I wonder what it'll feel like. As I got off the field, took cover behind a big oak tree that was really between where the little building where Barry Loudermilk and the other guys had taken shelter, and that concrete block building where the shooter had taken a position. And I saw Crystal Griner on the ground, and from the blood on her leg, I thought she was shot in the leg. Turns out she was shot through the ankle. And she was trying to pull herself up toward the front wheel well of the SUV to, I think, try to get in a position to return fire. And behind the oak tree was Trent Kelly and John Molinar from Michigan. And I don't know who said it, but someone said we needed to pull back to a concrete block building behind us, as where the concession stands were, where the restrooms were. And when I pulled back, got back there, I took a position beside Brad Winstrup. And Brad and I were at that corner, and Scalise had dragged himself with his hands and arms out of the infield, out in the outfield. He had started, when he started doing that, when I was still by the oak tree, he kept raising up, trying to look. I think he was trying to see where he was shot. And I started yelling at him to get down, because bullets were flying everywhere. And when he got out in the outfield, he just lay quietly. And Brad would yell out at him, "Raise your hand," for a show of life. And Steve would raise his hand. So we were praying that this would end so that we could get to Steve in time to give aid. Thankfully, someone yelled out, "He's down, he's down." And Brad, and there were about, Brad, 5 or 6 of us that got out there. And when I saw where he was shot, I knew he was in trouble. I knew that there'd be bone fragments. I knew there'd be lead fragments. And I also knew that I had no clue what to do other than put pressure on the wound. Barry Louderman brought the first aid kit out and gave it to me. And I opened it up and was providing Brad with whatever materials that we could find in the bag. Brad fashioned a lower body tourniquet out of by getting Scalise's baseball belt off, and Brian Kelly took his shirt off and was able to make that tourniquet. And then when the EMT showed up, they actually had one, but it was my understanding that Brad was the only one who knew expertly how to put it on, and he got it on, and that's, in my opinion, what saved Steve's life. Now, these are individual actions that I think were guided by the hand of God, because there is no other explanation for why, when 136 rounds were fired at people congregated like we were, 5 people were hit, 5 victims, but none of them died. The only person who died that day was the shooter. The other thing that struck me was the members' reaction. There was nobody screaming, nobody panicked. Now, you hear a lot of times what people talk about in combat or in these type situations. Police officers talk about this, time slows down. It just seemed like everything was so focused. And as soon as the shooter was down, our members sprang into action, helping each other. I was so proud of how our guys responded and didn't panic, because it was certainly a situation where I think most people would have panicked. Congressman Loudermilk mentioned David Bailey being wounded. When Bailey came out to be by the side of Steve Scalise, I offered to try to tend to his wound, and he refused treatment. He would not leave the side of Steve Scalise. The epilogue, I guess, of this is how it's affected us, and I think it's made our bond even stronger. As I said at the very beginning, we're bound together for life. It's a wonderful relationship that we have with each other as members of Congress, as members of the Republican baseball team. But this is an event that defines us in many respects. And I'll never forget it. But the epilogue is the disappointing part of the story. There's no doubt in my mind this was an act of political violence. It was clearly an attempt, a planned attempt to kill Republican members of Congress. When we had a briefing by the FBI, and Steve Scalise had gotten out of rehab, it was several months after the shooting, and they gathered us in a room to have the FBI give us the report, and they told us that this was an act of an individual attempting to commit suicide by police. I want you to remember that both the Capitol police officers were shot. When the Alexandria police showed up and fired on him initially, he returned fire on them. If this was his intention to commit suicide by cop, he wouldn't have been firing on them. He came there to kill Republicans. It was one of the most shameful days, in my opinion, for the FBI to come before us and Steve Scalise sitting in a scooter because he was still not able to walk, sitting right in front of him and to read a report to us that wanted to describe this, categorize this as an attempted suicide. I am so grateful to Brad Winstrup, who has refused to accept that and has continued to pursue the truth and to get the FBI to classify this as what it was, because the truth needs to be told. But also, there's more to the story. As Scalise continued his rehabilitation at MedStar Hospital, and there's another part of this story too. When the ambulance arrived to take Scalise to George Washington Hospital, there was so much traffic, it became evident because, as Brad pointed out, Steve's blood pressure was basically zero. He had minutes, not hours. It was evident they were not going to get there, and a helicopter flew over. I believe it was a Department of Interior helicopter, and they radioed the helicopter to land at the baseball field, and it did. They took Steve out of the ambulance, put him in the helicopter, and the only place that had a pad for the helicopter to land was MedStar Hospital. So they took him there, and it just so happened, again, I believe the providence of God, one of the top trauma surgeons in the country was on call. And still, for 2 days, we didn't know if Steve was going to make it. When he did his rehab, Steve is a huge LSU fan. Some of us even went to great lengths to encourage him by putting on an LSU cap. As someone who, in my case, played football at Alabama, that was a one-time event. I told Steve I'd never do that again. But I knew how much LSU football meant to him, and it happened that fall, LSU was playing at the University of Alabama, so I called the university and asked them to invite Steve Scalise to be our guest at that game, because Steve is the kind of guy, you give him an objective and he will achieve it. So I had the honor of hand-delivering a letter of invitation from Coach Nick Saban to Steve in the hospital. Coach Saban and Steve knew each other from the time when Saban was the head coach at LSU. And I stood there as he ripped open the envelope and read the letter. And Steve Scalise was at the University of Alabama for the LSU-Alabama football game. We beat them, which we usually do. But it was one of the great moments for me to go through this tragic event, see this guy fight for his life, achieve an objective, come back on this floor, stand at this microphone, and give one of the greatest speeches I've ever heard on the floor of the House of Representatives. So in conclusion, I think we all understand what happened that day. We understand the condition of our country right now, the anger, the division that could potentially tear us apart. I don't think we need to be reminded of the responsibility we have in conducting the affairs of the governance of this country in a way that not only allows us to continue to function as a nation, but restores respect for the chamber, restores respect for the separation of powers, restores respect for our ability to disagree but still live together. Tomorrow, as we said, is the 7th year anniversary of that event. I know, as my colleagues have all said. It's a day we'll never forget, but I hope, as tragic as that day was, that it will serve as a reminder to every member of this body, Democratic and Republican, that we have a responsibility in how we conduct our business, how we present our arguments, and that we dedicate ourselves to trying to bring unity back in a country that right now is just stricken with anger and malice, that if we don't deal with it properly, is going to do enormous harm to our ability to live together, to govern together, and to give those who follow us an opportunity to live in what is the greatest country in the history of the world. With that, Congressman Winstrup, I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Palmer, and I want to thank all my colleagues that participated in this event tonight. You know, people ask me, you know, what's your greatest memory of your time in Congress? And I tell people, it's the day that Steve Scalise walked back on this floor. Truly is. And I want to thank those who are watching, listening tonight. I encourage people to read Steve's book. Maybe I shouldn't say this on the floor. I don't know. It's a great book, and it really sums up all the miracles of the day. It's called Back in the Game. But look, you've heard from a lot of people tonight. Very touching stories, sentimental to all of us. A lot of lessons learned. But it is pretty interesting. If you listen to everybody, you recognize that we went to a baseball practice. And as a result, we carved out our chapter in history and affirmed our faith in God. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January the 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for 30 minutes.
I thank the Speaker, and I want to thank the gentlemen who were just speaking on the floor, my friend Mr. Winstrup, my friend Mr. Palmer, for what they were just doing and reminding the American people what happened 7 years ago. And it too easily gets glossed over for the politically motivated attack on members of Congress that it was. A lot is made, a lot of statements are made about January 6th, about things that have occurred, but not enough is made of what happened that day when someone was targeting our friends, our colleagues, for political reasons. And it gets, frankly, ignored, with all due respect, by some of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. And Steve Scalise and everybody that was a part of it stand as a, I think, stark reminder of what is great and good about those who serve here, who are willing to move forward for the good of the country. But the country shouldn't forget what happened and forget what those gentlemen on that field went through and why that is so critically important. So I thank them for that and certainly thank them for their continued service. I do think it's really important that we remember as a body in that vein why we're here. Why do we convene as a Congress? Why do we come here and engage from all over the country, from 50 states, and fly in here each week and conduct business? Because too often it turns into a, clock punching exercise where people come in, they fly in, they do their votes, they go to some meeting, they go to some, fundraiser, they go to some event, they go to a quick hearing, they do their thing, they go back, they vote, they go home. But what we have to remember when we come here is that we are supposed to be stopping for a moment and remembering that we are representing 750,000 odd Americans each, and that we have an obligation to fight for them and do what we said we would do when we ran for office to represent them in the first place. And much has been made, I'm reminded when I go all over the country and I'm doing campaign events or even on just personal business, I'm reminded that a lot of American people do watch what we say here. A lot of people do watch videos that get circulated around on social media. And from time to time, frankly, quite often, people bring up to me a speech that I gave about 6 months ago in which I asked rhetorically, but importantly and emphatically, name one thing that we've done. Name one thing that we've accomplished. And I was talking to my Republican colleagues in particular. I stand behind that question. It's an important question to ask. Of course, it is often clipped to leave out the important part, which was name one thing we've accomplished besides doing something that is equivalent of Democrat light or something that is the soft version of what our Democratic colleagues want to do. But I want to remind people, because it's important, what we've been able to accomplish as a united Republican Party under now the leadership of two speakers over the last 18 months. A little over a year ago, we passed the Limit, Save, Grow Act, in which we had Republicans unite across the body to pass an increase in the debt ceiling that was relatively modest. $1.5 trillion is sadly relatively modest, in exchange for very significant policy changes to get our country on the right track. We repealed the so-called Inflation Reduction Act subsidies that are subsidizing and empowering multi-billion-dollar corporations, empowering China, and undermining our ability to produce energy effectively. We implemented spending caps to put them in place to reduce the size and scope of government and to limit the size of discretionary spending and to cut back on the weaponized government at the Department of Justice and at the FBI and at the Department of Education and at so many different agencies across the bureaucracy. We passed the REINS Act to rein in the regulatory state and to say that if regulations are going to have a certain impact, they must be approved by Congress. We implemented work requirements on things like SNAP and Medicaid. We worked together to try to transform this country as we told the American people we would do. We did that together. We united to do it. Again, we modestly increased the debt ceiling, modestly, relatively speaking, in exchange for actual policy changes to take our country back and put it on the right path. We did that. We passed a strong border security bill that effectively said you will be detained, as our current law contemplates, or you'll be turned away. That's simple. Most Americans support that. You'll be detained if you have some sort of a claim, asylum claim or something else, for some humanitarian exception, but you'll be detained for the full time until we adjudicate it, or you'll be turned away. That is effectively what we passed in what we call H.R. 2, our second big bill number. H.R. 2, our border security plan that we Republicans united to pass. Again, for the first time in decades, if not ever, this body came together and we passed a bill that would legitimately secure the border of the United States and force the hand of an administration that is refusing to secure the border while our country is being undermined and endangered. Like even as we speak, reporting that I'm seeing pop up on my phone about the number of foreign nationals, the number of Chinese foreign nationals, the 24,000 last year, the amount of fentanyl pouring in, the dangerous individuals that are being encountered. Reporting on a daily basis, this administration leaving our country wide open, refusing to do anything about it. This Republican Congress voted last year to pass H.R. 2. We passed it, we sent it to the Senate, and Chuck Schumer did nothing with it. The National Defense Authorization Act. We are in the middle of working on that bill as we speak for fiscal year 25. We passed in FY24 an NDAA, and this year we are working on a bill that is similar, that is worthy of support by Republicans, by conservatives. I don't agree with everything in it, to be clear. But it is a bill that is taking a step forward, a giant step forward to refocus our military on being a military, on killing people and blowing things up, on doing the hard work of defending a country when called upon to do it, hopefully sparingly. But we have a military that is now currently gone off track. It has been turned into a social engineering experiment. Recruiting is low. We have individuals in our military who are tired of being told that they've got to be a part of abortion tourism or transgender training or whatever DEI planning and training that is being impressed upon them, rather than just learning how to jump out of a helicopter, fire a gun. Today, we passed amendments on the NDAA that will move it in the right direction. Pull back on the DEI, pull back on all the transgender woke policies, pull back on the climate executive order by the President of the United States that is undermining the readiness of our military. We passed that amendment today. We passed an amendment to end the abortion tourism so you don't have taxpayer dollars funding abortion. Because the Department of Defense should not be a social engineering experiment. So Republicans today united to do that, just as last year we united to do that. Just last week we passed a bill to sanction, with teeth, actually sanction the International Criminal Court because it is wishing to and seeking to issue warrants on the Prime Minister of Israel for simply defending his country. We passed that. We passed that bill with unanimous Republican support. I think there were 2 President votes, 42 Democrats. We did that by uniting as Republicans to send a message to the world that we believe that not only does the International Criminal Court illegitimate, not only is the International Criminal Court wrong, not only is it undermining our ally Israel, that we should sanction it with actual sanctions, not watered down exceptions for the United Nations, exceptions for all manners of these international organizations so that it doesn't have teeth. We passed sanctions with teeth. Sitting over the Senate, Chuck Schumer refuses to stand with Israel. Chuck Schumer refuses to do the work that we're supposed to do as our country when our allies are being targeted, and importantly, when the International Criminal Court is carrying out activities that will be turned around and focused on us, that will be used against our own military. So again, a united Republican Party over the last 18 months, when we have united, we have passed limits to spending, modest debt ceiling increases for legitimate policy changes that would put us on the right path, a border security bill that would actually secure the border, a National Defense Authorization Act now maybe twice come tomorrow that would repurpose our military on the military, end or limit, reduce the social engineering, the woke policies. We passed an International Criminal Court sanctions bill with real teeth. And last year, we passed a significant number of appropriations bills with significant policy changes, and we had 1,100 amendments processed. We were moving things in the right direction. But here's the trick. And there are a lot of pieces to this, but here's the trick. How do you get that turned into law? And here's the dirty little secret in the town. Most of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle would tell you you must win elections in order to get that done. They are not wrong. You cannot have the majority without elections. You cannot get the votes you need without the elections going the way you want to get the votes you need to pass the law. I agree. But here's the secret. You're never going to get stuff passed when you always have an excuse for not passing it. I'm going to say that again. You will never get something signed into law when you start with the excuse for why you won't get it signed into law. All of the good things I just mentioned, all of the good things that I say that this United Republican Party has done in the face of absolute abject failure by our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, on the other end of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. We've done these great things, but they have stopped. They have sat in the Senate because you have to be willing to sacrifice something to fight, to achieve, and force these things to a conclusion. Now, my colleagues will say, well, you got to win more votes, and you can't ask for too much. Well, there are times where you can ask too much, and there are times where you can say, well, we simply don't have the votes. But when you have current members of our own body saying, well, Chip, we're not going to have 60 votes in the Senate in January, so you got to go ahead and factor that in to why we're not going to get appropriations bills that we would prefer, why we should, only have a continuing resolution go into December into a lame duck. Why? So we can then have the powers that be, use the pressure of Christmas to pass an omnibus spending bill in December? I don't agree with that. But we're already being told that we don't have 60 votes in the Senate. We won't get 60 votes in the Senate, so you must accept it. Look, the reason why I'm focusing on this for a second is the people that I represent always ask me why. Why don't you get these things done? The people I represent, frankly, people all across the country that I run into, they ask me, why? Why can't you secure the border? Pretty simple question. Why can you not secure the border? Well, I have to tell them I'm 1/435th of 1/2 of 1/3 of the federal government. So we got to go build the votes. But when you have the votes to pass something like H.R. 2 and you send it over to the Senate, then the only question that's going to matter is whether it's this year right now or whether it's next year if you hope to go out into the election season and get a bigger majority by a handful of seats, get the majority in the Senate by a couple of 3 seats, and hope to get the White House. Then you say, then, don't worry, we'll do it then. Or some will say, oh, we can't even do it then because we're not going to have 60 in the Senate. The point is, you have to pick something and fight for it. You have to pick some number of things and fight for them. You have to take the message to the American people. You have to be willing, to risk that precious, to quote Lord of the Rings, that election certificate that you hold on so tight that you don't actually use it. I would rather serve one more term and jam through as much freedom legislation as I possibly could than to serve 5 more terms or 10 terms and not get past what we need to get past. The average American family today is hurting. The average American family today, the average young person in America today, can't afford their health care because this government has destroyed the health care market and made it impossible to afford. Can't afford a vehicle because this government has regulated vehicles and made the price of gasoline and the vehicles that they want to buy cost prohibitive. They don't think they can afford houses and in often case can't because this government has been blowing money, driving up interest, and creating an environment in which housing costs are now astronomically expensive. They don't think that they can, frankly, bring family into this world and have children because of the things I just talked about. They don't believe they can afford them. We have a responsibility as leaders of this country, in this chamber, in the other chamber, in the executive branch. We have a responsibility to actually deliver for the American people, to preserve and protect the way of life that we cherish, that we sit here on the floor and regale the men who walked into the wall of bullets at Normandy, or regale them on July 4th, or regale our founding fathers with the Declaration of Independence. We have an actual responsibility to preserve and protect the pursuit of happiness, the ability to carry out and live your unalienable rights given to you by God. But we're not doing that. I just want to be blunt. We're not doing that. I would say of late that I believe that the Republican conference has been doing some good work to make very clear to the American people what we can and will do if entrusted with a majority, and a majority in the Senate, and a Republican in the White House. I believe we've been doing that. I believe, again, that the National Defense Authorization Act, with amendments and policies that reduce the woke social engineering and increase the focus on military, I believe that the H.R. 2 bill, the border security provisions, I believe that the appropriations bills that are moving in the right direction and changing the process, not perfect. I believe last year's Limit, Save, Grow effort. I believe a lot of the policies we're trying to advance. I believe that the International Criminal Court bill. I believe that the bill that I hope to bring to the floor in a couple of weeks, the SAVE Act, to make sure that only citizens can vote in federal elections. I believe these bills demonstrate very clearly the difference between Republicans and Democrats, and demonstrate very clearly what Republicans can do when we unite for a purpose to defend the American people against the very swamp that we campaign against. But you will never achieve those results if you come here and you capitulate on day one out of fear. Fear of government shutdown, fear of failure, fear of the slim majority, fear of the possibility the president might veto it, fear of getting crosswise with some politician who might say something about you on Twitter. Instead, we should take this great work and we should take it and take it to the American people, take it through the elections, and then set up the fight. Set up the fight in 2025 to take our country back. Because this country turns 250 years old in 2 years. On July 2nd, 2026, we will be celebrating our 250th birthday of separating from England. 2 days later came the agreement on the language of the Declaration. What are we going to do for the people on our 250th birthday? What are we going to be able to say to our kids and our grandkids on our 250th birthday? Next year, what are we going to do to set the stage? If Republicans go out and get elected, they take the White House, take the House, take the Senate, will we be able to take the policies that we came together to pass but failed to force through the Senate and failed to force the President of the United States to even move, frankly, halfway to our demands? Will we use our power then? Will we use our power in January to get any of them signed into law? Because it doesn't matter if you keep getting elected. It doesn't matter if you go out and win elections if you don't do anything with it. Will we finally take H.R. 2 in its form now, tweaked as necessary next January, hopefully made better and stronger? Will we finally pass legislation to secure the border of the United States that will force the president and transcend time, not just in President Trump's tenure, but once and for all? Will we do that as Republicans? We better. Will we ensure that our tax policy is geared towards working class, hardworking, middle class families, small businesses who are struggling to make ends meet around this country, as opposed to the massive corporations and K Street lobbyists? Will we do that? We better. Will we actually cut spending? Will we address the $35 trillion in debt that we currently have? That'll be no doubt $38 trillion or so by the time we start the next Congress. Will we try to alleviate inflation by ending the reckless spending without any limit? Or will we just shrug and continue to borrow into oblivion? Such that if you look at the interest that we just spent in May, it is 79% of all of the personal income taxes collected into the revenue, into the Treasury. 80% of that which we collected from the American people through their hard work, we took their money, 80% of that is just used to pay interest expense in May. Think about that. Imagine if you're sitting at home, 80% of your income from your job, imagine that, 80% of your income from your job in May was used to pay the interest on your mortgage. What do you got left? What do you have left for electricity, for water, for gasoline, for food, for your kids, for your clothing? We don't. Will we actually fundamentally, finally deal with spending in the next Congress? Will we fully restore energy freedom, repealing the subsidies that are subsidizing massive corporations, undermining the ability of Americans to afford energy, driving up the prices of automobiles, piling up EVs on lots? Will we repeal the disastrous Inflation Reduction Act, so-called $1.2 trillion in subsidies? Will we repeal it? Will we end the so-called tailpipe rule that is crushing American families? Will we take back our country and provide the energy freedom that allows for human flourishing as it's doing around the globe? There are still 3 billion people around the planet who don't have access to reliable energy. Why would we move backwards instead of forwards? Will we end, as we are starting to try to do in the NDAA, a toe in the water? Will we end the social experimentation at the Pentagon and instead bolster our military with the confidence and the pride of defending a country without being told you must follow a woke social agenda or no longer be in the military? You must take a shot or you'll lose your job. Will we make our military stronger but more sparingly used? Will we end endless wars, but use the power of the strength of our military for peace through strength, and use our diplomacy through the State Department and our energy policies to stop wars before they start? Will we use our spending power to end the weaponization of government that right now has a 75-year-old woman facing 2 years in prison in Washington, D.C., right here, 2 years in prison, because she prayed at an abortion clinic, because she dared to go to an abortion clinic at 75 years old, saying, how much do I have left to give on this earth? But I'm going to give a little of my life to try to stand up for the unborn. And even if you disagree with me, and even if she was carrying out a misdemeanor or doing something that was stopping the flow and the law enforcement needed to move them, 2 years in prison under the FACE Act? Are we going to end the weaponization of government against its people, against its politicians, to end turning this country into a banana republic? Again, I ask of my Republican colleagues, we have united in purpose and produced these great results, whether it was Limit, Save, Grow, or H.R. 2 and border security, or the National Defense Authorization Act, appropriations bills, sanctioning the International Criminal Court, hopefully passing the SAVE Act. Will we take those things and turn those to victories that force them through the Senate so that the president can sign them? Will we finally take our country back and restore it to the American people and give them energy freedom so they can afford the energy that allows them to power their lives and afford the automobiles to go about their work? Will we drive interest rates down so they can afford a home again? Will we make education affordable and useful again instead of subsidizing it and then paying off the loans of those who haven't paid their loans off and ignoring those who never took out a loan in the first place? Will we restore order on our streets and put criminals back in jail? Will we secure our borders and stop the lawless from coming across the Rio Grande? Will we end the reckless spending that are indebting our kids and our grandkids to a future in which the dollar is worthless and their country is destroyed because we didn't do our job here? Will we pass tax reform that's good for families and small businesses, not the K Street lobbyists and big corporations? These are the questions the American people want us to answer. They are tired of the excuses. They are tired of sternly worded letters. They are tired of hearings. They're tired of speeches. I'll look in the mirror. I'm giving another speech. They want to see us do it. So my call to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, but particularly my colleagues on the Republican side of the aisle, we owe it. We owe it to the 400,000 tombstones sitting on the other side of the Potomac. We owe it to all those that fought and died and bled for that flag and for everything it represents. We owe it to our kids and our grandkids. We owe it to the world so that America can continue to be the beacon of hope. We owe it to restore American independence, restore liberty and freedom, restore a faith and a confidence in a government that is doing its actual constitutional job. We owe them that, not excuses. We owe them to deliver, not to come back and say, well, we tried. We owe them every ounce of our being when we are here in this town to work and get our job done. Not to play politics, not to campaign, not to go to another political event, but to be here and do our job. It is an honor to serve in Congress, but there's no point in being here if we're not actually going to deliver for the American people who sent us here to deliver for them. We will win the arguments if we'll make them. We will lose the arguments if we're too afraid to fight. I'm tired of the celebrations of all the people who have fought, bled, and died for this country with an absence of a conviction politically. With all due respect to the many veterans in this chamber who wore the uniform and fought and bled for this country, politically, are you willing to fight and bleed and politically die for your country? Because until you are, until you're willing to risk that, until you're willing to take that election certificate, and nail it up on the wall and say, I'm going to take this thing for a spin. I'm going to actually do what I said I was going to do. And then let the American people decide. Until we're willing to do that, then we are going to be relegated to, in Reagan's phrasing, the ash heap of history. I happen to believe that we can take this country back. But I happen to believe that if we don't take the steps right now to rescue her, then we are going to lose her. We're going to be that generation that Reagan talked about when Reagan said we're only one generation away from extinction. The question for us is, what will we do? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the gentleman have a motion?
I would move to adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say yea. Those opposed say no. The yeas have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.